എല്ലാവരും നേരത്തെ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്.
അതെ അതെ.
Good morning, everyone. We are live now. With the permission of the chair, can we start the meeting? Vijaylesh Madam?
Yes, yes.
So, very good morning to all respected members. Today, on July 11th, we are having our mid-year CME of Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society. We are extremely happy to have you all, such galaxy of stars in our panel today. I invite the President Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society, Dr. Vijaylesh, for the welcome address.
Thank you, Sujit. A very good morning to all. Respected President AOS. Am I audible, Sujit?
Yes, yes. A little more loud would have been better.
Pardon, sir?
Yeah, slightly more loud.
Okay. A very good morning to all.
Yeah, fine.
Respected President AOS Dr. Barun Naik, immediate past President Padma Shri Dr. Mahipal Sachdev, President KSOS Dr. Baba Krishna Kumar, Secretary Dr. Mahesh, Chairman Scientific Committee Dr. Rajiv, respected teachers, galaxy of faculty members, and my dear friends. It's with immense pleasure on behalf of Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society, I welcome all of you to our mid-year CME. It's a great privilege and honor to have our dear President, AIS Dr. Barun Naik sir, inaugurating our CME. I welcome you, sir. And it's a proud moment for we KOS members to have Barun sir inaugurating the first CME after taking the prestigious post as President AIOS. On behalf of KOS, on my own behalf, I welcome our immediate past President AIOS and a vibrant leader, Padma Shri Dr. Mahipal Sachdev. Welcome, sir. Let me now invite our own President KSOS, Dr. Baba Krishna Kumar sir, to our CME. We also have here with us our KSOS Secretary, Dr. Mahesh. Welcome, Dr. Mahesh. Chairman Scientific Committee, Dr. Rajiv. Warm welcome, sir. Now it's a proud moment for us to invite Professor Dr. Audrey Shia, who will be bestowed with the first PV Menon Oration Award. Warm welcome, Professor Shia. I think she has not joined. Now let me invite the great teachers, Dr. Mahadevan sir, Dr. Pradeep Sharma sir, and all the excellent faculty members to this CME. Now welcome dear friends and delegates who have joined us on this Sunday morning. Thank you all and welcome once again. Now over to Sujit.
Thank you, Vijaylesh Madam. Now it's my privilege to invite President AIOS Dr. Barun Naik sir for the lamp lighting as well as the inaugural speech. I'll slide share the lamp lighting, following which sir can have his speech. I'm sorry about it, sir.
animation.
Thank you, sir. So let me invite Dr. Barun sir to speak.
Yeah. Good morning to all. Dear Dr. Babu Krishna Kumar, President KSOS, Dr. Mahesh G, Secretary KSOS, Dr. Rajiv Sukumaran, Scientific Chairman KSOS, and Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, MS President KOS, and Dr. Sujit Nayanar, President Secretary KOS. Professor Andrew Chia, who is from SNEC Singapore. First of all, a great and big thank you to all of you for inviting me to this important event. And it's really what technology can do. Just now I saw in your wonderful animation and imagination in lamp lighting ceremony. So congratulations for that. It's a great honor for me to have been invited to inaugurate the mid-year conference of KOS under the aegis of KSOS. I'm thankful to KSOS as well as KOS. Now, COVID-19 has taken all of us by surprise over the last year and a half. And the life has been crippled. It has really affected all aspects of life, all aspects or all walk of life. It's no one is unaffected because of this COVID-19 pandemic. It has thrown new challenges. Because of the new challenges, it has also given opportunities for us to develop something new. And just now you saw how this innovative idea of lighting the lamp was shown in front of us. It's really great job done. Now it has affected even the scientific programs, which we are so used to as a medical professional people, that we are so used to that without that we feel always that something is missing. One is social contacts as well as the upgradation on the updation of scientific knowledge. But as I said earlier, the challenges always throw some opportunities, and that's why this culmination of webinar, the popularity of these webinars, really it's basically culmination of the or byproduct of COVID-19 pandemic. But we should also consider that something in excess, because I am very much concerned about this, something in excess, it loses its charm. In the beginning, it was a great attraction. Then everyone jumped it. And then now it has become basically a pandemic of webinars. So that we all have to think seriously about it, that we have to make quality program, which I am happy that KOS has organized this with a theme of another pandemic of myopia, which is really lovely. And I am also really appreciative of Kerala people, because they come out with something and always come out clean after the disaster. Because I remember 4 years back the devastating rain and floods in Kerala, and that has really affected many practitioners, ophthalmologists and doctors' life, even by losing everything, whatever their practice, their belongings. But still everyone came out, and Kerala had a good, because that time I remember Kerala had a good program which was helping some of the doctors who are completely affected and devastated. So that's really, it's a great appreciation for that, and that's why I have not forgotten that. Still it's in my mind. And so now I am happy that you have organized this, and also you have started a good tradition of some respectable uh, doctors of our community society. And in that event you have started the Dr. P.V. Menon oration. So that's really, it's a great job done. And you have also chosen none other than Professor Andrea Chia from SNEC Singapore for this important topic. Now I will not stand in between you and Professor Andrea Chia and so inaugurate this mid-year conference with a wish for a grand success. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words and inspiring words. Let me invite our KSOS President, Dr. Babu Krishnamar, sir, for his presidential address.
The unmute Enam, sir.
Respected Dr. Barun Kumar Naik, congratulations, sir, for being taken charge of President AIOS. Dr. Mahipal Sachdev, Dr. Mahesh, Secretary of KSOS, Dr. Rajiv Sukumaran, Scientific Committee Chairman KSOS, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, President KOS, Dr. Sujit Nainar, Secretary KOS, and the faculties and delegates. Thank you, Barun sir, for the kind words about KSOS and KOS. Indeed, a very satisfying and happy occasion to be here at KOS along with the President AIOS, Dr. Barun Kumar Naik, sir, on his first CME and other dignitaries from all over the world to discuss and reveal the updates on myopia. Myopia has been followed ardently since 350 BC by none other than Aristotle, and he coined the word myopia, meaning I close the eye. Understanding about pathology and management of myopia has made a sea change with the passage of time. From glasses to laser refractive correction and ICL, the inventions to conquer myopia are many. Today, the CME myopia conquering the silent epidemic, and Dr. P.B. Menon oration is planning to keep you abreast with the recent status of myopia and its impact in different subspecialties. We have well-recognized faculties assembled for you by KOS. All of you may be knowing that AIOC 2023 is allotted to KSOS and the core organizing committee have been constituted. I would like to draw your attention and participation in next KSOS project. This is the drive to attain 10% membership from ophthalmologists of Kerala in KSOS and AIOS, expecting each member of KSOS to add at least one new member. I extend my sincere thanks to the organizers of this CME, especially Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, President, Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society, and Dr. Sujit Nainar, Secretary, Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society, for inviting me as President to all their CMEs, which KSOS is proud of. Waiting for more CMEs from Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society to keep academic standards high. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We wish, like all your presidential projects planned for this year, become very successful, and we extend our complete support for that.
Thank you.
Let me invite Dr. Padmasri, Dr. Mahipal Sachdev, sir, for a short felicitation.
I think he's lost his connection.
Yeah, he's lost his connection. We'll wait for a moment and probably sir will join back.
ഫോൺ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കാം, ഒന്ന് വിളിച്ചു നോക്കാം.
The next felicitation.
No, sir has joined.
മണിപ്പാൽ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. Yes,
Mahipal sir, can you hear us?
You have to unmute, sir.
Manipal sir, please unmute.
Yeah, sorry, my computer just stopped, so joined by phone.
No problem, sir. I just invited you for a short felicitation. So can we have few words from you, sir?
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society and Kerala State Ophthalmic Society for organizing this midterm CME. I think we all have such high hopes and memories, I would say, from Kerala. I still remember when I was chairman scientific committee, we did the conference in Cochin, and it was such a pleasure knowing all of you, and it's such a pleasure seeing all of you here. I think, as was said by your president, Dr. Babu, it's really a feature that we are looking forward to in the physical form. As Dr. Nayak was saying, that we are missing the physical form, and so we want to come back with full force and meet all of you at the AIOS that is going to be done next year at Kerala. Now, what is very, very important is that I think Kerala Ophthalmic Society, whenever, or the Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society, whenever we have gone and met in, the presentations that are there, they are of very high caliber, and I think the society is so very well knit. I still would feel that it is one of the best societies that is there in the country of India, which are so very well knit, so very academically oriented, and so very progressive in thought. I am sure that this midterm conference is going to take us all a step forward. A special word of thanks to the entire Kerala State Ophthalmic Society for having really looked at the entire thing when there was some confusion regarding the conference for Calcutta, to have really supported in such a brotherhood, camaraderie, and one togetherness that we could reach a solution. And I wish you all the very best. Regarding COVID, as Dr. Nayak was saying, taking out from there, I think there is going to be transformation. And if we adapt to transformation, I think we will be at the leaders or the forefronts of ophthalmology. Transformation in ophthalmology is going to be through artificial intelligence, to digital space. Leave aside these webinars. I think the webinars are really great because we can have the entire world unite. And the biggest advantage is that anybody can switch off the webinar as and when he wants, and can do it from the comfort of the home. So I don't, all these courses, these webinars, I think these are great, and the number of diversity of topics that are being covered are really fantastic. But what I was saying is that the things are moving so very fast in ophthalmology that we need to adopt, and if we don't adapt to that, there could be a possibility of fading away. There is going to be robotics, there is going to be artificial intelligence. There are so many big companies, including Google, which are working on the artificial intelligence. Your blood glucose monitoring can be done through a contact lens put on your eye. Digital pictures can be taken of your retina through non-dilated and maybe even in a mall, and be told whether you have diabetic retinopathy or not. So friends, I think we are in for exciting times. I think the next 5 to 10 years are going to be transformational, and I would say revolutionary in the field of management of ophthalmology. So I am sure there is so much of, I would say, brain power, super intellect, computer power, software power that is there in Kerala, that I am sure that Kerala is going to lead in this change that is going to happen. So friends, I would say fasten your seatbelts for the journey into space in ophthalmology, and that's clean energy, green energy, going into space, artificial intelligence. I think all of them are going to transform the way we deliver ophthalmology. And these kind of CMEs, which will keep us abreast with what is happening new, are certainly most welcome. And I wish you all a very grand conference today. And thank you very much for everything that you do for your members and for the society at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words of appreciation. Let me invite Honorary General Secretary of KSOS, Dr. Mahesh G, for a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Vijayalakshmi and Dr. Sujit. Respected President AIOS BK Nayak sir, President KSOS Babu sir, and other dignitaries. In fact, taking on from BK Nayak sir's word, Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society had been doing wonderful work over the last few years. In fact, during the floods, KSOS and Kozhikode Ophthalmic Club has built houses, 2-3 houses for people who lost houses in the flood as part of our community charity work. And Kozhikode has been doing fantastic work, not only ophthalmic, other non-ophthalmic topics also as webinars in the past 1.5 years. And I wish this meeting all the best. And this has been, I think, this first time somebody is doing a conference on myopia in Kerala. A good topic, especially in the time of digital eye strain and other problems. So a specific topic, beautiful topic, and then I wish everyone a good time of academic feast. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahesh sir. Whatever good things we have been doing is only because of the support we are receiving from KSOs. So thank you very much for all the support we have been receiving. So let me invite Scientific Committee Chairman, Dr. Rajiv Sukmaran sir, for a few words of felicitation.
Good morning, everybody.
Sorry,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am. Anything? Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Sujit, for inviting me to this program. Respected President AOS Barun Naik sir, President KSOS Babu sir, Mahesh, Secretary of KSOS, President of Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society, Vijayalakshmi Madam, and Secretary Dr. Sujit. As you all know, Mahadevan sir is here during his presidential period. Myopia was one of the project of presidential project that we are continuing now, and it is very, very important topic because in future majority of our children are going to be myopic, and as it is rightly named, it's going to be an epidemic of myopia. So we need to address this topic and take it to each ophthalmologist the importance of myopia in the future. So I wish all the very best for the CME, and thank you all for inviting me to this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, madam. Thank you, Rajiv sir, for your kind words. So with this, we'll wind up our inauguration ceremony. Let me invite our scientific committee member, Dr. Suma Unnikrishnan Madam, for official vote of thanks.
Respected Dr. Barun K. Naik, President of All India Ophthalmological Society, Dr. Padmasri Dr. Mahipal Sachdev, sir, past President of AOS, President KSOS Dr. Babu Krishna Kumar, Secretary Dr. Mahesh, Scientific Committee Chairman Dr. Rajesh Sukumaran, senior faculty members, Dr. Madhavan sir, and other senior members, colleagues and friends. A very good morning to all of you. The much awaited mid-year CME of Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society has been inaugurated today. So, as the final official part of this program, it's my honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks. First of all, let me express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Barun Naik, President of world's one of the largest ophthalmic society, that is AOS, for kindly accepting our invitation and inaugurating this CME amidst his busy schedules. Thank you, sir, on behalf of Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society and my own personal behalf. Next, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Babu Krishna Kumar, President of Kerala Society of Ophthalmic Surgeons, for delivering the presidential address. Thank you, sir, on behalf of KOS. Our immediate past president of AOS, Padmasri Dr. Mahipal Sachdev, he was very kind enough to offer the felicitation. So on behalf of Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society and my own behalf, I thank you, sir, for the encouraging and motivating messages. Now I thank our very vibrant secretary, KSOS, Dr. Mahesh, and Dr. Rajesh Sukumaran, our dynamic scientific committee chairman, a techie par excellence, for felicitating this CME. We are so thankful to all the speakers and the panelists and the delegates for joining this virtual CME. I'm sure that this Sunday morning will be a super Sunday with a delicious academic feast for all of us. Thank you once again. Jai Hind, Jai KOS, Jai KSOS. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for the official vote of thanks. With this, we'll wind up the inauguration ceremony and we'll directly go to the academic. I once again thank all the members who joined the inauguration. So for the first session, we have our Dr. Mahadevan sir as the chairperson. It's my pleasure to introduce sir. Sir did his MBBS and MS from Medical College, RIU Trivandrum. Later, he worked in Arvind Eye Hospital and also at SCT Neurosurgery Department. He later voluntarily retired from RIU Trivandrum in 2010. Now he is working as head of the Department of Ophthalmology in Sri Gokulam Medical College and also at Sri Netra Eye Hospital, Trivandrum. He has won Professor Shankara Menon Medal for the best free paper in 1999 and also the KSO's CE Women Memorial Oration Award in 2019. As Rajiv sir was mentioning, sir was a past president, and during his period of president, KSOS, he had this presidential topic, which is one of his pet topic of regarding the myopia. That's why exactly why sir is here today as our chairperson for the first session. I welcome you, sir, to chair the first session. You can have a few opening remarks about this program. Then let me introduce moderator Dr. Pawan for the first session. So you are muted, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sujit, for that introduction. My humble pranams to all the elders, teachers, and all the high office holders of the All India Society and in Kerala, and best wishes to all my colleagues and students in the Kerala Society. I'll just go into the background of this CME itself. The incidence of myopia in India has increased threefold from 14% in 1947 to about 37% now. All because these children now are staying indoors mostly and browsing the computer, reading the books, mobile phones, in order to gain admission to professional courses like engineering and medicine. There's also great pressure, compelling pressure from the parents also for them to study well, perform well. Although we all know there are a multitude of avocations which children can follow and become big in that. So it is in this background, this conference is being organized. That's what I feel, because it's going to be a wave. There's going to be wave after wave of myopia coming in as new generations are produced by us. And therefore, the relevance of this is great because you have to control myopia and the subsequent or consequent complications resulting from it. The remedy is now with we have several types of remedy here. We have got a combination. We can use a combination of atropine drops, orthokeratology lenses, but above all, encouraging outdoor activities. The Surya Namaskar is one of them. But sun exposure is a very major factor that can control myopia in children. The modalities of treatment, the rationale, principles behind it will be discussed in the by the speakers who will be coming in later on in this conference. Therefore, best wishes to all. Diligently listen, assimilate, and enjoy this CM. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So let me introduce our first speaker as well as the moderator for the session. I'm extremely honored and pleased to present Dr. Pawan K. Vakichala. He is BSc Optometry from and PhD scientist and head the Myopia Center for Prevention and Control at L.V. Prasad Eye Institute, India. He's a scientist researching on both basic and translational aspects of myopia at the Myopia Research Lab at L.V. Prasad Institute, Hyderabad. He pursued his PhD from the Queensland University of Technology, Australia. He did his postdoctoral research from Singapore Eye Research Institute, Singapore. Numerous publications. He has, to his credit, he has numerous publications in international peer-reviewed journals. and he's very passionate about this topic and research in myopia. He is a reviewer for international peer-reviewed journals. He is a recipient of the prestigious Bernard Gilmartin Award for his research. He holds research grants from both private organizations and the Government of India for researching various aspects of myopia through a holistic approach. He heads the department. He heads the Myopia Center at LV Prasad Eye Hospital Eye Center at Hyderabad. We welcome you, Dr. Pawan, for your first talk as well as for the moderation of the session.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sujit. Thank you, KOS. Thank you so much for the invite to speak in the pool of eminent speakers and the audience. It puts me in pressure, actually, after hearing to Dr. Barun Nayak, Dr. Krishna Kumar, and the others. It's sort of pressurizing me. How should I do justice to the talk when somebody said it's a pool of talks, the pandemic of talks that's happening, and quality matters a lot. So I will try and do justice to the talk that I'm doing today. Let me share my screen. Dr. Sujit, can you confirm if you can see my screen in full mode?
Yeah, we can see it, yes.
Let's do that. So the topic that was given to me was to speak on the myopia and its management. But I thought I will just bring this slide first. Myopia and its management, I thought it's something to do, something similar to the situation that we are in right now. We don't know what causes COVID. We don't know what are the symptoms. We don't know how to really treat. Everything is changing every day. There are too many protocols out there, and the management strategies are also very different. All the way from last year, March, to today, the treatment strategies or the protocols, everything keeps changing. And I thought myopia is something similar to the situation that we are in, because like somebody already said, Aristotle is the one first described about myopia. It dates back to the BCs. Now we are in 2021. Unfortunately, the cause for myopia still remains unclear. It's a very unfortunate situation, and the protocols are changing every day. In the last decade, this is not exaggeration. Even if you go to PubMed and search, you will find about 10,200 articles or plus articles published in the last decade, which means unless we are up to date, we will fade out. Dr. Mahipal rightly said, if you don't stay updated and upgraded, you will be outdated. So I think that's where we are here to talk about myopia in detail. I have three parts to my talk. I will be talking more about the current myopia scenario in India. Then I will talk about what are the myopia management options that we have, mostly targeting on the optical strategies, because the next speaker will be talking about the environmental aspect. And obviously, Professor Aldrichia will be talking about the atropine bit. And I have a couple of examples. If time permits, I will go through that bit as well. Just to disclose, I don't have any financial agreements with anybody, but I do get support from government and few private industries. So some of the slides that I'm showing today, the work that I did was supported by one of these grant agencies. I will not bore you with keeping this slide for longer duration, but as we all know, 5 billion are to be myopic by the year 2050, and about 1 billion of them to have high myopia. Now, talking about the pathologic myopia, about 2 to 4% of them are known to suffer from some sort of pathologic myopia lesion. This could be lacunar cracks, lattice degeneration, or the most extreme cases like the retinal detachment or choroidal neovascularization. So as I said, the topic more concentrates on the current Indian scenario. So this is the recent publication by the Agwar et al. Published in the 2020. As you see here, the data coming out from 1980s to early 2000s, the prevalence of myopia was less than 8%. All right. Now this is again urban, and the age groups are very 11 to 15 year, very young teenagers. And as the time passed from 2009, a lot of publications have come up, and they started to show that the prevalence of myopia is already touching 30% in the urban population. So clearly there is a shift, there is trend, there is increase in the prevalence of myopia in the last decade. So we thought, okay, this is a situation that's happening right now. We're looking at about 25–30%. How does it look like if we have to project the values for 2050. So this is something that we did recently. So we considered the publications that are available in children aged 5 to 15 years. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 numbers indicating the 7 different studies. After 7, this is the projection that we made for the years 20, 30, 40, and 50. Now we did various statistical models and we found that linear model fits in. Long story short, by 2050, even in India, the urban scenario, we are looking at about 48% of them to have some sort of myopia. So that's huge. If some sort of anti-myopia strategy, I mean, for example, we considered if you put everybody out there effective from 2021 as of now today, maybe the prevalence might drop down to 32%. That is, if everybody puts all children in outdoor environment saying that time outdoors is good for myopia prevention, the percentage might drop down a bit. So what does this 48% mean? So we mapped, okay, how many children are living in India in urban population? If you convert it to the myopia prevalence, what does it look like? So by 2050, if you see this last row, it indicates about 64 million people to have myopia. Now the good ticket, once a myope is almost a lifetime myope, because if somebody develops myopia at the age of 7 years, it's not going off in 9 or 10 years, or even at the age of 20, it's only going to worse. Somebody with -1 is going to go -2, 3, 4, 5. So it's almost like a lifetime myope. So we expect that the entire prevalence of myopia in India is going to go up. So that's about the prevalence. So we're looking at 48, 50%. Now, the second part is about the myopia progression. Now, what sort of progression do we see in children or in young adults in Indian scenario? So again, this is data from 7,000, about 7,000 myopes, and this is individuals where there's no ocular pathology that could influence the refractive error. So purely refractive error and nothing else. We found that about in 7,000 individuals, on an average, about half a diopter progression is evident in Indian children. What is interesting is about 17% of them progressed by about 1 diopter, which is rapid. That indicates, again, some sort of anti-myopia needs to be given to them. As expected, myopia prevalence are varied with the age group. The younger children progressed much more faster. Again, what's interesting here is that the circled ones, that indicates that if you are high myope, your age doesn't matter. Seems like you will have some sort of progression even if you become adult. So this is again data on the left side indicating children aged less than 15 years. All right, there is a clear trend. The more the myopia, the greater is the progression. Number 2 is somebody like a young adults. If they're high myope, seems like the progression is very evident. So this indicates that if somebody is high myope, a close monitoring is much more needed irrespective of the age. So this figure again talks about how age of onset of myopia is important. We see somebody at 7 years, we see somebody at 17 years as well. Now, -2 at 7 years, I think that's more risky because the kid is at high risk for developing high myopia when that kid becomes adult. Whereas somebody with -2 at the age of 17, you're already saying the stability might have already attained, eyeball is not plastic anymore, so the changes might be very minimal. So earlier the age of onset, greater is the risk for development of myopia. If you see this, somebody who developed myopia at the age of 5 to, or let's say 1 to 10 years, they developed high myopia when they became adults. So that's more risky. So we also did a study to see what sort of pathologic myopia lesions we get in Indian scenario. And does it matter if only, I will rephrase that, is it related to only the age or is it only related to the high degree of myopia? So we found that this is again data coming out from good 30,000 myopes, no ocular pathology apart from myopia and its associated lesions. So the study indicated that irrespective of the age, you tend to see these lesions. Do not say that only above 18 or only if you have long-standing myopia, you might see the disease. I think even in case of kids, these lesions are evident. That warrants the careful peripheral examination to look at the peripheral lesions related to myopia. Again, we know choroid is known to thin, retina is known to thin, so that could act like a marker if you map it in your clinics as a regular protocol. So we found that irrespective of the degree, we tend to see the pathologic myopia lesions. For example, we found that the lesions are very evident even in 10-year-olds when the myopia is only two diopters or 3 diopters. So again, highlights that irrespective of the degree of myopia, irrespective of the age, careful fundus evaluation is warranted. So that's about the first part. Now moving on to the part 2, which talks about the myopia management options. As I said, the talk concentrates more on the optical strategies. So myopia management for me is twofold, or it can be happening in the 2 ways. Number one, you look at prevention, because not every kid is going to develop myopia. Only few kids will develop myopia. Do look at understanding what is the factor that's triggering, how can we prevent it. Number 2, not every kid develops undergoes progression. Like you see the green ones here, not everybody develops myopia. Now, not everybody undergoes progression. Now, of those, only a few will have pathologic myopia or high myopia. So I think it's important for us as a part of myopia management to identify high-risk children who are at risk of developing high myopia or pathologic myopia, and accordingly, sorry? Okay. Accordingly put them on some sort of anti-myopia strategy. So it's identifying the risk factors is precious, which means we have to know what causes the myopia, identify the markers, and move on. Now, there are various anti-myopia strategies. There's a lot of evidence coming up in the last 2 decades. Too many strategies have been put forth as a part of anti-myopia strategies. Now, it varies from correcting with single vision lenses, using contact lens, multifocal contact lens, bifocal spectacles, progressive addition lenses, orthokeratology, and the atropine, widely accepted the pharmacological therapy. I think what's important is, unless we know how they actually work, we will not be able to do justice or recommend appropriate anti-myopia strategy. So I thought I will go into the details of this. Now, this is the summary of the various anti-myopia strategies. Anything on the left side indicates it's not good. So the reduction of myopia is not happening, whereas it's aggravating. So if you see on the left, we have undercorrection. Maybe 10, 20 years ago, undercorrection was thought as a good anti-myopia strategy, but seems like it doesn't work. Now, that's where we have other strategies ranging from outdoors to the pharmacological management. In nutshell, if you ask me the percentages, atropine eye drops, orthokeratology, multifocal contact lens, and the more recent ones give efficacy of more than 50%. So as I said, we need to understand the risk factors first. That's how the anti-myopia strategies have come into the picture. Now, when we talk about myopia, we all know it's multifactorial. If you have to classify, it can be broadly put under 2 themes, genetical or the environmental influence. Now, logic here is, be it genetic or the environment, there must be some structural changes, as we know it's ocular elongation, for it to change the optics of the eye. So the both optics and the structures that are changing. Now, recent theories indicate, when we talk about the structural changes, is it always fovea? Is fovea really important for myopia? Is there anything else in the periphery? So as I said, we will go a bit detail into this, why multifocal contact lenses are used as anti-myopia strategies. So now the compelling evidence comes from animal models to indicate that it may not be fovea, but the peripheral retina that could dominate the central retina. It's reasonable to consider that if you look at that image there, now fovea forms only a small portion, but peripheral retina is much more bigger than the center, obviously. So compelling evidence comes from the animal models, where the fovea of a monkey was ablated. All right, as you see in this image here, the fovea is not functional. The left eye is as is. Now there's normal eye, there's ablated eye. We thought that, well, if there is no fovea, non-functional fovea, then eyeball should not grow because there's no signal. Now this is done in animal model. when the defocus was given, this eye went on to develop myopia. So even in absence of fovea or non-functional fovea, eyeball still went on to elongate. So that indicated that, hey, fovea may not be essential. There's something in the periphery that could drive for the refractive error. Now, if you see, when we talk about the expansion models for myopia, eyeball is not just expanding at the fovea. Eyeball is not elongating only at one point, okay, 22.2, now I'm going to 23.2, which means it's not just one point. It could expand all the way from the limbus, that's called global expansion. It could expand all the way from the equator, we call it equatorial expansion model. It could expand only at the posterior port, much like staphyloma, or the hybrid model we call axial expansion. Now, when we talk about myopia, the regular terminology we use, rays focusing in front of retina. So retinal plane is precious to decide if it's remetropic, hyperopic, or myopic. So we say that the shape of the eye is also important. As you see here, it's changing. So something in the periphery is important. So that's where the concept of peripheral refraction came into picture. Emmetropes tend to have central rays on the retina, even in the periphery, the rays are on the retina. Now, in routine clinics, we only look at central refraction. Participant is looking at a target. We do on-axis refraction, be it retinoscope or autorefractor. But what's also important is looking at periphery. Now, peripheral refraction is known to be different in emmetropes and myopes and hyperopes. Hyperopes tend to show more relative peripheral myopia. As you see, central, they are behind the retina, but in the periphery, they are in front. Myopes, very interestingly, they tend to have more curved or more prolate shape, we say, which could lead to different peripheral refraction profile. And that's why we call it as relative peripheral hyperopia. And that could trigger, hey, I'm not on the retina anymore. This hyperopic defocus, can you please stretch back? And the elongation happens. So what's wrong with single vision correction? Now, single vision correction, if this is uncorrected myopic eye, central rays -3, as you go towards periphery, other side, there is relative peripheral hyperopia. The moment you give single vision lens, if it's a negative lens, concave lens, everything gets pushed back. Obviously, peripheral rays are also thrown back. That hyperopic defocus could trigger, again, this is not my theory, this is one of the accepted theories for why single vision may not be good. And evidence also indicates that single vision is not good, it can only aggravate. So what's desired is central, you give optimal or full correction, and in the periphery, you give myopic defocus. So you're looking at both correcting central and the periphery. So that's where the myopia or the various anti-myopia strategies related to contact lens have come into picture. So that's all theory I'm talking about, is just to make you understand that these anti-myopia lenses correcting peripheral defocus did not come like that, but there's a lot of theory behind it. So contact lenses, we have center distance multifocal contact lens. In the center, there's distance correction. In the periphery, you have high plus that takes care of the peripheral defocus. Spectacle lens was developed by Zeiss initially. It's called MyoVision. And there's a lot of evidence to say that it will control myopia progression. So multifocals are known to control myopia progression. This is the more recent lenses developed by Vision. This is the MySight lenses. Randomized clinical trial has already been done. It's already been 3 years. Everybody are using it in the outside world. Unfortunately, we do not have it in India yet, but maybe we will have it soon. So just to tell you, this is the left panel shows the refractive error, right panel shows the actual elongation. In percentages, it shows more than 50% efficacy if you put them on the MySight contact lens. Again, this is a very recent lenses called MyoSmart lenses from Hoya. Very soon we will have it in India. As of now, we don't have it in India, but in a month's time, we will be getting it in India. And these lenses, if you target here on the right side, they have multiple small lenslets, which again induce peripheral myopia in the periphery, peripheral myopia. And the center is taken care with the distance correction. So again, this also indicates about 60% efficacy in controlling myopia progression. This is well accepted. Everybody are using it. Unfortunately, we don't have it in India yet. The recently launched stellate lenses also work on correcting the peripheral defocus, but the mechanism is different here. The lens designs are different. They have a high Aspheric lenses, again, they show about 60 to 70% of the control. This is how the mechanism is. Center is taken care of, periphery it will induce. They have aspheric lenslets that will take care of the peripheral defocus. So I'm not going into the details of what's the mechanism of these lenses in detail are, but that's the story there. Now, in similar fashion, orthokeratology also takes care of the peripheral defocus. Now, ortho-K is existing, ortho-K is there since centuries, but the noise about its use in counteracting myopia progression only started recently. Again, courtesy, counteracting the peripheral defocus. In the center, it will flatten. In the periphery, it will lead to mid-peripheral steepening. Mid-peripheral steepening meaning it will increase the plus power. The moment it increases, then it's like a post, it will induce the myopic defocus in the periphery. So this is post-OK cornea where there's mid-peripheral steepening there. Again, there's a lot of evidence to indicate that ortho-K controls myopia progression. Again, if you talk about percentages, it's about 40 to 50%. A lot of people are worried about, is ortho-K really safe? Can we do this? Is there acceptance amongst the parents? I think there is acceptance, it's just that we have to educate them. Everything has its own plus and minus. If you do close monitoring, close follow-up, instead of following them 6 monthly or 1 yearly, maybe we should do a close monitoring of every 2 monthly, provide them with strict guidelines, proper care and regimen. I think the safety is taken care of. I have seen a lot of patients asking for ortho-K because they say instead of using lenses in the day, my kid goes to the school, I don't know if the lens will fall off, it's a bit of hassle. If I can insert the lenses in the night, tomorrow morning they will get up and then I don't have to really worry about their correction. So that sort of thing. So there is acceptance. I think it needs a bit of education. So moving on, what's the other strategy that's concentrating on the near work? The two theories for why near work can trigger. Number one, lag of accommodation. Now there's also a talk about, hey, lag may not trigger, but if you understand lag, meaning there is hyperopic defocus in the center and also in the periphery. Nobody investigated in the periphery yet with regards to how it triggers myopia development, but accommodative lag could trigger axial elongation. Number two, we talk about mechanical tension. People are reading, like the initial orators have also indicated, there's a lot of mobile work, a lot of screen time. Now that could trigger for mechanical tension equator at the equator of the eye. The muscles have to contract, there is increased choroidal tension, and we know eyeball can elongate all the way from equator also. So again, that's a possible theory for why near work could trigger. Essilor has launched its MYOPIA lenses, but you can prescribe any sort of bifocal. There are new lenses available in the market. You can go with executive, obviously, but even if you're worried about, hey, I don't want to give segment, it's cosmetically bad, then there is something called no-line bifocals. I mean, I've been giving this to the children since 1 year, and they're very happy about it. So no-line bifocals are available in India. Light exposure, I will not touch because the next speaker, Rohit Dakal, will be touching on that. So I will bring this slide again. So undercorrection is not good. It's blur on the eye. It could trigger for axial elongation. So various other strategies are there. I think there are multiple options that are available. We should look at what is the triggering factor and accordingly put them on. So I will end the summarize the talk with myopia mantra that I always tell. I think we have to understand it's multifactorial. It's not one factor. You cannot rule out other factors. Measure as many X factors as you can. Don't rely only on the refraction. Get axial length recorded. If other things are very sophisticated, cannot be done retinal routine clinic, lag of accommodation, foria status, parental myopia, understand their environment, look at multiple X factors. Instead of saying them come SOS or RTC 1 year, I think in myopia, you can pick up the changes in good 4 months. If you have axial length measurements, you will see the changes if it's evident. So monitor axial length changes every 3 to 4 monthly. And I'm saying that there's too many strategies clearly beyond single vision, and myopia prevalence is increasing. We do have evidence to say that we can put them on some sort of strategy, close monitoring, get as many factors as you can. So I will end this with a case that I've seen recently. This is a 25 year-old male who has visited myopia clinic at LVPI, has a significant anisometropia. Now, age of apparent onset, I always map onset of myopia. So this person is 25-year-old, but developed myopia when he was 15 years. So which means since 10 years, there is some sort of correction that he's using. And current spectacle is 3-year-old. If you look at from 2010, the right and left eyes here, minus 1.75 in 2010, 2013 minus 1.75, and left eye is minus 2.75. There's a bit of anisometropia there. 2000 until 2017, slowly, if you look at left eye, it just kept changing, and right eye did not change much. So when we did the subjective refraction after all the assessment, we found it's about -9, and this is 25. And if you think, hey, this is 18 plus, the kid will not progress, I think that's wrong. There's clear progression that's evident here. We mapped the peripheral refraction in our clinic. I will just summarize this. Center is about the C is center minus 2.25 spherical equivalent. And you see that the periphery is minus 5 point something, which means there is peripheral myopia, more myopia. That's good, no problem. And the other side, nasal retina also is minus 3.5, minus 5. So compared to center, there's more minus. Very good. It's more myopic in the periphery. Great. Now, left eye, if you see minus 9 in the center, but as you go towards periphery, it's minus 6. 3 diopters of relative peripheral hyperopia, right? And this is only in the temporal meridian. A lot of studies indicate that the temporal retina, there's a lot of changes that are evident, be it choroidal changes, be it lesions appearing, or be it the thickness in the choroid or the retina. So we thought, well, everything looks all right, lag is decent, no parental myopia, and mind you, this is a sports person who is outdoor for good 4 to 6 hours from his childhood. So there's no way I can say do more outdoor activity. So we felt there's something wrong with the peripheral defocus. So we put him on the multifocal contact lens center distance. And if you map the axial length 25.73, and after 5 months, actual length did not change. It's only 0.01 millimeters. So we said, well, this is working. 10 micron change in axial length in 5 months time. To continue EDOF. EDOF is a design that we give for the extended depth of focus. It's called center distance multifocal. And we said, let's see you again in the 4 months time. So I'm saying that optical strategies do work and they are available in Indian scenario. I thought I will bring this slide to advertise the conference that we're doing at LVPI. It's called IMAR, Indian Myopia Awareness and the Research Conference. If you have any students or anybody is keen on myopia, it's a full-fledged 2-day conference. You're welcome to attend. So this is a team who does the myopia clinics and the myopia research at LVPI. I thought I will acknowledge them as well. Thank you so much for your attention. I thank KOS and Dr. Vijay Lakshmi and Dr. Sujit for having me speak in the pool of eminent speakers and the audience. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan. You can introduce our next speaker and his topic.
Out from the query from the YouTube, or we go after the next talk.
I think, can we take it in the end, madam? Okay. Like after this talk?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So I will be inviting the next speaker for today, who is Mr. Rohit Dakal. He is an optometrist, has completed his graduation from NSHM Kolkata campus in West Bengal in 2014. And then he moved to LV Prasad Eye Institute, where he pursued clinical internship in Bhubaneswar. And post that, he went on to do a fellowship in cornea and anterior segment, again, the LV Prasad Eye Institute. Following, he worked as a consultant optometrist in the cornea and the anterior segment services for good 2 years. And when he started myopia research at LVPI, he moved to the myopia research with his as he's passionate to invest more time on the myopia. He also likes research on optical corrections and provides optical corrections as a part of the clinics that he does in the myopia center at LVPI. He also keeps his interest in the clinical optometry, eclectic cornea, imaging, and contact lens. And he has authored several publications. I must say that he is a very passionate researcher, very passionate clinician, and he's a member of Cochrane Living Systematic Review and Network Meta-Analysis of Anti-Myopia Strategies. So you will be seeing this face more often in the next years to come. He's currently pursuing PhD from City University in London. Rohit Dakal, over to you.
Thank you, Pawan. Pawan, can you confirm if I am loud enough and my slides are visible?
Yes, Rohit, you are. We don't see your video, but the slides are clear.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll put my video also on. I hope that you can see it now. Okay. Thank you, Pawan, once again for such a detailed introduction, and thanks KOS team for inviting me to speak in this meeting. Good morning and namaste to Kerala, several other states of India, and as well as Singapore. Pawan has already introduced the title of my talk, so I'm not going into that, but I'll take you to the subsections that I'm going to talk today. So these are the various subsections that I'll be talking: why outdoor is important, the protective mechanism of outdoor light exposure, and how outdoor light is associated to myopia prevalence, myopia incidence, and as well as progression, the dose-response relationship between time outdoors and myopia, and the effect of exposure to different spectrum of light and myopia, and how we have oversimplified the term outdoor exposure. So I will start with this famous picture, which is showing the trend that has developed over the past 2 decades. So here in the picture, you can see that in the upper picture, mother is pulling the ear and cheek of her son and asking him to come indoors, enough of playing outdoors. But now in the lower picture, now mother is pulling ear of her son and saying, you have played enough of gadgets, you are indoors for a lot of time, now go outside. Similarly, here also likewise, the same sort of generational change we can see in the picture. The earlier kids used to play outdoors. Even the schooling was also a sort of like Gurukul type, where children used to sit under the tree in the open playground and then do their classes. But now the generation has changed. Kids are more engaged with smartphone, even for eating, drinking milk, everything. They want smartphone to use. Kids are using phone, tabs, and computers in their classes. So this sort of generational change is there now. Let us see a few studies which has shown the association between outdoor light exposure and myopia. This study was conducted by Rose et al., where she has taken 6 to 7 years Chinese children who are residing in Singapore and Sydney. And they have found that the prevalence of myopia was significantly higher in children living in Singapore, which was around 30%, compared to children living in Sydney, which was almost 3.3%. And the major difference that was found was the amount of outdoor activities that the children were performing. So in the children who were living in Singapore, they were spending almost 3 hours per week in outdoors, compared to the children living in Sydney, who were spending almost like 13.75 hours in per week in outdoors. Likewise, he et al. Conducted a 3 years randomized control trial, where 6 schools were included in the intervention as well as in the control group. And the intervention was almost like 40 minutes of outdoor activities in the intervention compared to control group. And also the parents of the children in the intervention group were asked to take their children to the outdoors during holidays and weekends. But no such information no such information was given to the parents in the control group. After the end of 3 years, it was found that the incidence of myopia was lesser by 9.1% in the intervention group compared to the control group. Likewise, there was decrease in change in spherical equivalent refractive error as well as axial length in the control group, in the intervention group compared to the control group. So earlier, the time spent at outdoors used to be recorded using with the help of the questionnaires, but later on, recently in the past 1 decade, researchers has come with the gadget which can record the amount of light exposure in the form of illuminance or like lux, as well as it can also map the total duration during which this child are exposed to outdoors, as well as the near working distance. So there are various literature which has used this kind of light trackers, and then they have such as like Activas 2 and then Hobo Pendant. These are different kinds of light trackers, and then they have found that the myopes are exposed to significantly lesser amount of light compared to the emmetropes, and as well as they are spending significantly lesser amount of time at outdoors compared to the emmetropes. Now, regarding the protective mechanism of outdoor light, like how they are protective to development and prevention of myopia as well as the progression. So there are several theories. several mechanisms, and these are like high ambient illumination. So outdoor has relatively high amount of illumination compared to the indoors. The uniform dioptric field, everything at outdoors are present at greater distance. So the dioptric field around or in front of the eyes are uniform. There will be a relaxed accommodation. Because of high ambient light, the pupil size is lesser. So decreased pupil size, which will ensure the increased depth of focus, thereby reducing the amount of retinal blur. Also, there will be the exposure of different spectrum of light that enters to the eye, as well as exposure to UV, and most importantly, dopamine release, which is the most accepted theory for outdoor light to be protective against myopia. Now I'll come to the result from an overview. This study shows the association between outdoor light exposure and different parameters of myopia, like myopia prevalence, incident myopia, change in spherical equivalent refractive error, and axial length. And this study is a part of my PhD as well. So we have registered a protocol, you can see on the right hand side, which is registered in Prospero prior conducting this overview. So short introduction about overview. So like in systematic review, where we include cross-sectional or cohort studies or clinical trials as a primary studies for systematic reviews and meta-analysis. In the overview, systematic reviews are considered as a primary studies and the results are projected. On the left-hand side, you can see two forest plot. The upper forest plot shows the association between outdoor light exposure and myopia prevalence, and clearly you can see that every additional 1 hour exposure to outdoor light per week will reduce the odds of developing myopia by 2 to 5%. Likewise, in the context of incidence myopia, every additional exposure to outdoor light, every 1 hour additional exposure to outdoor light per week reduces the incidence myopia, reduces the relative risk. There will be a relative reduction of 24 to 46% risk of developing myopia, which is shown by clinical trials. And the cohort studies also shows the similar kind of result, which is the reduction of 39 to 43%. Now coming to the association between outdoor light exposure and myopia progression, the upper forest plot shows the reduction in spherical equivalent refractive error, which shows that there will be a reduction of 0.13 to 0.17 diopter refractive error in a period of 1 year, and the lower forest plot shows that there will be a reduction of 0.03 to 0.08 mm axial length change over a period of 1 year. When we talk about outdoor light exposure and relation between outdoor light exposure and myopia, we should also know the dose response relationship. So like how many hours in a day should a child or child need to be exposed to outdoor to reduce myopia incidence or myopia progression. The graphs on the left hand side shows the dose response relationship between outdoor light exposure and myopia incidence, which shows that almost 7 to 9 hours per week of duration child should be exposed to outdoor light to reduce myopia incidence by 50%. And the graphs on the right hand side shows that there should be a child should be exposed to almost 10 hours per week in the outdoor to reduce change in spherical equivalent refractive error and axial length by 50%. Now let's see the association between exposure to different spectrum of light and myopia, because at outdoors there are various, like I said earlier, there are various spectrum of monochromatic wavelength of light ranging from infrared to UV rays and various shorter wavelength of light. So here we can see this graph is showing the the effect of various spectrum of light in animal studies. Basically, the shorter wavelength of light like violet and blue light shows that they inhibit the ocular growth, or like there will be a hyperopic shift when these animals like fish, chick, guinea pigs, and even the humans, when they are exposed to shorter wavelength of light like violet and blue. But when they are exposed to middle wavelength of light like green, then there will be a increase in axial length and myopic shift is seen. While these shorter wavelength are showing protective effect of protective effect against myopia, the longer wavelength like red has a controversial role where it shows reduction in axial growth in tree shrew and rhesus monkey, but increase in axial length in guinea pigs, chicks, and human. So there are abundant evidence coming up from animal studies about the association between different spectrum of light and myopia. But in humans, there are very few studies, and we also conducted one studies where we wanted to see the effect of a different wavelength of light on ocular biometer. So Sapnil, which is on the first picture, so he has majorly led this project, and then here we included 25 children aged between 18 to almost 33. 25, I would say not children, but young adults between 18 to 33 years, where we expose them in 3 different monochromatic wavelength of light, red, green, and blue, as well as we also expose them to white light. So they were exposed to different days, 4 times in total study. So we found that the shorter wavelength of light, like blue, so see this graph, the graph on the left hand side is showing the change in axial length, and the graph on the right hand side is showing the change in choroidal thickness. The shorter wavelength of light, that is blue, is reducing axial length, whereas the longer wavelength and middle wavelength, that is red and green, is promoting axial length change. And same is the effect with the white light also. And this is associated with the choroidal thickness. So here the longer and middle wavelength of light is thickening the thinning the choroid, whereas the shorter wavelength, that is blue light, is thickening the choroid. So when we are talking about outdoor light, so there are several studies which has advocated that the public health policies should be incorporated to school level related to outdoor, and they have so these practices are already there in different East Asian countries, including China, Singapore, Taiwan, and such as like exposure to classroom with a bright illumination. So the concept of bright illuminating classrooms, and also the classrooms under a glass ball, so where there is no roof, so enough amount of light will enter inside. So apart from all these structural changes in the classroom, also these studies advocates for different other public health policies, like mandatorily including 1 hour of recess time in the school, taking children to nature, like there is a nature kindergarten program which is conducted which is in practice in Singapore, where children are taken to different national parks in the weekends. And even there is a program of locking classroom during the recess time, so that children don't go inside a classroom during the recess, and they are always exposed to outdoor light. So these sort of public health policies are already practiced in East Asian countries, and also these papers are advocating to incorporate all these public health policies in the right from the beginning of the school ages. Now, again, when we are talking a lot about outdoors, so we should also know a few things related to outdoor, like how does light or illuminance vary between different indoor and outdoor locations, among different outdoor locations, at different time points of a day, in different weather conditions, in different seasons, and with sun protective equipments like hat or caps. And this studies was recently published just I think 2-3 days back. So what we did here was we measured the illuminance level in 9 outdoor locations and 4 indoor locations at different time points of a day, right from morning to evening, in different weather conditions, that is sunny and cloudy, with different sun protective equipments like hat or cap, and in different season, that is summer and winter. So this is for the 4 indoor locations, this result. So among these 4 indoor locations, only 1 indoor location, that is room with multiple large windows, shows that the illuminance level is higher than 1000 lux. But the other 3 indoor locations shows that the illuminance level is lesser than 1000 lux, which is expected. And this effect was seen both on sunny and cloudy days. With regards to the outdoor activities, in the sunny days, so there were, I said earlier that there were 9 outdoor locations where we measured illuminance level. So out of these 9 outdoor locations, only the top 3 outdoor locations, that is open playground, under a glass bowl, and under a translucent artificial shade, the outdoor the illuminance level was consistently higher than 1000 lux. Here you can see this downward heading red arrow. So this red arrow is pointing that the illuminance level was lesser than 1000 lux. So the other 6 location, right from this under a pores facing east to within 4 building, illuminance level was always lesser than 1000 lux. And on the x-axis, you can see the different time points of a day, starting from morning 7 o'clock till the evening 4 o'clock. So irrespective, and the second column is showing the illuminance level with the use of hat, and the third column is showing the illuminance level with the use of cap. So irrespective of use of sun protective device like hat or cap, the top 3 location always showed illuminance level to be higher than 1000 lux compared to other 6 locations. And same was the result that was obtained during the cloudy day. The top 3 location always, even it is a cloudy day, the illuminance level was always higher than 1000 lux compared to other 6 other locations. This is showing the illuminance level in summer and winter season. So there was no significant difference in illuminance level between the 2 different seasons that we found here in 3 different locations, that is open playground, under a glass pole, and canopy. So now, how does the light or illuminance level vary between the outdoor and indoor locations? So yes, clearly from the graph, we saw that there is a difference in the outdoor and indoor location. Indoor location always measured illuminance level lesser than 1000 lux, but outdoor locations, not all outdoor, but there are few outdoor locations which always consistently measured illuminance level greater than 1000 lux. But there are few outdoor locations which measured illuminance level lesser than 1000 lux. Now I am consistently saying why 1000 lux, because there are few studies which have said that if child are exposed to greater than 1000 lux, then it is protective against myopia. Now, among different outdoor locations, clearly we saw from the graph that there is a difference. Even if it is outdoor location, there is a difference in illuminance level. At different time point of a day, yes, there was a difference in illuminance level at different time point of a day also. In different weather condition, no, there was no difference in sunny and cloudy. In different season, whether it is summer season or winter season, there was no significant difference. And with sun protective effect like use of hat or cap, in that condition also there was not much difference in the illuminance level reaching to the eye. So to summarize, time spent outdoors helps in reducing myopia incidence, but reduction in myopia progression, because since it was relatively lesser, so we should critically think about the critically analyze the clinical significance of reduction in myopia progression, because we saw that myopia progression, change in spherical equivalent error, and axial length was not much when exposed to outdoor light. The dose response relationship shows requirement of 7 to 9 hours per week, 10 and 10 hours per week of outdoor exposure to reduce myopia incidence, change in ACR, and change in axial length by 50%. Exposure to shorter wavelength of light is found to be protective against myopia in animal model, and similar evidence was found in human too. Not all outdoors are truly outdoors, and clinicians should be careful while recommending outdoor activities as an anti-myopia strategy. So with this, I would like to end my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohit, for the talk. So I will now hand over to Dr. Sujit, because we will now be having a oration lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan. Let me invite Dr. Padmaja Madam to present a tribute to Dr. P.B. Menon, in whose name we are giving the oration today. Padmaja Madam. Madam, can you hear me?
Sujit, I'm so sorry. I hadn't unmuted myself. Okay. Sujit, I'm sorry. Can I start? You can hear me now, right?
Ma'am, I'll share the slides just now.
Okay. Dr. Pudyaveetal Balakrishna Menon, in whose name Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society is proud to institute this oration, was one of the trailblazers in the field of ophthalmology. He was born on the 2nd of May, 1908, to Pudyakovilagatta, Tekkeketta Pudyakovilagatta Veerarayan Raja and Pudyaveetal Kalyani Amma, being the 4th of 10 siblings. After his initial education at Zamorin's High School, Calicut, and the Government Victoria College at Palakkad, like many in his day, he went on to do his MBBS from Madras Medical College, following which he took a licentiate in ophthalmology the only ophthalmic degree available at that time in India, from the Government Ophthalmic Hospital, Egmore, which is today's RIO, and which after Moorfields was the second eye hospital in the world. His maternal uncle was a practicing ophthalmologist in Manchester who died young of tuberculosis, and this probably had a role in his choice of ophthalmology as a specialty. Returning as an ophthalmologist to Calicut, he was the first qualified ophthalmology specialist in the whole of the Malabar region. He started his private practice in Calicut in 1936 and was simultaneously attached to the government hospital at Calicut, later becoming the honorary ophthalmic surgeon for Calicut. He was the very first person to do a keratoplasty in the Malabar area using indirect sutures, and he presented this patient to the IMA Calicut. He was closely associated with Dr. A.R. Menon, the then Health Minister of Kerala, who was instrumental
Madam, I think
formed and developed, and Dr. P.B. Menon was actively involved in clinically training these MBBS students as well. He was the president of the Calicut IMA from 1953 to 55, and under his presidency, he instituted the formation of a peripheral medical center at Kadalundi. In 1959, he went for a 3-month observership to the prestigious Moorfields Eye Hospital in London, where he attended sessions by the greats of ophthalmology, Keith Lyle, Stallard, and Ridley. And on the side is his notes about the sessions and when he had to attend. So that is in his own handwriting about the sessions that he would be attending. In 1965, he started his very own eye hospital, which he called the Geeta Eye Hospital. It was the first eye hospital of the many which Calicut has since been blessed with. It was renamed the Sai Darshan ENT Clinic when the P.B. Menon Memorial Foundation was formed. He used his experiences abroad to bring about changes both in his clinic as well as in the operation theaters. Dr. P.B. Menon was an active Rotarian. He was a devout follower of Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba, and he was the first convener of the Sri Satya Sai Trust in the whole of Kerala. He was also a strict disciplinarian and was very principled and strict in his ethical code. He was married to Mrs. Leelavati Amma, who belonged to the famous Nalapat family, and was blessed with 2 children. The elder was married to Professor Dr. Vijay Nair, Professor of Surgery at Calicut Medical College. And the younger, of course, is our own Professor Venugopal, who many of us are proud and happy to recognize as our teacher and mentor. Dr. P.B. Menon passed away suddenly on the 16th of December, 1991, aged 83 years at Calicut, and Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society honors itself by honoring the memory of the late Dr. P.B. Menon by instituting this oration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for doing the honors on behalf of Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society. Now, let me invite our President, Dr. Vijayalakshmi, to kindly announce the award for this year to 2021.
Welcome, Professor Honorary Chair. Hope the pronunciation is right. Okay. I'm very much honored and proud to present this first Dr. P.B. Menon Oration Award. Dr. P.B. Menon Oration Award 2021 is awarded to Professor Audrey Shia in recognition of her outstanding contributions in the field of academic and research activities in ophthalmology. Presented on 11th of July 2021 by Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society, Dr. Vijayalakshmi MS, President, and Dr. Sujit V. Nayanar, Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. And now let me ask our scientific committee member, Dr. Dalia Krishnan, to kindly introduce our speaker for oration lecture, Dr. Audrey Shia.
Thank you, Dr. Sujit. Very good morning to all. It is indeed a great honor to introduce the first awardee of Dr. P.B. Menon Oration Award, Dr. Audrey Chia. Dr. Audrey Chia is the head of the Pediatric Ophthalmology and Adult Strabismus Department at Singapore National Eye Centre. She is also the co-director of SNEC Myopia Centre and the co-head of Myopia Research at Singapore Eye Research Institute. She did her graduation from University of Sydney and ophthalmology training from Sydney Eye Hospital. She did her pediatric ophthalmology fellowship from Great Ormond Street Hospital for Children in London. Her research interests include strabismus, amblyopia, retinopathy of prematurity, medical and non-medical control of myopia. Her interests also include functional changes in myopia, amblyopia, retinal dystrophy, and drug-related toxicities. She is best known for her work on the atropine treatment of myopia, the ATOM 1 and the ATOM 2 studies, which has markedly changed the way the myopia is treated around the world. So it is my proud privilege to invite Dr. Audrey Chia to give the first Dr. PB oration lecture. A very hearty welcome, madam, and over to you.
Dr. Audrey, we don't see your slides yet.
Yeah, very sorry. I couldn't unmute myself, so I had to go back out and come back in again. Okay, so let me see. Can you see it now?
Yes, great.
Okay, excellent. I'm just gonna start slideshow. Okay, thanks very much. Truly honored to be a recipient of this award, and very nice to be here to meet up with old friends and also some of your esteemed elders or ophthalmologists who I also consider to be my teachers. So thank you very much for this honor. So I was a little bit taken back, or had to think a little bit when I got the title to this talk, and the title was "The Atom Studies and Its Implication on the Fight of Myopia." So, and that was interesting because I like sometimes a little bit of a challenge. So, to think a little bit about how I was going to present this talk. So, what are the implications of the atom studies? And atom studies, if you know, was started in the 1990s, so quite a while back. And I think what it does represent is the early recognition of myopia as a public health problem, as a potential public health by our very early clinicians in Singapore. And just like you stand on the shoulders of your giants, we do ourselves, and acknowledge the efforts of the late Professor Chu Sik Jin and Arthur Lim to have started these programs on myopia, and also to have started the Singapore Eye Research, in which we were able to do studies on myopia. I think the other thing the atom studies did was the start of using evidence-based medicine, and the start of doing RCTs and looking at the different sorts of therapies available, because at that time we had very, very little information on what to do and how to do things. And from the atom studies, we've learned a lot about how atropine works on the eye. And I think that has guided a little bit on how we started using atropine in the beginning and now. And I wanted to talk a little bit about how atropine fits into the whole myopia fight going onwards towards the future. So I think in the 80s, 1990s, we started to have our myopia problem in Singapore. I think you're starting at the moment, but we started way back over this time period in the 1980s, 1990s. So if you look at the population studies of prevalence of myopia before, people born before the 1960s, the people who are now 60 plus year old, it was only about 30 to 40% in an urban setting. And you can see that there was a steep increase, so that after people born in the 1980s, you now have a prevalence rate of about 80%. And this was a phenomenon that was seen in a lot of East Asian urban cities like Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and a little bit later in South Korea, that we had this steep increase. So although Dr. Pawan was showing us how it was a linear increase, I just maybe a little word of caution that it might actually be a little bit more exponential than that. So maybe had to plan a little bit for that as well. But what we do know now is that around about 7% of our 5-year-olds are myopic, and around about 10% of our 6-year-olds, going up to about 60% of our 12-year-old. And we know from a very old study at that time that already 80% of our 18-year-old boys who attend army, or all boys attend army in Singapore, were myopic, and about at that time 13%. We've been since following it with our school health service, and what we can say, at least in the last 1 or 2 decades, it's been pretty stable at about 80%, and the high myopia rate we estimate to be maybe about 15 to 20% at this current time. So what we were always worried about was the economic, social costs of myopia on an individual level. So for a person who suddenly gets a macular bleed or a retinal detachment, the impact on them, and also on the healthcare needs as our population ages. So all those people born after 1980s starts to go on to the 40s, 50s, 60s, how much burden will they put in our healthcare system, and also the cost to our society. And there have been certain studies done to sort of project costs and how much it does cost. And you can see that it's quite alarming. You can get several million, almost $1 billion per year costs in Singapore. And as the myopia rates start to increase around the world, even in the West, it's estimated that this will exponentially increase as well, and we'll get a lot of burden and costs from myopia all around the world. And hence the large interest now in myopia prevention. So in terms of doing randomized control trials, I think at the Singapore Eye Research Institute, we've had quite a long history. And the thing about randomized control trials is they're really expensive. You got to get funding for it, which is sometimes not easy. You got to plan for it. It's time consuming. It's a lot of work once you do it. And then once you're in there, you're pretty much stuck to the end of the study. So you got to be very patient and push through. And then sometimes the results can be quite uncertain. So if you look at if you look at the studies that were done, very early on, about the same time as the ATOM-1 studies, we're looking at progressive glasses at that time. And we also had a brief period we tried high plus glasses for about 30 minutes a day. And what we did find in those studies that there were not any significant effect. We also did some studies on rigid contact lenses. And again, now we know that rigid single vision contact lenses don't do much of anything. Then we had the piracetam gel studies. Piracetam is a more selective M1 muscarinic receptor, and we were thinking that perhaps these children have less pupil dilation and blur, and it did work, but it seemed a bit less effective than atropine. So we went back to the ATOM-2 studies, in which we looked at different doses, and then we moved on. Now we're doing the ATOM-3 studies and looking at children not yet myopic, whether we can prevent onset of high myopia in these children. And just very recently this year started on a multifocal contact lens study as part of a multi-centered trial. So I think having a research center sort of dedicated a team really helped us to do all these studies. So let's talk a little bit about the ATOM study. So the ATOM studies were randomized, double mask, controlled studies that we did. The very first study, the ATOM-1, was done in the 1990s, ending in the 2000s, and the second one was a decade later. And what we did then was looked at children 6 to 12 years, had 4 monthly follow-ups. The endpoint measures were cycloplegic auto-refraction, and the axial line measures were done with B-scan in the ATOM-1 and IOL master in the ATOM-2. And the safety measures that we looked at were pupil size, both in esophageal and photopic conditions, accommodation, other side effects like allergy, eye irritation, and systemic effects. We looked at a bit of compliance, which was pretty good in the ATOM 1 and 2 study, about 11 to 15% lost to follow up. And we also followed the children who didn't want to be on the trial as an intentional treat model. Okay. So what we can see is that we got ATOM-1 at the top, ATOM-2 at the bottom here. And in the ATOM-1 study, we only started one eye in the group that had atropine, and the other eye was untreated. So we actually had one eye treated and 3 eyes untreated in the ATOM-1 study, and that enabled us to compare between the groups as well as between the individual, which is quite interesting. What we know was that the baseline mean age was around about 9 years in both studies. It was a little bit more myopia in the second study than the first study, so that was mainly the main difference. Also in the ATOM-2 study, we treated the children for 2 years and then had 1 year of washout. And then after that, those children that progressed more than 0.5 diopters, we started them again on treatment. So some of you may have seen this graph. This is the composite of the ATOM-1, ATOM-2 put together to sort of demonstrate the effects of atropine. And what you can see here in this first bit, in the first 2 years, where all the children were treated with medication, and this was the placebo in the open triangle group. This was the placebo group. And then we also had the ATOM, the 1% group, which you see this hyperopic shift. It went backwards, and then it started to increase. These are the ATOM-2, 0.5, 0.1, and 0.01%. And to our surprise, actually, 0.01% did much better than we expected. We thought that it would be more like the placebo group, but in fact, you can see all the groups progress a little bit in the first year and stabilize a bit in the second year. The other interesting thing that the ATOM study provided us was washout, because at that time, very, very few studies were doing washout. And when you washed out the patients for 1 year and just followed them, you had this reverse of rapid progression in the high doses group and less so in the low doses group. So that what happened was in the 0.5% group, for example, about 70% of children progressed more than 0.5 diopters, whereas in the 0.01% group, it was only 24%. So what we could see here was there was a lot more rebound in the higher doses. And the last thing we did was we started the children for another 2 years on the treatment of those that progress. So we started them on 0.01. So let's say in this line here, it would be 25% on the 0.01 and 75% on no treatment. And we monitored them over time. And what we can say is that when you have this big rebound and you start back again, you just need a lot more. You cannot go back to the lower doses. You might need to hit them harder because they're really like accelerating ahead. So the thing that we learned from this is, number one, don't stop them suddenly. And number two is sort of like lower doses are safer. So we can see that, say, in the 0.01 group, at the end of the 60-year mark, the end of the 5-year study, they had a quite similar progression to the placebo group in the 30-month group. So that's why we said it's roughly about 50% in the ATOM-2, 0.01%, because in the ATOM-2, we did not really have a placebo group. So what happens when you stop, you see this rebound, but can we learn a little bit about who rebounded and who did not? So if you look at this table, we have here the retreated children. So these were obviously the children that rebounded, and the untreated children, and these were the children that obviously were quite stable. And the first thing we can see, the children that did not rebound were a lot older. Okay, they were like 10 years compared to about 8 to 9 years here. And the second thing is you can see the year before they stopped, they were pretty flat. Okay, compared to this group where they were just progressing. So looking more at the rebound group, you could see two things. You can see here the age in which they were started, so, and also how much rebound there was. So you can see in the higher doses, this darker bars, you can see they had a lot more rebound than the lower doses in every age group. And you can see also that as the older, they have less rebound. So that if you have a child that started about 10 to 13, that means about 12 to 15 when you stop, the risk of rebound was about 8% in the low dose, whereas it was still around about 30-40% in the high dose. We also know that in looking at the ATOM-1 study in the 1%, that there were actually children, even on 1% dose every day, that did not respond so well. And these children are the younger children with higher baseline. And when we looked at the progression in the other eye, there were a lot more. So these were the highly progressive children and also with a family history of myopia. So we know that in these children, we just need to be a lot more careful. The side effects of atropine, of course, as the doses go up, you're going to have more side effects. So you can see in the 0.01%, we had only a 1 millimeter increase in pupil size, whereas in the higher doses, we had a 4 millimeters increase in pupil size. So of course, this will cause a lot more glare. We also had a lot more loss of accommodation in the higher doses. So in the ATOM-2 study, we did tell them, you needed progressive and tint, tell us and we'll give it to you. And these were the rates of children that required a progressive and tinted glasses, a lot more in the higher doses and very little in the lower doses. The other most common allergy that we got, a common side effect was allergy, which occurred about 4% in the ATOM, in the 1%, and about 1% in the 0.01%. A lot of times this were quite mild, but there were occasional child that had quite red eyes and lid allergies, and we had to stop the medicine. So other stuff, good things about RCTs and stuff, you get lots and lots of data. And this was a paper one of my colleagues, Dr. Kumaran, did looking at what happened. And we want to see, this is the ATOM-1 study, we want to see what happens in this hyperopic shift. Was it sort of like, what was it related? What was it due to? Okay, we had this hyperopic shift in the atropine. You can see it's mirrored very much to the axial length. You also had a decrease in axial length occurring over here. And it seems that the main factor that account for this was actually a decrease in your vitreous chamber depth. The other parameters were quite stable, but what you did also notice was that lens thickness decreased well on atropine and then rebounded back up to normal levels after you stopped atropine. We also know in these sub-studies that atropine had very little effect on astigmatism, because there was also a fear that, if you give atropine, maybe you will cause the astigmatism to get worse, but it did not seem to have any effect. It also had no effect on eye pressure, and we know that in the ATOM-1 study that pupil accommodation returned to almost placebo levels after you stop the atropine. We've also did some multifocal studies, and what we did find was that the daily dose of atropine did not affect the macular function as measured by multifocal ERG. And we did notice that all myopic children had a decline in cone function over time, but it wasn't faster in the children that were on higher doses of atropine. So the key findings of the ATOM study was that the ATOM-1 showed that there was definitely an effect on 1%. So at that time when it was still quite dubious, how much effect was, this showed that. And the second thing was we, for the first time, had washout data, and then this maybe demonstrates the importance of all our myopia trials, that we should have some washout to see what happens when children stop so we can have better advice. In the ATOM-2, we showed that very low doses could also slow myopia, and this has led to a whole lot of other studies, and especially the LAMP studies that show that even low doses of atropine, you have this dose-related effect, and maybe higher low doses could have a stronger effect than the 0.01% dose. We also showed that the effect on spherical equivalent can vary, and it's important to monitor both. And that younger children and higher myopia and family history, they respond poorer, and those are the ones we have to watch a bit closer. And there is a failure rate with atropine, about 1% even on high dose. What the studies don't tell us, unfortunately, is anyone you excluded. So very young children, very old children, like the teenagers and stuff, children with very high, very low myopia, very high estate. And what we don't know is which children, can we not predict which children respond well, what to do about it, and how and when we stop. So that we had to do, we had to watch our clinical effects to learn a little bit more. So how does the studies compare with other RCTs? And just a word of caution here, other RCTs, you need to know that, you need to compare light with light. And unfortunately, there's different age ranges, different myopia ranges, different sample sizes, different duration, different doses of cyclopedia, different formula used, preservative, non-preservative, and the studies that show that this sometimes matters and how much gets into the eye, and compliance and loss to follow, etc. All these matter when you're sort of comparing across studies. So let's see, the blue ones here are the atom studies, okay? And this is the increasing dose. This is the LAMP study, and you can see this dose effect in very low doses. And you can, if you look at the spherical change over 1 year, you can see that here you're expecting sort of a good effect to be, much less than 0.4 diopters per year. But again, age matters. So we know that younger children progress a lot more. So now clinical cohort, we know that younger children are going to perhaps more than 1 diopter or more, whereas younger children over the age of 9 are going to progress less. We also know in our clinical studies that clinics that younger children less than 8 years old can go up sometimes to 0.4, 0.6 millimeters a year, whereas older children will be more average about 0.3 diopters a year. So we in this will guide us a little bit about what we accept as a good response, in different age groups and things. So how does this influence it? We basically at the moment start anyone with a document progression of myopia, especially if you think that they're high risk, like those early onset children. The dose, we've gone from whole range at first 1%, then the O down to 0.1, and now using a range of low doses. And we monitor both spherical equivalent and axial length, although some places do not have axial length measures, so they might only have to depend on spherical equivalent. We know that there's variation, and we know that we need to watch out for those younger children with high myopia. And we know that the dose, if it's not responding so well, we can increase the doses, or nowadays we can also add myopic control glasses or contact lenses. And we do know that we cannot stop the high doses suddenly, and what we've done over time is do a slow taper. So this, for example, is how we might use high-dose atropine. So this is a child, this is every one block here, 6 months, is 8 years old, it's got minus 3.5 in one eye, minus 5 in the left eye. And this child was started on a high-dose atropine, 1%, 3 times a week, you see the hyperopic shift. And then when you decrease to 2 times, you get a bit of rebound, and then it stabilizes again. And what we would do is taper it off slowly, stop around about when it's stable, and then watch and see. Because sometimes, nowadays you have to watch a bit longer, because sometimes it might increase again there. And then the question is whether other treatments like glasses or contact lenses will help in this older group. So this is another case. We have an 8-year-old kid. There's about -2, and this is quite slow red. And we said, okay, maybe we'll just watch. Doesn't look as if it's going to go very high. The parents are not so keen, but it has this large increase of myopia. So we start the child on 0.01%. Spherical looks pretty good, but we watch the axial length. You actually have a pre-myopia increase about almost 1 millimeter, half that in the first year, and then less and less over time. So in this case, you might, in now day and age, you might say, oh, maybe I'll start a slightly higher low dose because of this rapid increase and things. Although we're just starting to play with them various doses of low dose atropine. So I think we'll just find out your equivalent as we go. This is another case, a child is 7 years old, 200 here. You start on the low dose, it seems to be better, but still progressing both in spherical and axial length. In this day and age, we'll probably consider glasses or contact lenses modalities at this time, so as not to increase the dose. But you can also increase the dose. That's another option, depending on what parents wish. But it can be frustrating sometimes, and some children, they keep going up, and then you have to think about other modalities to combine them with. So we're always looking, for new and more effective treatment to control. Atropine can be a first-line treatment, or nowadays it can be a second-line treatment. In Singapore terms, it's more cost-effective than others, and we know that it's safe, effective, and very low doses. It can be also combined with other things, and studies now that show that there is a supplemental effect. And then we, of course, like as in the ATOM-3 study, we can use it to see whether we can prevent onset of myopia. But in terms of where it fits into the fight of myopia, we've talked about environmental things, we've talked about optical things and pharmacological things. And I think it just depends on the measure of efficacy or safety, depending on the ages and stuff like that, how acceptable it is by doctors and patients. how available it is, because sometimes you can't get all you need in a country, so you have to make do with what you have. Whether it is accessible to your patients, and the other factor is the cost. And in Singapore, for example, we've got the contact lenses being the most expensive, followed by the glasses, and then by atropine in our setting, but it might be different in your setting. So in other words, I think through ATOM studies and all our international efforts and everybody's efforts, we now know a lot more of myopia than we did when we first started the ATOM studies. We know why it occurs, we know the risk, complication, and costs. And I hope that, through our work that we've contributed in some way, and we do live in very interesting times, and we'll continue to explore even better treatment to add to our armamentarium as we fight with myopia together. Thank you very much.
Fantastic talk, Dr. Aditya. Thank you so much for all your insights and adding a new dimension to our Indian myopia scenario. So I will quickly invite the other panelists also to join the discussion, and then we will take a couple of questions from the audience as well. So everybody who is watching now, you can drop in your questions in the chat box, and then we will take it up. So now I will invite Professor Pradeep Sharma, Dr. Leela Mohan, Dr. Lakshmi, Dr. Meena, and Dr. Nirmal to join the panel discussion, please. So as I said, please throw in your questions in the chat box. We will take it up. You can ask any question to anybody here in the panel. So while other questions comes up, maybe Dr. Chia, I will start with a couple of questions. Although you said that ATOM studies do not address this, but you have heaps of experience in the clinic. When do you actually stop atropine? There are two cases now. One, it's working. Number two, it's not working. Now, when do you decide that, hey, I don't want to proceed with atropine anymore?
Yeah, so I think it depends on what you have, as I said. So if it's working really well, then, if the studies show that, if it's sort of very stable in the last year, both perical and axial length, then you can sort of sort of taper it off. So in our setting, and you've worked in Singapore, our school setting, we have a primary school that ends at 6 years old. There's this big, important exam at primary 6 where the children are 12, where they study really, really hard. And then they go to secondary school where they can relax a little bit, kind of stuff. So there's always this, we sort of continue the drop to about 12, until they had a big exam, said, okay, you're steady now, I'm gonna cut you down and stop it slowly. But every child's very individual. Sometimes you cut down and they are fine, and sometimes they're not. There are two ways of going. You can basically stop suddenly if you want, but the problem of doing that, if it goes up, then it's very painful, because all the hard work that the parents done over the years is just wasted in about 6 months. So normally I found the better way to do is just taper it down and keep that down a bit longer, and then if you cut down a few drops and then okay, and then the next time cut down a bit again and slowly bring them off, and you start to increase again, you slow down and increase the dose a bit and tailor it a little bit to what they need. Now, if they're not working, then the question is, what do you do? So you can either go the full atropine track and start increasing the doses. And a little bit was a discussion of parents, because that they have side effects from the high doses. But having said that, in Singapore for about 10, 15 years, we were using atropine 1% every day for many, many children. So we're quite used to using it. It doesn't seem to be a problem, so much of a problem, a barrier to psychologically to us. But I do think that if the atropine dose of 1%, if you're using it more than 3 times a week and it's not working, it's probably not going to work every day. So normally my highest is about 2 times a week. And then if I really push, I'll go 3 times a week. But I'm sort of thinking that maybe in that 10% that don't work, okay? So nowadays, there are different options before you get to the high dose, because when you get to 1%, you're going to get blur, glare, and everything. And I don't think it goes so well with your contact lenses and glasses, your DIMS glasses or your MySight or multifocal contact lenses, because you get this blur and the blur kind of stuff. So, before they get to high doses, I'll probably talk to them about, okay, usually at that stage, a bit older too, that 9-year-old group, where we do know that, let's say the glasses work better, and and the contact lenses are more acceptable. So it's time to talk about that to see whether you can combine them together. And then I will probably combine it and then slowly taper off the atropine if I find a good response, and then keep them on the other modality. But what we do find nowadays is that a lot of the children come in and the parents are extra concerned, okay, in Singapore term, kiasu, okay, usually I'm sure you know about, so they're extra concerned about it, and sometimes they say, I want both, so that we're starting them on, let's say, glasses and eye drops at the same time. But with the glasses, it being very, very new, and it's hard to say because, all the studies on glasses and contact lenses seem to start at 8 years old. So we sometimes have children in Singapore, maybe not so much in your setting, that are 7 years old and they're still progressing on atropine, which we know they will because, they're the ones that will need more atropine to control. Then you got to think, am I going to sort of like start them or not at that age, or go up higher dose of atropine and things. So this is a discussion with parents together. And I think we're still feeling our way how to combine things and stuff.
Thank you, Dr. Shreya. That was a wonderful talk from first-hand talk about atropine studies. I just would like to know, when you go for the atropine 1%, do you, on the first visit itself, start giving bifocals or wait?
Usually if I go to anything above 0.5%, I just tell them they need it because they probably will. Okay, so I'll just give it to them. The time that I'm sort of iffy is when they're like, sometimes it's the 0.1%. And I find that that's 50-50. 50% of them will need it and 50% wouldn't. So I always tell them, just use it first, and then if you need to, then go get it. So that's what I would usually do. But for the 1%, most of the time I'll just give it because I think they probably will benefit. Yeah.
I'm also surprised that 0.01%, you had 7% who needed an additional add or tinted glasses. Because here we have not seen so much of a photophobia or accommodation deficit precluding studies.
Yeah, it's quite amazing sometimes with the 0.01%. Some of the children have quite large pupils because, the mean, you say it's 1 millimeter, but some of them are really large, and maybe because their baseline was quite large already. But yeah, some of them are quite large. Now, having said that, a lot of them after 1 or 2 months, they feel that, or 1 or 2 weeks, they feel that, oh, it's okay, I don't need the glasses anymore, or I don't feel so glary or blurry anymore, that I get used to it a little bit. So sometimes I tell them, wait a little bit and see 1 or 2 weeks and see how you go, and you need it, then go get it. So I don't have a qualm. If they feel they need it, I'll just say go get it. So I think there will always be a small percentage of children that even in the placebo group also, we found some children that wanted it. So I think it's just a subjective thing. Yeah.
Have you, those non-responders or those who have progressed further, have you been looking at the dysphoria part of it, or a lack of accommodation?
Okay. Actually, not so much. I get your view, but I think with atropine, maybe not as important as the glasses, kind of accommodation and stuff. So, I'm not sure about your Indian context, but a lot of our children have a bit of exophoria, not so much exotropia, but exophoria for near especially. And nowadays we watch it a lot closer because if they do have a squint, the question then is whether or not we should give them glasses, okay, like the DIMS glasses, because if they are misaligned, will the DIMS glasses work as well? And I've seen one child who had an exophoria that went to XT after the DIMS glasses, and we're going like, okay, is it because of the glasses? And it went out slightly blur, but if you use the glasses, it doesn't seem too bad, but maybe it's enough to just tip them over that the strabismus gets a little bit worse. Yeah. So yes, a consideration now. We do look at the squint quite carefully because of that reason. Can we add glasses or not? Will the squint get worse on atropine, especially high dose atropine when it's got blurry? Will it get worse and effect? But in the past, I remember we used to say, okay, what's more important, the squint or the myopia? And if the myopia is really go out of control, we say, okay, let's just control the myopia now. It's growing. We'll worry about squint when they're older, kind of stuff, and do their surgery and stuff as necessary.
Audrey, it was really wonderful to listen to you. It was really refreshing and getting so much information from the right man who has been doing all this work, right person.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma.
What are your views about these blue-ray glasses nowadays that many of the optometrists and many opticians are propagating for children who are doing near work? So
yeah, I don't really know whether there's any evidence at all about blue blocking lenses helping with myopia, and going with your study, which blue light seems to
that's why I was asking, because that
seems
would
to be a bit seems a bit contrary. So I normally tell the thing I tell parents is that number one, there's no evidence, and number two, maybe the blue is helping because we're asking them to go out where the blue density is more. So if you block that, as you sort of contradict your effect kind of stuff. And basically, I don't think our children go out enough, in the Singapore kids anyway, to get exposed to enough UV or blue light anyway. So I don't think it's really necessary. But it seems almost every child has it now. It's like a selling point. So I'll just tell them, okay, not necessary if they wanted to. But I think they're also saying it helps them in terms of the screen and damage of the eye and stuff. But so I'm not sure. I'm really interested to see what your doctors think as well, because I usually say, oh, okay, yeah, if you want to, but I don't think it has any effect. It's the same with vitamins and stuff like that. Some people have this idea that certain vitamins, and I would say that, oh, I don't know, the diet's getting better and better. I don't know, you need to supplement it anymore because already, all the kids have lots of nutrient already. Maybe that's the problem, kind of stuff rather than anything else. So of course, no evidence of that. Please do not starve your children. So it's a balance of thing. I think lately we had a lot of people, especially in the Chinese traditional medicine, about magnets and acupuncture and massage and stuff like that. I'm sure you have your own Indian versions of it as well. And it's a matter of education, because some of these alternative therapies, it's sort of like quite expensive, so people charge quite a lot for these. There's no evidence at all that they help.
Just to add to that point, Dr. Audrey, there's a paper that has come up recently in the Ophthalmology Journal, I believe, or American Academy of Ophthalmology, that's investigated the role of blue blocking lenses in relieving the astenopic symptoms. And it's a randomized clinical trial. The evidence is out to say that it does not do any good in the astenopic symptoms. So given that blue light sort of is inhibiting the myopia or elongation, so we are also going in that direction. Well, there's no evidence yet. So if it's not mandatory that you have to take it, and there is evidence to say that it doesn't work in removing the astenopic symptoms.
Should we be using rather blue light to filter, to encourage more blue light to reduce myopia?
Exactly.
That would be
right.
So
there are, in the other side, there are these that are transmitting violet light, transmitting blue light. So one is totally opposite, but the companies are looking at something else as well.
Yeah, I think there's some quite interesting publications that you might see soon about the devices that provide different colored lights and things, and the question is how, I think the next frontier is what chromaticity and how, but we need to be a bit careful because the animal studies seem to vary. I'm not sure. Maybe Dr. Rohit can comment a little bit. But there's although in the chicken models that we did in Singapore, I said, oh, blue is better, blue than red. But then there's some monkey models that show that red's better than blue. So I really, at the moment, I don't know what to advise at the moment. So I just say, make it brighter, that's all kind of stuff. And if your choice, put like daylight, rather than yellow light kind of stuff in your houses and stuff. And I do sometimes, no evidence, of course, but I say, oh, you can get this lux meter through your phone, your Android phones, and I get them to download the app and say, just make sure it's above 500, 600 lux if you can, and that kind of stuff. But 1000 is very uncomfortable indoors. I'm not sure if you tried that, but it is very bright. Yeah.
I will ask Rohit to comment on that, and then we will.
One doubt, madam, it is a great study. Can you once more explain from starting with the 1% atropine, then how will you tapering to 0.01? What is schedule or anything? What is the frequency or for our PGs and postgraduate students? What is the frequency?
Okay, I'll also cover that, and then maybe Dr. Rohit can talk about the light things. Okay, so normally in the past when you use 1%, nowadays, if I'm going for 1%, and for a short period of time we had no low dose, so I was using the 1%, I'll start twice a week. and see how it goes. And then if they're okay, I might say, okay, continue twice a week for a period of time, and then say, okay, cut down to 1 week twice, 1 week once, 1 week twice, 1 week once, and then gradually to once a week. But sometimes you can also start once a week and then see, and then increase it twice a week if you need to. Then when you taper, rather than go for dose, I find that it may be easier to taper in frequency. So like if you go twice a week, then you go 2-1, 2-1 for a little while, then you go once a week. Then I go really, really slow, and I go like every sort of 10 days for a little while, every 2 weeks for a little while. I'm not sure if this is necessary, but I just go very, very slow off, because they can have a quite amazing rebound if you stop suddenly. Yeah. So very, very, very slow taper of the high dose. Yeah.
So finally, 0.01 you will maintain. 0.01 will be maintained how long?
So there are few theories. If you look at the result from the ATOM 2, and it's just Singapore kids, so it might be different in different countries and things, and there's individual variation. You can basically either stop suddenly and say to the parents, okay, at sort of like 12 years old, and say to the parents, basically, 8% of you will increase. You could, but clinically, what I find is sometimes if I stop too suddenly, they go up, and then I'm not sure about Indian parents, but Singapore parents, if they go out a little bit, they really are very upset. So I would just go very slowly. And sometimes I'll go, okay, let's put it 6 times a week first, and then we'll go 6 times a week for 3 months, and 5 times a week for 3 months, see how it goes in 6 months' time. And then if it's okay, cut down every 3 months, 1 drop, so that they're off it slowly. Maybe totally unnecessary, but it's just that, if they go up, then what do you go up to? Do you increase back to the normal, and then you got to go start slowly again. So it just delays the whole thing. So I rather taper it slowly, show the parents, look, it's still okay. Okay, we're going to cut down some more, and then slowly get them off that way.
Thank you.
Dr. Shia, I just had a doubt. If we are not responding to 0.01%, then do we step up to the 0.5 directly or to the 1% directly? And how long do you wait before, or is it age dependent?
I think nowadays, because it depends again what you have in your country. We have 0.01, we have 0.025, we got 0.05, we got 1.0, we don't have 0.5, then we got 1%. But other people will have different things. So currently what I'm doing, if it start from 0.01, I'll go to 0.025 and then 0.5. And it depends. If we're worried, I'll see them 3 months. And if they're going up, I'll just increase. I don't think the 0.05 in our Asian eyes have a lot of issues, although some of them will have glandular, because sometimes they will have it even at 0.01%. But I think you could increase it that way. In the past, when we didn't have it, I used to use the 0.01 twice a day, and I think you can do that as well, and then cut down from there. I sort of only get very anxious if I got to go down to 0.5 and 1%, because then I know it's going to be very long to slow down. I know that if it doesn't work, it's very hard to combine it with other things like the contact lenses and the glasses. Yeah, so before going to the higher doses, I might say, okay, up to the 0.1, perhaps I can still combine, but beyond that, I may not. Having said that, I have a child that's on 1% that I've started on multifocal contact lenses, because I was thinking she doesn't have much glare, the 1%. So, she has that, and just get to wear a cap and all kind of stuff. So, so sometimes you can do that. The child tolerates that quite well, and see what the effect is. Yeah.
Professor Shia, how is refraction monitored in Singapore Eye Center? I mean, in your study, I saw that you were taking after cycloplegia 5 readings with autorefractometer, and I think we are still in a place where manual refraction is considered to be gold standard. So how do you do it there, and how do you follow it up there?
Yeah, I guess the only thing, if you don't put cycloplegia in, you might overestimate your myopia with the auto-refract, in which case maybe it's better to just do a manifest rather than do an auto-refract in a non-cycloplegic eye, to see how the progression is. Yeah.
So you always prefer autorefractometer to do the dilated refraction?
Not really. We look at both, but usually if we cyclo, we usually have a cyclo refract. That means we cyclo them, and then the optometrist puts the lenses in and gets to 6.6, and we usually use that degree. We used to use axial length once a year, but now we try to use axial length, especially the ones that progress every visit, because we'll look at the last, I think, 2-3 years, I've been watching the axial length a lot more than I used before. But I do know it's tough in some places where, it's doing axial length is difficult because you don't have the machine, or because the resources is so busy, you can't really, send the kids over to do it unless you have it there in your clinic and stuff. So it depends on your practice. But if you do use just spherical equivalent alone, especially in the young children, you might want to err on the side of a little bit more of dose rather than the lower dose, because they might underneath it still be progressing in terms of axial length. Yeah.
Just to add to that point, Dr. Nimal,
yes.
I think retinoscopy still stands high.
Okay.
Because you're giving a target that's far away. If it's autorefractor closed field, the target is within the instrument.
Exactly.
Is some sort of nearness of the target that could kick in a bit of wrong reading. But we do have open field autorefractor, not autorefractor, but you can give a target at whatever distance you want. That's also good. I'm sure we will hear more polls from Dr. Monica Chaudhary, who will be the next speaker, but open field autorefractor is also good as well. So I will stop the discussion on atropine for 1 minute, go to environment, then come back and take questions on the atropine again. So environment, Rohit, anything that you want to add with regards to the environment?
Can I ask one question to Dr. Pawan?
Yes. Sure.
Are these EDOF lenses available in
Yes,
India?
madam. They are available in India. There are a couple of companies that they do it. We work with a company called SEAL. They have distributor in India. So we do dispense it. Rohit, over to you with regards to the addressing the point of the animal studies indicate blue and red discrepancy, but humans are there's only one study, if you ask me, one from US and one from. So how do you see that the discrepancy in animals versus humans?
Yeah, so like animal studies, although they're so promising kind of evidence they give, that the shorter wavelength of light, like blue and violet, are protective against myopia. But yeah, like you said, the longer wavelength, basically the red light. So they are showing a controversial sort of in trees, rhew, and rhesus monkey. They are protective, but they are not in guinea pigs and chicks. So when considering about human, I think there is a scanty literature, just one from US, like you said, and one from our lab. And both of them, they are showing that shorter wavelength of light, like blue, is protective compared to middle and longer. But yeah, we should wait for more evidence to come in case of human. More RCTs should come, longitudinal studies should come, and then only we can comment on what sort of wavelength. Because we also have to see the adverse effect. So there are many literature which says that long-term exposure to blue might cause cataract and all those macular damages, all those things. So we should wait for the adverse effect of all these shorter wavelength of light, then only we can bring it to practice, clinical practice.
All right, thank you. So I was reading this discussion from this animal model, why red light sort of went in opposite direction. In the discussion, the authors, Earl Smith and team and the others have indicated that monkeys sort of erroneously detecting the signals in a wrong way. So this is the data coming out from, I don't know why only monkeys are erroneously detecting the signals, but we have to wait and watch, like Rohit has already indicated. So any more questions related to the environment? And then there are a couple of questions.
Not really. I just want the panel's opinion. I've always wondered whether the spurt of growth, the height, has a lot of papers have been published regarding the association of myopia axial length growth with the growth spurt. Have you looked into these factors also with the growth? Because sometimes we see there is no progression at all for a long time. Then you see suddenly that there is an increase in myopia progression. And whether you have seen any correlation with that, and whether you have studies also have been in any way shown these things?
I think there are a couple of papers from Singapore itself. There are not many, first of all, looking at the puberty.
Hong Kong studies are also there.
Right.
With the growth
I think
and height.
I think the evidence is mixed. There's nothing like a straightforward answer to that. I think that that's one of the areas that we have to explore a bit more in detail. Growth spurts. the puberty association with puberty, how that will trigger things. Dr. Audrey, any comments on that, please?
Yeah, I mean, you sort of like feel that, okay, the children grow and usually it's 12, 13 kind of stuff. But in terms of using it, atropine and stuff, it doesn't seem to have that much of an effect. Like you sort of think that, oh, maybe if that was the case, then you probably had to continue it until 14, 15 and make sure they start growing. But it's not so much an effect. Now, the question is whether there's a difference between axial length growth and spherical growth, and whether it's an even growth of the eye or longitudinal growth of the eye. And as the eye grows at different stages, is there this different proportion? Because we know that if it goes long like this, then there's more effect than if it just goes all the way like this. So I think the jury is still out, but we are monitoring height now as part of our myopia center, and all the kids have a height. And we hope to maybe get some real-time data as we go along. But yeah. So if you think of that, wouldn't taller people have longer axial lengths? And they do. Men have longer axial lengths. The females and all kind of stuff, we do know that. But are people who are longer and have smaller eye less risk than shorter people with longer eye? That sort of theory kind of stuff. Hard to say. But in terms of progression, I can't really pinpoint a definite relationship.
Right. There's one question in the chat box, Dr. Audrey, to you. At what age do you think we can start atropine? Is it anybody, or there's a cutoff?
Yeah, it depends. The most common kids that we see in our practice would be children coming in 6, 7 years old with the first pair of glasses. That's where the parents start to worry. We got schoolhouse screening in Singapore, and they fail the test, and then they come in, and usually at that age they are myopic kind of stuff, and then parents start to worry about it and stuff. So sometimes when they're really low, like they're just like the 100 kind of stuff, I sort of say, okay, why don't we just watch for a little while, because they're still low, like watch for 6 months and see how. And sometimes they can just hover around there for a little low, but then sometimes they start to increase, like that example I gave. And sometimes they can hover over the long period for a very long period of time. So it's a discussion with the parents, I think. If it's very low, then and we might say, okay, let's just watch a bit. You got a little bit of leeway, do good eye habits and stuff. But if it's very high and it looks as if it's progressed, especially there's a strong family history, sometimes I just start, because you just worry that you lose the boat, and the next time they come in, there might be another 50 more, and then so it just adds up.
So maybe I will ask you this question a different way. What is the minimum age of the child on whom you put an atropine so far?
3 years old. Yeah, okay. But at like sort of like, I don't know whether this is going to work, but we have no choice. It looks going up, and definitely glaucoma and everything else.
Yeah.
But usually 4 is my limit. I think they started one kid that's 3 on it. Most kids I start to debate whether it's 4 years old, especially they got some progression, kind of stuff. Right. So 4 years old is like, and then you question now is what dose do you start, that kind of stuff. Can you start the lowest dose first and then see how they go, because maybe it's enough? Or do you hit it with a higher low dose and go from there? I'm not quite sure how that will work. It's again a discussion with parents say, oh, small side effects, which way do you want to go? And some parents will say, I just hit me harder first and then we'll worry about it. And I think that's totally valid. It's coming from a setting that we receive 1% every day for many years. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. So I think Dr.
Pawan, one question.
Just
you explain the importance of exposure to sunlight and everything. At least 1 hour per week or something. Is there any timing, morning, evening, or noon? Or the yoga people says every early morning sunlight is better. So for these children also any timing, because UV light also will be more higher in morning and everything. So what is the best timing for exposure?
So Dr. Andrews, the story is we rely on the brightness of the light. So say after sunrise, before sunset. Now, if illuminance, the brightness of the light matters, then anywhere after sunrise to sunset might be good enough to go out. The studies related to UV are indicating UV is protective, so we have to wait for evidence.
Yes.
To come
but morning light has more UV exposure, that's why.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Dr. Pawan, there's a question in the chat box. How do we calculate the plus refraction needed in the periphery?
Studies have indicated that you can go and give about +2 at least. So you look at the lag of accommodation, for example, the lag, let's say it goes up to half a diopter to 1 diopter. So when you look at peripheral, even if somebody is doing near work, the ray should be myopic in the periphery. So you want more than 2 diopters at least. The studies that are, the lenses that are commercially available use about 2.5 diopter plus, and the recent lenses use 1.5 as well. But the designs are different. So at least you're looking at 1.5 to 2 diopter. There are few lenses that induce +4 also in the periphery. So I would say there is nothing like cutoff that you have to use by looking at how much is the peripheral defocus. The lenses that are available to us at the moment start from +1.5.
Okay, one more question in the chat box. What is the progression one treats as significant?
I mean, if you're looking at the refractive error change, I would say half a diopter is good enough for us to say that there is progression. We can put them on something. But you can always look at the axial length changes. Axial length changes can pick up very small things. So we look at 100 microns change, which is 0.1 mm. So 0.3 mm corresponds to 1 diopter, let's say. So we equate it to 0.1 mm, which is very easy to say, okay, eyeball clearly elongated.
Okay, one more question. Any corneal thinning noted in the atropine group versus the placebo?
I think in general, it doesn't affect the cornea that much in terms of the K readings or the cornea thickness that much. So no, it's mainly a change, as you saw in the graph, the biometric graph. Is just a change of the size of the vitreous step mainly.
Okay, thank you.
Again,
Dr. Pradeep, sorry, Dr.
Yes, Pawan, please carry on.
I was just thinking to seek, given the wealth of experience that we have seen with Dr. Leela Mohan and Dr. Pradeep Sharma, maybe a couple of insights to all our youngsters. How do we manage myopia in Indian scenario?
Also from Mahadevan sir, I was about to say that, yeah.
Right.
Now, actually, we are learning from the youngsters because this is mostly we are getting from Singapore, where these studies have shown much. Fortunately, India had less myopia, so we were not so much bothered. And now it's coming up more because of the COVID and near work that we are catching up with Singapore in one way or the other. So I think we are learning from the Singapore studies more. And earlier we had no availability of the low dose atropine. So we were only making it ourselves, and that was very limited experience for that. Now the low dose atropines are commercially available, but that is having 0.01%. By the way, interestingly, this has created already a problem. I wonder how in Singapore they are managing with multiple doses of atropine. We already have problems with just 2 doses of 1% and 0.01%. When I advise one, the patient is getting the other one. So I have advice for cycloplegia 1%, and he has come after 0.01% getting from the pharmacy. And the reverse has also happened, that when we advise 0.01 and he got full 1%. So I wonder how they manage with so many in their inventory.
I think our pharmacy also doesn't like to stock so many, because they say that if it's spread out, now we don't have economies of scale, and then the drug becomes more expensive for everybody, kind of stuff. So let's limit it to the ones that we need and stuff. So that there is that economic thing kind of stuff. I think in the problem with compounding the drop is that sometimes you worry because it might, sometimes the dose is a bit higher, lower, and you know how things can rebound and stuff. So I was really worried. Last time in Singapore, they used to get the 1% drop, a lot of the normal lubricants they just inject kind of stuff. So can you imagine how much quality control that was and things? So and if it's just a bit, will it cause this rebound effect and just confuse the whole eye? But I think if you have now commercially available, good regulated ones, you have the documentation to say that the drug is stable, it's for a certain period of time in the bottle and stuff like that, then you get that stability. And then you have to decide what you actually want, kind of thing. And it depends on your population. I do have a few Indian patients, first generation myopes in Singapore. So their parents are from India, that no glasses, and suddenly the kid has myopia, and it's terrible. It's like it's like going out very, very rapid. So I have a few this whole subset of first time Indian myopes that are really aggressive and progressive. I'm not sure that that's what you're seeing in India, and I think you have to be selective. Which population am I targeting? And in that very rapid group, how do I increase and what do I do in terms of glasses, contact lenses, and atropine kind of stuff to manage them, because they're quite hard to manage.
I think Dr. Pavan, one more one. Dr. Mahadevan, Professor Mahadevan, he is the first fellow to introduce use of atropine in Kerala in his oration speech. Dr. Mahadevan, I think he's there. Can you enlighten something, Dr. Mahadevan? Because he is a pioneer to start the use of atropine. We have never heard of that topic. So that time we thought he has some waste ideas. We are all laughing at him. Now it is come to reality.
I never used the 1% atropine because suddenly the reports already came that there's a lot of rebound. So I was waiting for the 0.01% product to come out. I used to give the 1% atropine, say, once in 2 weeks initially, but even then that was not doing good. Patients had a lot of photophobia, so I stopped that. Nobody developed, of course, the hyperpyrexia or anything, because atropine applied in the conjunctival sac definitely is absorbed into the body, but nobody had hyperpyrexia. But this one problem with photophobia was there, and it was intolerable.
Can I just say that having used 1% and then converting, I said, I wish I could use this 1%, because it's actually didn't have to think, you just start them and they're most likely going to be okay, kind of stuff for 4 years, and you just decrease them. So there are benefits that of using the high dose. Sometimes in the case you really want something really strong that will work, once or twice a week, it was much easier. It had that less variability that you have with the low dose. But I'm quite interested in my setting to try the other low doses. And the question is, which one is the starting off point? Do you start off like 0.025 and then go up and down depending on over time, depending on need or whatever? I think that's where it might be going next.
Dr. Mahadevan, you were thinking of myopia. Sorry, I was saying that we're thinking of myopia even when there was no myopia in India. So now there's too much of myopic cases. So what we should be doing according to you and your experience, what's the suggestion that you would want to give it to us?
Wait, is that question to me?
Yes, absolutely.
Wait. I said no, the photophobia was intolerable. So even at that time, reports have spoken about the importance of sun exposure. So with the atropine in their eye and the sun exposure was simply impossible. So I used to advise them more of sun exposure till the 0.01% came up. That is the only way out that time. But I told them the importance of atropine, if you can tolerate, because giving the atropine and then asking them to wear the sunglasses, the mid-peripheral retinal stimulation doesn't take place much. So that is the most important thing. Then you had to. We already started giving the defocused, hyperopic defocused glasses, and I asked them not to use the atropine if it is all intolerable, but just simply expose yourself to sunlight.
Great.
And as Dr. Pradeep Sharma said, we are still learning from the newer generation, because all the more so because North Indian study has shown about 13% myopia in their study. In our experience, our PGs have done prevalence studies. It is not more than 7% still in Kerala. And I think we have more, our flat system is not yet so very popular. It's coming up now for the past maybe 4 or 5 years. Before that, and even now, we use a lot more of outdoor activities. And probably that is why we have less number, prevalence is less. And so that much concern was not there, but we have started using 0.01 for the past 3 years since it has been available. And our national board has not accepted our thesis papers for want of more evidence in India. I think they have not accepted our papers for, the thesis studies yet for atropine in myopia. So we are doing without that, we are doing some long-term studies. We are yet to see, but no side effects for 0.01. Only one out of 250 children, only one has complaint of photophobia, and that too, I asked her to stop, but she said she can manage, and she started using it. So we have not had some problems.
What is the frequency? What is the frequency you give 0.01%? What is the frequency?
Just night only.
Once HS.
Daily.
Yeah, every night.
Daily
Every
once.
night. Yeah.
Daily.
Every night.
We really want to continue with this panel discussion forever, given a lot of.
No, the
Dr. Sujay
statistics.
is messaging
One
me
point.
privately. I think in the interest of time, we will move on to the, sorry, Dr. Mahadevan, please.
I want one point. The statistics I told about, about 13% at the time of independence, and now it's about 37 is from the community medicine book by Park.
Right.
So it comes from that. But otherwise, region-wise, there will be differences.
Right. Okay. So we will move on to the next session and hand over this to Dr. Sujit to introduce the next speakers, please. Over to you. But thank you, everybody. Wonderful discussion. Thank you, Dr. Audrey Chia. Thank you, Dr. Mahadevan, Dr. Pradeep Sharma, and all the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Pawan. Special thanks to Mahadevan sir and Audrey Chia. And she will definitely have an official vote of thanks at the end, but let me thank her for the time. First of all, for accepting our invitation to be part of this program, for a wonderful talk and a wonderful discussion, and for the time she has spent with us. Thank you, Dr. Audrey. So once we have learned about the various possible mechanisms for the prevention and the current trends, and followed by the prevention techniques, now we also have to look into the certain clinical things which we on a daily basis, which we may be seeing, like the retinal complications, the strabismus, the amblyopia, the cataract part, and how do we manage the special situations in high myopia or pathological myopia cases. So let us go to the section 2 of our CME today. And let me request Dr. Mihir, our scientific committee member, to introduce the chairperson and the first set of speakers. Dr. Mihir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sujit. Very good morning. Really, I'm really enjoying getting new insights from experts from different fields and experts from different countries who deal with different demographics. To chair the session, I invite Padma Shri Dr. Mahipal Sachdev sir. He's chairman and medical director, Center for Sight Group of Eye Hospitals, immediate past president AIOS, chairman scientific committee IIRSI, managing editor IGO, and managing board member of the Indian Red Cross Society. Welcome, sir. I also invite the speaker for this session, Professor Monica Chaudhary. She is the founder of Learn Beyond Vision, which is an online optometry education platform. She's an advisor and adjunct professor, GD Goenka University. She's a retired optometrist and educator, AIMS. She's senior consultant at IGNOU University, professor and HOD of optometry at Amity University, and she is ex-chairman of the Optometry Council of India. We also have with us today to give some expert comments on the topic, Professor Andrew C.V. Kaknat, who is Professor of Ophthalmology, Jubilee Mission Hospital, Thrissur. Over to Dr. Pawan to moderate the session.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Monica, you can start sharing your screen, and then you're on mute, I guess.
Yes, I'll share my screen.
Yeah.
A very good morning to everybody, and thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you, Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society, for giving me this chance to get back connected to some of the friends also. And it's challenging today to speak in front of the panel, some of them who have been my teachers and who've taught. The very important thing that is coming in is talking about myopia all throughout this that we hear now. The noise is being made, and the very important thought that came to me is
calling me and inviting me and talking about refraction in myopia and a little bit pearls, some overlaps of some of the speakers which have been there, which I'll run through, itself means that this it's a very important thing to have a very good refraction and certain guidelines, which will also lead to the control of myopia. So a good refractionist or an optometrist who will co-manage with ophthalmology is very important. So some of you, it's good for ophthalmology also to know what to brief your optometrist that they should be prepared for and learn for the future. So all of us would agree that yes, refraction guidelines would depend upon age, degree of symptoms that the patient has, the amount of myopia, and most importantly, the state of accommodation, which is, of course, whenever we talk about myopia control, the visual acuity assessments and monitoring and efficiency in the tasks. So the first important thing that I would say is visual acuity, which is, of course, easy enough, talked about. The vision itself, when we do unaided visual acuity, gives us a clue about what is the kind of refractive error. In terms of Snellen's divided by 18, we get the approximate idea of the diopters of the visual acuity. And very commonly, we see that a 6/9 would be 0.5, but we tend to see some of the optometrists prescribing much higher than this. But this clue is fairly relevant whenever it is in terms of prescribing or you want to cross-check your optometrist in terms of these things. So another thing which is important is documentation. Many times we see the prescriptions which come to us do not even have a proper visual acuity written in at the end of the refraction. So each time, in fact, the patient should keep all these records. What is the visual acuity? When was the follow-up done? Important pearl here is when the visual acuity is recorded, the patient should be asked to guess or try. And this has to be consistent because you may come across patients who may stop at a particular line and say that, yes, I can't go beyond, or it's only up to this, or what is the last line that you can read. But the attempt in visual acuity recording should be try and guess and encourage. And this has to be consistent. Then only you can say, yes, the vision dropped from 6/9 to 6/9 partial or 6/12. One has to be very, very alert on refraction, which is the changing sphere, cylinder, axis, and the visual acuity. The optometrist has to bring this to the notice of the ophthalmologist. Now, it was even yesterday when we saw a patient who's 27-year-old diagnosed keratoconus at this stage, whereas she had been complaining and getting axis and cylindrical changes noticed, but it was basically a cornea problem, which was totally undetected till her age. Most important, ensure the record of the visual acuity with pinhole is done every time when the vision is recorded in these patients. So another important thing, and I love this, which are these Haber clips. They are always in my kit bag. One thing, when you are dealing with a myopic refraction, you may come across hazy ocular medias or some things which are small pupil. Cycloplegics can be used, and I really don't believe in mydriasis if one has to, unless one has to see the glow or a retina check. But the common ones which Boris recommends is cyclopentolate in children and tropicamide in adults. We do not believe in tropicamide plus. My personal experience, it has not been good. We should, if we are looking at cycloplegic, this is there. Atropine still remains. Atropine ointment still remains in especially accommodative esotropias and very small children. Bottom line, the accommodation should be relaxed when you're doing the kids, especially with the high accommodative status. High refractive errors, the reflex is going to be dull, many times not seen. +7, -7 is usually when we do bracketing and try to identify. If not, we go to 15 and 20 diopters. We come across refractions even up to 20, 30 diopters occasionally. The follow-up cases in refraction, I believe in noting down the previous classes and doing an over refraction. So I love the principle of doing over refraction when the patient comes for follow-up. If you've done a good baseline cycloplegic and prescribed glasses, the next time when the patient comes to this, a retinoscopy, which is over the glasses, and this is over refraction. And even a subjective which can be done beautifully with the help of these Eberg clips. Very strongly promoted in cases of high refractive errors, especially contact lens fittings, small children, and it works because you can balance the vertex distance also. Going back again to cycloplegia in myopic cases, first thing, prefer doing dry. All you need to do is a good subjective refraction, and if proper duochrome, fogging, and other steps are followed, we really do not need cycloplegics unless if it is in children and we are talking about special, at least a baseline, and then of course myopia control. The purpose in cycloplegic should always be accommodation relaxation, and we've done it, maybe we've used a eye drop which is not sufficiently cycloplegic, we may have to go to the other one. Second, cycloplegias have to be done if you find spasm of accommodation anomaly. I would say the kit of the refraction is never complete in most of the units that we see. Especially when we are talking about accommodation, lags, and measurements are important now. We should cross cylinder. It's a mandatory tool, and I think it should be made emphasized that it has to be done for all patients. We should have flippers, and we have to measure even the MEM and the other dynamic retinoscopies, the occluders, and controlling this. Duochrome test cannot be avoided. Many of the visual acuity charts, unfortunately, we find do not even have. Of course, you have the good projection charts, but some charts do not have duochrome test. A myopic child cannot be given a refraction without it. And dynamic retinoscopy is also very important part of myopia control when we are talking of lag. A small reminder, yes, when we do the refraction uniocularly, there has to be a balancing done, which is both in uniocular and binocular. And AR already discussed the studies, but personally feeling in children, we may have a good clue to start with a good cycloplegic and AR, but nevertheless, the retinoscopy cannot be ignored, and it is important. So guidelines, yes, when we are talking about a child less than 1 year, these are guidelines which have been adopted, and you know, less than 5 years of less than 1 year of age, we can, if prescribed, if it's only more than 5 diopters or equal to 5 diopters, but it says that 2 diopter of undercorrection should be given if the child is less than 1 year old, because the emetropization process is still going on. A 1 year old to a preschool, we prescribe if the refraction goes above 2 diopter sphere. Here again, a slight undercorrection so that emetropization is processes still completing. But when we come to 4 years and above, full correction, and under myopia control, we all fully agree that no undercorrection can be given. There should be a regular follow-up whenever we are doing the refractions, and premature babies, a lot of this when we used to do when we were in AIMS, most of them are myopic, depends upon the grade, it's known. So all ROP premature babies should be screened for myopia very well. Again, I said atropine, cyclopentolate cannot be missed. Visual acuity, various tests which are there should be recorded so that amblyopia and others can be, and age correlation should be matched. So in preschool children, we will start correcting them with myopia more than 0.75. And as it was discussed earlier, 0.5 definitely is the growth, which is said to be a normal growth. But every 3 months, we need to follow up these children, and any notice of change in refraction, they should be prescribed. Another important thing, which is also added in my slides, is the axial length documentation for a myopic child. Whenever we start these children, especially it's a 3-year or a 4-year-old child, and we start with these myopic glasses, the parent psychology is the most important part to be held. It's not easy bringing in the fact that your child is myopic and has to wear glasses all the time. So some counseling has to be done, and we may go slow in mentally preparing them and then prescribing glasses. School-going children, we've already said, full correction, and all protocols of myopia control which have been discussed should be followed up, and every optometrist should make or a refractionist should ensure there is a 6-monthly follow-up which is reinforced to the parents. Accommodation lag and lead had to be done, and during the refraction We must educate visual hygiene and outdoor activities, and these all environmental changes, at least those basic interventions can be done, which can be done right in the refraction room itself in controlling myopia and bringing awareness. We do come across children who are much beyond the age and have come into a myopic error, and the parents might have observed, but they never correlated, or is it a mind block? They don't want to because they have a fear that their child is going to get spectacles. But this awareness among the parents could be brought in by, if there could be some, now that we have online facilities, if something can be done in educating through the schools, through the parents, some information. These are the symptoms the child might be having error, because it's not a protocol in India to have routine eye examination. One of the discussions in the forums was that if during the school admission, a mandatory eye check could be made, so at least we could pick up certain myopic children who were missed out earlier. Important thing, yes, Dr. Pradeep Sharma, and we have next the squint sessions, but we prescribe first thing, the full correction in myopic, especially when we start going to 4 and above, no undercorrections, and there are strong studies. When I'm talking about exophorias and exotropias, yes, we try to be a little more higher also at times, will depend upon the lead and lag. But pseudomyope cases have to be excluded out, and that's coming up in the next sections. Risk of amblyopia to any child who's more than -3 uniocularly is very high, and in binocularly, it's very high in -8. Pseudomyopia, again, reinforcing now that we know children are too much on digital screens. There's a lot of near work which is going on. It's not only children, but adults too. We suddenly come across children parents who would say they start seeing blurred for distance. So before we start prescribing glasses, because these children will manifest distance vision acuity, which will be less, they will false impression give you a myopic reading. And if your optometrist has not picked up that spasm of accommodation, which is the cause for that myopia, we're further leading into trouble. So we need to manage these cases, and simple except things are, one thing, the patient is observing these symptoms of a recent onset. And usually those class 10, 12, 15 years old age students who are too much in studies, most examples we come across are these board exam times. They suddenly would come back with a high minus, and they were emmetropic initially, as was declared. You find there is high, you need to measure the lead. You need to dilate with a good, you should use a cycloplegic, do the refraction, and prescribe as what you get under cycloplegia. Do vision therapies, hygiene, and please do not prescribe myopic or consider or declare them myopic unless you have ruled this out. Nocturnal myopia is also one of the entities where people have difficulty in seeing in low illumination. So we prescribe glasses for near, and it is because of the aberrations and pupil dilations. We prescribe a second pair for the night. Of course, vision therapy, and the prognosis is good if there is nocturnal myopias. Induced myopias, mostly seen in nuclear sclerosis. There's a temporary increase in myopia, and if you get a 60-year-old suddenly increasing from -3 to -6, of course, nuclear sclerosis is suspected and refer to the ophthalmologist for co-management. A good tip to add here is the back vertex distance, which is missed out. A good refraction, and if you have not matched the vertex distance of the spectacle prescription with the trial frame, and the trial frame has not been properly set, a big error will come in. We all can see it here. A -11, -13 can be behaving as -12 or something like that, or a -12 can behave like -11 if the vertex distance is not properly compensated. So again, I go back to the thought, over refraction. If it's an old user, over refraction and rubber clips are very good if you want to maintain. You need to advise your optician also on that. A patient walking in with glasses and you see them habitually sagging around clearly explains that you have, it hints you, it's a overcorrection already given in the spectacle. Observe this when your patient comes to the clinic. And we've already talked about it. The spectacle prescriptions, high index is the choice in myopes, especially when we go about above 4 or 5 diopters. It is lighter, it is thinner, cosmetically more appealing. Anti-reflection coating is nowadays part of every spectacle, especially myope. Blue cut lens, we've already discussed in the previous session, is very, very controversial. It's so much controversial with myopia control, and truly speaking, we are still not sure to say that yes, the child should be prescribed or the adult should be prescribed with a blue cut. So when we talk of a myopic patient, we very frequently come across degenerative myopias, and one should not miss up the low vision workup. In those cases, if the vision is less than 6/18, simple tips of enhancing the illumination and adding filters, especially the contrast enhancing filters and devices like magnifiers and other things can be done. A myope, when he removes his glasses, is obviously magnifying for near and can be recommended to do so. Low-grade myope adults, 0.5s, 0.75s, it's a complete prescription based on the symptoms and his functional vision. Again, doing a cover test, missing out exos and esos is a grave mistake, because this is where it guides you onto asthenopia and correction guidelines. A quick statement on comparison when we do with anisometropic patients, like in this picture, one eye is -1, another is -10, and this -10 is totally because of the axial length, axial anisometropia. Glasses can be prescribed, there will not be diplopia, which is seen, of course. Contact lenses can be indicated, which is more cosmetic advantage, but theoretically, the anisometropes, and even if you have children where you can't shift to contact lens and it's axial, please go ahead for it. Of course, don't miss out anisometropic amblyopia. We've talked about myopia and presbyopia now. Progressives, we all know myopes are lucky enough when they get presbyopic, they can certainly see better for the near, unlike us who are hypermetropes and then land up into presbyopia. But you see, the lifestyles are such that it shouldn't be like, yes, the patient will be myopic and low myopics can very clearly see without glasses. It has to be matched with the lifestyle. And most commonly now the lifestyle is, of course, unavoidable progressive lenses. We straight away should not think beyond it. Any addition to the distance prescription, progressive lenses should be prescribed to presbyopes. Contact lens is another option, and orthokeratology, of course, we talk about it in myopia control, but is an alternative to vision correction in adults also. It's been there for certain decades. But personally speaking, if somebody has a choice to wear a lens and is no glasses or contact lenses in the morning, it's also a good alternative correction, especially for patients who are waiting for their LASIK or LASIK rejects. Please don't miss out on orthokeratology. Contact lenses, of course, a good high decay contact lens. So I think the last few slides I had taken up on it. I'll quickly run through some of the points which were more missed out. And we all know I'll talk more about optical corrections. We've said that the whole philosophy of myopia control is when we have a myopic defocus or a hyperopic. So hyperopic defocus means the axial length to elongate, and what we have to target is the myopic defocus, or we have to bring it in so that the eye doesn't elongate. The other theory is accommodation, and lack of accommodation creates a stimulus for the eye to elongate. Now, why I'm repeating this here in refraction, because an optometrist or a refractionist must estimate these when he's dealing especially with myopic control. In terms of myopic control, they need to measure this. Spectacle corrections we've discussed are not so much available, but the options, of course, the bifocals, progressives with prisms, and the other things. And very soon India is going to have them. Some of them have been given by trials. Again, under correction, no chance nowadays for anything. The old philosophy when we were taught, old school, when I was also a student, we used to make 6/9, 6/9 and 6/6 both eyes. That's totally not to be done now. We need to give the full correction, duochrome balanced. And there are quite a few spectacle lenses. Some names have been discussed. We're eagerly waiting for this to become more commercial. Progressive lenses, of course, also have now been given for myopia control, and they are available. Important thing is, if during refraction, we can talk about continuous reading and closeness, and these tips could be explained so that the child's accommodation could be well balanced. Bifocal spectacles, various studies, but they are old thoughts, and with different results have been seen. Bifocal glasses with prismatic glasses have shown better results in myopia control. We've discussed these studies already. Conventional soft lenses, it's anecdotal, but there is no substantial evidence. And we had also spoken RGP lenses, again, anecdotal thing, maybe because of the flattening of cornea or axial length, but no such things. Soft multifocal contact lenses commercially coming in very soon. And of course, we did one of the trials. We had to stop in between because the COVID came in and disruption, we could not follow up. Proving well, and orthokeratology is personally, yes, quite a few children that I have done since last 3-4 years. Believe me, it works very beautifully, but I have seen rebounds, and rebounds are known both in atropine and orthokeratology. It happened in one of our patients who lost her lens during the lockdown, so the COVID, and there was a big rebound coming in. But the combination of atropine, orthokeratology, and various things have been found to be much more important. Again, the orthokeratology still works in the philosophy of reducing the accommodation lag. So I would like to say that, yes, there are advanced strategies which may come up for research. One may need all these kind of things, but simple accommodation measurements and axial length measurement, if can be documented for every myope, especially a myopic child within the refraction room. So it has to consider these accommodative principles. Visual acuity monitoring and documentation is very, very important. All the guidelines of control and protocols should be followed. All the environmental hygiene should be explained to the patient. And the spectacle choices are very important, which should be written and documented to complete the refraction principle. That's me about it. Yes, I'm retired but not tired, so I do some online teaching courses, and that's trying to bring in optometry into much more higher levels of it. Thank you so much again.
Fantastic talk. Thank you so much, Dr. Monica, for your insightful thoughts, clinical pearls. It's very important that we hear from you. I now invite Dr. Andrews to give his feedback or the comments on this session, please.
You're muted, sir.
Sorry. Good morning. I think Professor Monica Chowdhury has well covered the topic, myopia. Nothing too more to add, but I will use some clarification I will ask. So Madam told that she will not prefer tropicazole plus means phenylephrine. She prefer only tropicamide or for adult. So what's the reason why to avoid this phenylephrine? You always use the combination.
Yes. So it's faster, yes, but I have been refracting for years. Whenever there has been a phenylephrine which is added, the pupil dilates limbus to limbus. It leads to more peripheral aberrations. And my focus on the central retinoscopy misses out. So it's my practical thought. And I would prefer, please do not give me a tropicamide. And tropicamide, we have to refract within those 35 to 45 minutes from the first drop. And that's very important. Now, phenylephrine, because of that pupil dilation and aberrations, the accommodation further, the patient starts accommodating. And I seriously feel, please give me a patient, I would prefer doing dry rather than having that phenylephrine put in the eye. It has led to many errors rather in my retinoscopy when I do with it.
Maybe we are surgeons, you want to see the periphery, you want to do the lens assessment, the retina also, maybe reason you are mainly optometry. Okay, that is the question. Whether will you do a dry retinoscopy or will you do a retinoscopy or go for a AR reading? Which one do you prefer?
I do both. In fact, there are good ARs also now, but I never miss out my retinoscopy because that's when I get to know, whether I undercorrection, overcorrection, a quick glow is very, very important. There is no, I would say combining both nowadays is faster. So if I have an AR, but AR, I'm going to cross-check with my retinoscopy. That's what is important. So I would say both complement each other nowadays. It's totally living on one, you can lead to error. And retinoscopies, yes, a good experienced refractionist can do it, but one can be faster if he adds on an AR to it.
But the AR will help you to find out the axis, at least the axis for children. I think that's very reliable. This AR.
I believe my retinoscope axis much more than that AR axis. In fact, if my AR says 80 degree, I should see it at 80 degrees. That's how I do.
I think as an optometrist, it becomes bread and butter of our profession.
Yes.
So we will be more confident in retinoscopy. Even if you said this is -8 or -50, I mean, we would still want to see the glow. The glow speaks a lot. The width of it, the speed at which it's going. So it speaks a lot. So I think we prefer retinal in our hand. It's like
and you can see the glow. You can actually pick up the haze in it, and very importantly, if there is any irregularity in the cornea, is missed out if we just believe the AR. And very often those keratoconus form frustes can even be picked up with that retinoscope.
Okay. Will you routinely do a dry retinoscopy before putting the cycloplegia?
Yes, and a good refraction, if you do a good subjective refraction, you really do not need. In children, of course, cycloplegia as a base, but a good refractionist would not need. I can do a good one with a dry refraction. And why dilate? I mean, why dilate just for a simple refraction, unless if it is accommodation spasm or it's an esotropia or something. I think we should believe in subjective refractions. If you do a good duochrome binocular balancing and a cross cylinder is perfect for it. I think dry should be promoted.
Okay, so
you add on, Dr. Andrews, I think what we are interested in cycloplegia and not dilatation. It's wrong. Post-pediatric or post-dilatation test. But we are more interested in cycloplegia, and for cycloplegia, adding a phenylephrine is counterproductive because it gives you a false sense of having had a cycloplegia which is not there.
No, sir, it is for adult, not for children. Adult, madam says she will never, only Tropicam may never use combination. That's why. Children, of course, you have to do the cycloplegia. Regarding adult only, I have to go.
Retina evaluation, yes, I agree. Tropicamide is a shorter acting, and we would use tropicamide for a retina checkup. But if you want a cycloplegic refraction, I would suggest using always the hometropine for older and atropine for less than 5.
Children, there's no question. Only adult, I am just asking.
Yes.
Okay, madam, you have done dry, you have done a wet, you have done a AR, you have done a subjective before dilatation, and finally, when you give the prescribe the glass, same day, or you ask for the PMD?
In adults, of course, we are doing subjectively and dry, but in children, we do call for a PMT because again, the visual acuity under dilation, the visual acuity under the PMT is important, and depending upon the cycloplegic use, we call for PMT. Very small children who are not going to cooperate for it, of course, we can straight away prescribe based on the guidelines under the cycloplegic.
So what interval after retinoscopy, what interval you call for?
For a cyclopentalate, 48 hours minimum. For hometropine, again, usually 24 hours, but I prefer 48 hours. Atropine, it is 2 weeks. Atropine ointment, it is 2 weeks. And for a tropicamide, in fact, the reversal starts after 4 hours. It can be done after 24 hours.
Little more clarification. Is you said 1 year, 4 year, more than 4 year for prescribing glasses. In preschool children, you said even more than 0.75 you will prescribe glasses. Is it necessary? 0.75?
It says 0.75 and more in preschool children, which is like, you see, if we are talking about 1 year, it's 5 diopters we can wait. Or we more than 5 only we will start prescribing with 2 diopter under correction. When the child is between 1 to 2 years and he's practically not walking, he's nearby, we will leave it up to 3 diopters. Now, when the child is going into 3 or 4 years of age, 0.75 and beyond also is, as per the guidelines, American Optometry Association guidelines, it says prescribe at that time. 0.75 and more, 3-year and old child. That's the preschool age that they say.
But you said also 1 to 4 years, you can give 1.5 under correction also. You said
it is up to if the child is between 1 to 2 years, rather. Right. 1 to 2 years. Then we give undercorrection by 0.5 or 1 diopter because emetropization is still happening. So even in children, we can give undercorrection. Now 0.75 is a judgment which is made because now we see 3-year-old, 4-year-old very much into the school and they have much more distance. So this judgment guidelines are controversial in certain papers, but I refer to this paper and they say 0.75. As one of my slides said, 0.75 diopter, let's say it's a 3-year-old child. It's the parent psychology also which is going to be important. So we observe this child, wait a little bit. If they have just not accepted, we can call back after 3 months and give again.
So I think we are allowed only 5 minutes. I will come to the controversy subject because last 30, 40 years we are teaching, we are taught that myopia should be undercorrected. Now, Madam says should be fully corrected.
Fully corrected.
Just against our teaching, or we have optometry course, PG course, UG course, everywhere we are teaching that it should be undercorrected. Now you are telling it should be fully corrected. Can you explain?
That is documented. In fact, Dr. Pavan would add to it, 4 years and above, no undercorrection. In fact, that's the myopia control studies also. And there is strong evidence to it. It's been research proven.
But you should use your own accommodation, your own capacity of the eye also should be utilized. Your own lens is working, then it can be corrected by your own lens. Then that's a reason, explanation.
Yeah, Dr. Andrews, it's a very good question.
To have a normal AC by A relationship also. We don't want the accommodation to be relaxed for a myope unnecessarily. He should be developing a normal AC by A ratio, and that is only possible if he's using his correction. This also comes to another question many a times that myopes will ask, should I remove my glasses for reading because I can read without glasses? So that is again, I mean, many people may advocate, oh, you can read, take off your glasses. But this is not correct from the accommodative convergence relationship, sir.
I see. Okay, that's it. Laila Mon, you can explain a little more. AC
Yeah.
by AC.
No explanation.
Dr. Andrews,
I think, yeah.
Dr.
Yeah, Dr. Pavan. Yes, Dr. Pavan.
Laila.
All right. So I was saying that undercorrection is definitely not good if you're talking about the myopia control. Now, previously, like Dr. Pradeep Sharma indicated, we wanted to relax the accommodation, so we were going with undercorrection. Like you said, it's in textbooks, but things have changed. And animals or when humans were given form deprivation, any blur in front of the eyeball went on to elongate. Now this undercorrection still would act like a blur sitting at the retinal level. So that could aggravate the situation. So we said, well, even this is evidence coming out from animals, humans also, when you expose them to form deprivation, it will still elongate, number one. Number two, undercorrection, you're talking about it in the center, but you don't know what's happening at the periphery, ignoring that peripheral bit also. So although we're saying rays are infrared, elongate, we totally ignoring the peripheral retinal scenario. So these are possible theories. I don't know the straightforward answer, but I think there's a possible well-acted theories for why undercorrection may not work. Dr. Leela Mohan, please.
Yeah, right. Like Dr. Pavan has rightly said, this is actually we are even trying to treat the pre-myopes with the myopic correction. For pre-myopes, we say that even by 6 years of age, when we expect them to have hypermetropic refraction, even a plus 0.7 minus 0.75 myopia means they are going in for progression. So that is the reason why the things have changed, not like what we thought it was before. Now I think the concepts have changed. So that is why even a small amount of myopia in that early age, preschool means about 3 years, 4 years, it is still going to progress. So that is why we have to.
Right. So I will, Dr. Anders, you were saying something?
Oh, no, I think time is over. One last question I will reserve, that is whatever vision therapy, one sentence, can you explain, madam? You are not said anything about vision therapy, just one.
Yes, so these are all therapies where we would teach on the, again, AC by A ratio improvement. There are certain home therapies and there are computer-based therapies. So we teach patient to relax the accommodation more for distance. And we have the Brock strings, we have the charts and other things. I think it's beyond the scope of it to explain now. I wish I had them, but these are certain exercises by which we teach the accommodation philosophies.
Okay, Pawan, I think time is over.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Monica, for your wonderful talk. I think one important message or couple of points to note is retinoscopy cannot be ignored.
Yes.
Distance needs to be mapped when you're doing subjective refraction. Keep in mind, high myopes, you will tend to have different prescriptions. No undercorrection clearly. Optimal correction is required. If possible, look at other anti-myopia strategies. So now I hand over to Dr. Suma Unnikrishnan to invite the other set of speakers, please.
Okay. Next, we have one more interesting topic on managing strabismus in myopia patients. For this, I have immense pleasure in inviting one of the stalwarts and national and international authority in pediatric ophthalmology and strabismus, Dr. Pradeep Sharma sir, who is an ex-professor and HOD pediatric ophthalmology and strabismus and neuro-ophthalmology at RP Center, AIIMS, New Delhi. Currently, he is working as the director of pediatric ophthalmology and strabismus and neuro-ophthalmology at Center for Sight, New Delhi. He has more than 200 articles in national and international journals and umpteen number of awards to his credit, including various oration awards. And he authorized the book Strabismus Simplified, which our postgraduates have followed. He has many other achievements in international level and national level, but due to time constraints, I'm not reading all these. Very happy to invite sir. And for comments, we have, I'm very happy to invite Dr. Leila Madam, who needs no introduction to this platform, very familiar, a gifted surgeon, a strabismologist, and an academician who is heading the Pediatric Ophthalmology and Strabismus Department of Comtrust Eye Hospital, Kozhikode. And she's also director of Comtrust Academy for Research and Training. Over to you, Dr. Pawan, for moderating this session.
Dr. Pradeep, can you share your screen and then? Okay, we can see your slides.
Thank you, Dr. Suma, for that introduction. Thanks, Sujit and Dr. Vijayalakshmi, Dr. Andrews, for giving me this opportunity to be interacting with the vibrant Kerala people, the Kerala state, and the Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society. It's always a pleasure to be amongst Kerala, which I earlier also said, it's very dear to me because I was presenting my Rangachari medal in Cochin in 1984, which I got. And then again, my book was released in 1999. So Kerala is always dear to me. Today, I'm going to talk about the clinical pearls in the management of strabismus and amblyopia. I have no financial disclosures. The mission is to add color in the child's lives. We have been talking about myopia since morning. We all know that the prevalence of myopia varies in different populations. Studies from 0.8 to 75 to almost 80% in Singapore. Racial and ethnic variations exist with the highest prevalence in the Asian populations. The myopia is associated with increased risk of cataract, glaucoma, macular degeneration, choroidal neovascularizations, peripheral retinal degenerations, retinal detachment. But more particularly to us, it's also associated with amblyopia and abnormal ocular motility. Amblyopia, as we all know, is a developmental anomaly of vision. We are not born with 6/6 vision. It is developing in the first two critical phases. In the first high rise, it is from 0 to 9 months, and then later up to 6 years of age. So in some means, vision is a language which we learn best in our childhood in the first 5 or 6 years, like any language that you learn. Causes of amblyopia can be stimulus deprivation or anisometropia or strabismus. Now, when we talk about myopia, it is basically relatively less amblyopogenic, but not totally free. Usually isometropia over 3 to 5 diopters can also lead to myopia. That means equal refractive error, which is not corrected. Why? Because the far point would be 20 to 33 centimeters, which is required in such people. In a person having 3 diopters myopia, the far point, is 33 centimeters. So his world is blurred beyond 33 centimeters. Similarly, anisometropia over 2 diopters and astigmatism over 2 diopters is likely to be creating problems of amblyopia. The national consensus meeting which we had in some time back and published in 2020 in IGO gives these figures that we should be going. And as one of the questions was asked, in 2 to 3 years old, myopes should be prescribed as per the refraction with no undercorrection. Isometropic amblyopia, as I said, 3 to 5 diopters can be causing. Even cylindrical problems can be resulting in myopic cylinders also could be causing if they are bilateral. So they need full correction. No need of occlusion is there if there is a bilateral equal refractive error and no strabismus. So this is, I would like to emphasize, because I find many people giving occlusion alternately for ametropic amblyopes. This is uncalled for and not productive at all. Later, the children can be prescribed contact lenses if the refractive error is high and the spectacles cannot be worn, especially if there is high anisometropia. And refractive surgery is whenever feasible as per pros and cons. The occlusion we are going to talk about in the form of OptiClude or the microporte, which is more economical. The occlusion schedules which have been used by us are the full-time versus part-time occlusion. The full-time occlusion, we are using age-dependent alternation. That means the dominant eye is patched for more days than the amblyopic eye in the ratio of the age being at 2 years, 2:1. And as the age advances, 3:1, 4, 5, 6:1. And the other school is the part-time occlusion, in which the dominant eye, the good eye, is patched daily for 6 hours. And some cases in mild amblyopias, we may patch it only for 2 hours per day. So this is only the dominant eye patch, and the amblyopic eye is not patched at all. Remember, it's the concept of occlusion hours, which have been shown by the MOTA study by Stewart et al., that about 120 occlusion hours result in 1 logMAR visual acuity improvement. So if you are having a part-time occlusion, you will have an effect, but it will be more delayed treatment which will be going on. Once we have completed the amblyopia recovery, we need to monitor it and then maintain the vision recovery. Otherwise, there is a possibility of regression. So in amblyopia, where are we? Occlusion, definitely there is a problem of compliance. We need to explain to the child properly and the parents that this is a requirement. And if the full-time occlusion is not accepted, we may go in for a part-time occlusion, but it is definitely required. And this should be counseled that the full-time occlusion does work faster and better. Active vision exercises are in addition, and penalization and pharmacological modulation have also been tried. The active vision exercises in the form of monoocular video games, 1 hour of active vision exercise along with the occlusion on the dominant eye with the amblyopic eye preferred to be used, has found to be useful in improving the speed of amblyopia recovery. And once the vision is almost equal, and we want to maintain it, then the binocular vision stimulation definitely adds to the game. And we can use in unilateral myopes also by using contact lenses for the unilateral high myopia. Now coming to myopia and strabismus, which is the second part of this talk. Horizontal strabismus associated with myopia can present to us in the form of infantile strabismus, intermittent divergent strabismus, IDS, or when one eye is very poor vision, sensory strabismus, retinopathy of prematurity, which may have both myopia and strabismus. Then recently with the pandemic induced and accommodation spasm induced myopia and esotropias. And then the high myopes particularly have been triggering us with the esotropia hypotropia complex in the form of strabismus fixus. These are very high myopes and usually have very high esotropia. They may be having sagging eye, heavy eye, or a knobby eye syndrome, which we'll talk about later. And sometimes high myopes may have an exotropia hypotropia complex. Special considerations which we need to make for strabismus surgery when we are dealing with myopes is, one is accuracy of measurement of the deviation, because there is an induced prismatic effect because of a decentered myopic glass. Second is the effect of refractive correction on ocular alignment, the accommodation convergence relationship which is being altered by the wearing of glasses. Third is the orbital imaging which may be required in specific situations of pathological myopia, especially when we are dealing with sagging eye, heavy eye, or a knobby eye syndrome. Specific precautions are required while performing surgery in myopes because there is a very thin sclera, and it's not uncommon to get the pigment show up even in with the utmost care. So you have to be very, very careful that you do not create a perforation or a penetrating injury. The spatulated needles are definitely of much help in this situation compared to the older times when they were the cutting needles. Different surgical techniques for myopic strabismus we'll talk about later. Now coming to the decentered glasses, how it affects. This is just a case I'm showing you. This girl has an esotropia. When she wears her glasses, you can see that the esotropia is actually getting worse. And before surgery, now we have to check this part that the glasses are decentered, as you can see in the lower bottom picture. And this decentration is what is causing. So we need to correct her glasses first and then measure or make a correction for the decentration from the nomograms which are available in the books. Remember, it is a very significant problem if the deviation itself is 20 prism diopters and more, and whenever the myopic power is more than 5 diopters, this adds on to become very significant error. These tables are there in the books which you can make use of in correcting the induced prismatic effect through the thick glasses. This will happen both for convex, that means when the child is wearing for aphakia correction, and also for the myopes. The refractive errors, when there is significant refractive error, it is important that it changes the fusional control. Unequal clarity prevents fusion, that causes suppression, and that causes loss of control. So there is a manifest exotropia. So in the exophoria or the intermittent exotropes, even if they are having a moderate hyperopia also, we may have to give correction. Myopia, of course, we should give full correction. A divergence exists exo. Whenever a child is appearing to have an intermittent divergence squint, which may be presenting more oftener for distance, maybe because he is not wearing his correction. The moment he is given his myopic correction, you will find that his intermittent divergence squint control becomes much better for distance. So this is again and again stress that you should be prescribing myopia before you jump to do the strabismus surgery. What is the role of over minus lenses? Yes, it can be used as a temporizing measure. It is used in cases which have a high AC by A ratio. It does not actually alter the basic deviation. Some cases may develop ESO for near, and full myopic correction helps mostly. If there is a missing high AC by ratio in a case, then it may result in a consecutive ESO post-op and may require bifocals. What about the prematurity and myopia? There are 3 types of myopia in premature infants: the physiological myopia, the myopia of prematurity due to arrested anterior segment growth, and myopia secondary to severe retinopathy of prematurity. In addition, post-cryotherapy and laser has found to raise the incidence of myopia from 11% at 6 months to 28% at 36 months. Cicatricial ROP with or without retinal ablative procedures is also associated with high rates of myopia. And severe ROP, which has a macular or a foveal drag, may result in a pseudoexotropia due to a positive angle kappa. Now, this also should be kept in mind. These may not have a true deviation at all. It may be just because of a drag macula. When we are assessing vision in children and we are doing the Bruckner's reflex, see this picture which I have borrowed from Alvin Paulvin Santiago, which shows the Bruckner's reflex in high myopes. There is an inferior glow which is there compared to a hypermetrope in which there is a higher upper crescent. So in children, the rule is observe, confer, infer, plan, and execute. We may correct it fully if we do it all the way, correcting it. In the weakening procedures, especially in myopia, the concern is of a thin sclera. We may sometimes prefer to have a hemi-hangback or a hangback recession rather than going into deep depths of myopic thin scleral eyes. And these are the techniques which may help us. Again, the safe limits will change in myopes. In axial length being more, the myopic eyes will have lesser effect. So you may have to change your corrections in myopes. The resection procedures of plication do not get altered by the myopic axial length. So they can be retained as the same power. Coming to the myopic strabismus fixers, these are really very scary pictures. As you can see, all the 9 gazes, you can see esotropia, which is almost fixed, and there is hardly any movement of abduction. Recently, with the help of the MRI studies by Dr. Deemer, the pulleys have been talked about, and they have shown that there be a displacement or hypertropic pulleys, which may cause not only A and V patterns, which we have now come to understand, but even
this is a picture of a
strabismus fixus convergence, which may be there. Now, Yokoyama published this landmark paper in which he had shown that the superior rectus and the lateral rectus are so much separated that they do not form a 90-degree angle between them, but rather an obtuse angle. And such cases are better managed with the LR-SR loop myopexy, and sometimes even MR recession may not be required. Dr. Deemer has given beautiful lectures on these topics, and just to borrow one of his slides, you can see the sagging eye syndrome versus a heavy eye syndrome. I will just show you the differences here. What he's telling us that heavy eye syndrome, usually they have progressive esotropia and hypotropia with limitation of abduction and elevation. It is usually having an LR and superior rectus shifts, which are caused by the elongated posterior portion of the eyeball. Now compare this with the sagging eye syndrome, which may not have always very high myopia, and it is because of a degenerating loop between the IMS intermuscular septum between the superior and the lateral rectus. It is mostly due to aging. So if you have a sagging eye syndrome, you may manage with the just a upshift of the lateral rectus. But in cases of heavy eye syndrome, it is required to have a loop myopexy between the superior rectus and the lateral rectus in order to correct the slippage of the superior rectus, which is gone superinasally, and the inferior rectus inferonasally, and the lateral rectus inferotemporally or even inferonasally. Now, for example, this case which we had seen pre-op, you can see the orbital CTs, which can show by the arrows, showing the superior rectus is nasally shifted, whereas the bottom arrow is showing you the lateral rectus, which is almost in the inferior compartment. So any amount of weakening of the medial rectus will not help in such cases, because the lateral rectus is not there to take advantage. Even a resection of lateral rectus will only add to a hypotropia rather than an abduction. So in such cases, what we need to do is a loop superior rectus myopexy of SR and LR, and this is a result after a bilateral medial rectus recession and a bilateral SR-LR loop myopexy of the same person who had that dangerous looking eyes. I'll just show you a video of a modified loop myopexy technique, which I would like to suggest people, which is much simpler, and rather than the one which is talked about many a times by other people. So what you need to do is identify the superior rectus, hook it. The intramuscular septum nasal to the superior rectus needs to be dissected so that the superior rectus can be mobilized easily by your maneuvers. You not necessarily do 12 to 14 millimeters back suturing, but the 5-0 ethibond sutures, we have found even 8 to 10 millimeters from the insertion site of superior rectus works well if nicely put. So this is a much simpler technique which I am showing to you. The 5-0 ethibond sutures have been passed 8 millimeters from the superior rectus insertion, and we have mobilized the intramuscular septum on the nasal side. And now I am marking it at the lateral rectus upper border, again 8 millimeters, and passing it into the sclera. So the 2 bites in the sclera are taken. And now muscle sclera, muscle bite is taken. Now this is required if you want the superior rectus to be well mobilized in the temporal quadrant. So both the needles are now brought in, and you will see that the superior rectus nicely comes back to the superiotemporal quadrant. And now we would like to shift the lateral rectus, which has also gone out of the playground, and we are lifting it up to get back to its position. And you can see how nicely the superior rectus in the loop and the lateral rectus have been both brought in the superiotemporal quadrant just with the help of 5-0 ethibond sutures, but with tucking with the sclera. I do not use any silicone bands. I find that is unnecessarily going to be a hardware which may be unacceptable, and in already a shallow orbit in myopes, it may be counterproductive. So you can work very well without them, and it has very good results. There are different strokes, of course, and there are people who use silicone bands, as from the LVPI group. There are nice papers which have shown that results. And similarly, studies of exotropia and hypotropia complex. In these cases, we have found you do not need to do superior rectus loop myopexy with the lateral rectus, but you may just do the lifting of the lateral rectus and individualize the case as per requirement. So we need to be squintellectuals to manage these cases, and we can spread sight and happiness for kids the world across to maintain the stereopsis and restoring the loss, as I usually say is our mission of strabismologists. Thank you for patiently listening. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep Sharma. Over to you, Dr. Leela Mohan for a quick commentary on this topic, please.
It was wonderful, Dr. Sir, Pradeep Sharma, sir. I just wanted to ask you, intermittent exotropia, very large exotropia, sometimes we do see with myopia, where there is no binocular vision at all, very large exotropia. Is it necessary that we correct for the prismatic effect at all? Because even after whatever attempt, usually they do tend to undercorrect, even with the nomogram corrections, with the prismatic, with the myopic correction. So is it just enough if we do the measurement with the far distance measurement and do the correction?
Whenever we are talking about the exact measurements, we are talking because we want optimal correction. If you have very large deviations, maybe 90 prisms as you are talking about, in those cases, you have to do the maximal in any case. So then the induced prismatic effect may not be of real difference, because it's like, as we say, just a small drop in the ocean. So that's true. So very large deviations, it may not be. But yes, if there is a high myope with a very large deviation, as we can see, the deviation itself may be faultily, wrongly measured. So what you may be measuring may not be 90, but maybe lesser. If you are having, then you will know that.
This modified technique you have shown is wonderful. It's something like Nishidas from both sides, isn't it?
It is actually half Nishidas. The interesting part is Yokoyama, Yamada, and Nishida are from the same group, and they are all colleagues. And so they have, I mean, all these three techniques I find are actually a spectrum of the same thing which you're talking. In Nishidas, we are using both superior rectus and the inferior rectus to temporize it, to get in 6 nerve pulses like cases. But in high myopes, the problem is mostly with the superior rectus and lateral rectus. So half of Nishidas is going to work.
That looks much simpler than the silicon band, definitely. Yes. So another doubt I want to ask you, recently of late, I've been operating more on some esotropia for distance in myopes. Whether it has to do something with the near work, I don't know. Whether the lag of accommodation is the factor which is playing also, we don't know. But I'm seeing more often operating on esotropia in high myopia, and not very high myopia.
Right.
So have you
recently we are getting more of such cases, as we were talking about, and I mentioned one of the categories in the list, that it is the accommodation spasm induced myopia and strabismus both. So they are happening because of an over near work. So whenever we are dealing with such children, irrespective of the age, we should always do a proper cycloplegic refraction, and many a times atropine to be used irrespective of the age, if we want to really take care of the accommodation spasm. So even last week I had a case who was 21 years old, and he had a high myopia which was variable. So when I got this, that the variability is there, I put him on atropine, and I found that what was given by others as -8 diopter correction, he was actually requiring only -1. So that much difference can be there. So then, and he was having problem that he was having eye strain with that -8. The problem is you may overcorrect, and then they are using accommodation to read with -8 glasses, and they have further accommodative problem. So the convergence, it's like a vicious cycle then. So unless you break it with a proper cycloplegia, you may never know how much is the baseline requirement of the refractive correction. So even in myopes, you should use cycloplegia whenever you are in doubt that there may be an accommodation spasm.
Esotropia more for distance also we are seeing more now.
Yeah, they're both for distance and for near, because once it goes into a spasm, it doesn't get relieved by just distance fixation. Even a mild cycloplegic like cyclopentolate may not help. You may require atropine to break that spasm. Some of them also have other associated neurological problems which come in, and then we may have to have neurological help or even use some antidepressant drugs. Some of these children have required those.
In ROP and high myopia, do you follow the same strategy for operating on esotropia when they come for at 1 year, 2 years, or do you wait? Because they have so many other problems they have had with retina treatment.
Right. So first of all, of course, the retina treatment has to be managed. The vision is the first requirement. So we usually delay till the this part has been done, and then give the proper correction. And as we talked about, sometimes there can be a macular drag in some of these children. So that also should be evaluated, that is it a true squint or a pseudo squint, which may be confounding with your measurement. Once you are clear that yes, this is a true esotropia, then one can operate. And another thing is the axial length should be measured in these children, because there may be a variable axial length. These, even though they have myopia, sometimes their axial length is small. So the results of surgery again will change.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Pradeep and Dr. Leela, for taking us through this quick discussion. Seems like cycloplegic refraction will reveal a lot of things, and it is mandatory wherever required. So I will now hand over session to Dr. Dahlia Krishnan to invite the next set of speakers, please.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan. To give us some clinical pearls in the prevention and management of retinal complications and myopia, we have Dr. Brajesh Thakur, who is a faculty in the vitreoretinal unit in LVP, vitreoretinal disease in the LV Prasad Eye Institute, Hyderabad. Armed with an excellent academic background, he completed his MBBS and MD from AIIMS New Delhi and later worked there as a senior resident in the vitreoretinal unit. He has worked as an assistant professor at DMC Ludhiana and AIIMS Bhopal and has also been a senior research associate at CSR AIIMS Delhi before he joined vitreoretinal unit in LVPI Hyderabad. He has over 190 indexed publications and 30 book chapters to his credit. He has also written and edited a book on retinal surgery. Hearty welcome, Dr. Brajesh. Also, to give the expert comments, we have our KSOS pride, Dr. Gopal S. Pillai. He is a professor and HOD of ophthalmology and chief of vitreoretinal services at Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Kochi. He is also an alumni of AIIMS New Delhi and is one of the eminent vitreoretinal surgeons in South India. Warm welcome to both of you. Over to you, Dr. Pravan.
Dr. Brajesh, can you share your screen and see if it's working?
Yeah, hi, Pawan. Thank you, madam, for the introductions. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay. So hi all, I am Brajesh. I represent the vitreoretina service at LVPEI Hyderabad and also the Eye Hope Research Center. So these are my financial disclosures. So before we talk about prevention, I think we must understand that prevention is right from primordial till up till quaternary these days. Pawan, Rohit and Audrey have already talked about the primordial and primary prevention aspects. I shall only be talking about the secondary and tertiary prevention aspects. So let's stretch our focus and be axial with myopia. So I'm mostly talking about axial myopia over here, and these are the sections in which I will divide my presentation into. My presentation is more about my failures, my successes, and how I learned from them. So I shall be presenting some cases as I talk about these things. So this is the story of a 35-year-old gentleman, very high myope, who presented with a floater-like disturbance since 2 days, and how I was the villain over here. So this was the presenting OCT, and we could see, if you can see my cursor. Pawan, can you see your cursor? I hope you can see my cursor. So yeah, so we can see a cystic space which is seen in the retina. Rest all the layers appear to be healthy. So upon fundus examination also didn't pick up anything. However, he came 1 week later with a lot of worsening with subretinal fluid, subretinal hyperreflective material, and where I started wondering that how I actually became villainous over here. So we did an OCT angiography and we gave an injection of anti-VEGF, and within 1 week he had recovered to almost back to normal with no signs of CNVM left. So what I learned from this particular case was that first, let us be aware of educated history when the word floater is put inside the mind of a patient. We have to distinguish between scotoma and a floater by asking the clinical questions. There is nothing like a clinical history. As per Hutchinson's, we can make 90% of the diagnosis only clinically. So this is something wrong that I had done that day. We should document vising and vitreous degeneration in case we are talking of floaters in myopia. We should look at all the OCT scans. So when I went back after seeing the happenings of this case, I could see that there was a slight evidence of a hyperreflectivity in the subretinal space in one of the other peripheral scans. So actually, I could have picked up a CNM had I looked at all the scans of this patient. So the last pearl that I would like to bring out of this case is that maybe we should do OCT for all the myopic cases, because picking up macular findings can be very difficult in presence of myopic macular degeneration and choroidal degeneration. And even if you do a 78 or a 90D examination, still you can miss the findings. So I think OCT is very helpful. So case 2 now. So this time I will be the hero. So this is a story of a 30-year-old gentleman who was a highly myope person, also a known case of open angle glaucoma, operated trabeculectomy, very small pupil, pseudophakic. He was referred here for a superior retinal detachment. And there was evidence of a membrane which appeared to be thin in the superior periphery. There was an extensive debate in the OPD that day, what it is, whether it is schisis, whether it is retinal detachment. We did a laser uptake test, which was positive. Yet I was not very convinced of the clinical findings. So what I did was I just dragged the cursor upside towards the peripheral retina, and we performed a peripheral OCT over there. And we actually found a retinal detachment along with the schisis. So we treated this gentleman with barrage laser and as well as cryopexy, and successfully too. So what I learned from this case was that laser uptake test is useful, but can also be fallacious if there is both schisis and RD. Peripheral OCT is a useful thing. You can drag the fixation, and if the patient is cooperative, you can find out such unique presentations more precisely. So case 3. So this is the story of a 20-year-old female. So this patient I had seen during my training period only. So she was a -5 diopter myopic female, very shallow retinal detachment, subretinal bands and temporal holes. And this is again the story of me being a hero. So this is the fundus. You can see a subretinal band over here. And since it was a very shallow detachment and it was reaching up till the fovea, but only just, which was again corroborated on the OCT. We did only cryopexy of that hole and nothing else. No gas injection, no scleral buccal, no VR surgery. And we monitored this height of retinal detachment, which was maximum in the area of the subretinal band, with an OCT montage. And fortunately for us, the RD actually settled down, and this gave us the utility of OCT montage. And we published this later also as a tool for monitoring shallow retinal detachments in myopia. So the pearl was, of course, the utility of montaging an OCT. However, we do have newer tools now where we have wide field OCTs. I don't think they are available in India as of now commercially, but they will also be useful in such circumstances. The other pearl is that yes, we can get away with only cryopexy in certain selected cases. This cannot be true for all the cases where there is traction on the hole, but certain selected cases which don't have traction, this modality can work in singularity only. So now to the next section, which is RD and peripheral lesions. So this is case 4. So we shall be both the villains as well as this ID row over here. So this is a story of a 20-year-old male, -14 diopter myopia, 20 by 20 both eyes, came for evaluation for fundus in preparation for a refractive surgery. The person was eventually lasered, and within 2 weeks of laser barrage, he developed a giant retinal tear. He developed a horseshoe tear, which was posterior to the margin of the breaks, and an HST also crept up in an area which did not have a lattice degeneration at all. So this was a very difficult situation to manage. The person was still 20 by 30, and I had a marathon surgery, 2.5 hours, that also in an emergency OR. So reflecting on this case, what I learned was that barrage laser, it works many times, yes, but it is not fail safe. It can fail. And this has to be communicated to the patient. And at least I was not doing this. I cannot say for others, I was not doing this till I saw this case myself. If we are treating the peripheral lesions, we have to make sure that we treat all of them. I'll just go one slide back. So there appears to be some kind of a lattice over here on the border of which the HST has formed. So if we are doing a barrage, we have to be careful that we barrage all the lesions. We cannot miss out on them. Otherwise, we'll end up with such PVD related complications, which can be macular in nature also, not only just peripheral. So this is case 5. And I really don't know what we turned out to be, villains or heroes. So this is the story of a 12-year-old boy, -8 diopters, myopia, 20/20 right eye, left eye had RD with proliferative vitreoretinopathy. So this is the photograph of the left eye, which had lots of PVR. You can see the subretinal bands. So left eye scleral buccal surgery was done and right eye laser was done. His retina attached without managing the subretinal band at all. However, the right eye still, the NRD developed and it broke through the laser barrage margins, and we had to do a scleral buccal also for the right eye. So what I learned from this case was barrage can, as in the last case, reduce the risk, but it is not fail safe. Scleral buccal is a good option in high myopes. Scleral buccal is also a good option despite PVR. I mean, subretinal band should not preclude us from doing a scleral buccal surgery, because in certain selected cases, especially if the band is not at the macula, scleral buccal is a good option. So the child is doing well and long-term follow-up also. So now to case 6. So this is the story of a 20-year-old male, -14 diopter myopia, right eye had a fresh RD, and now we became the hero. So this was the presentation. He had a posterior tear. This is somewhere around 3/3 branching of retinal vessels. We did a non-drainage scleral buccal for this patient for a posterior tear, and it worked, and worked like magic on day 1 itself. So what I learned over here is that although historically scleral buccals, radial buccals, they were used for all kind of retinal detachments, but somehow in today's world, once a surgeon will see posterior tear, he'll just forgo the option of a scleral buccal. So I think that option still exists, and if we can titrate our sutures and position them correctly, mark the breaks correctly during the scleral buccal surgery, scleral buccal still holds a very good option in most of the myopic retinal detachments. That is without extensive epiretinal PVR. So now cases 7 to 9. So these are 3 patients of high myopia post refractive or cataract surgery, and where we actually turned out to be 0 as a team of ophthalmologists. So the first case is post flax within 1 month, that is femtosecond laser assisted cataract surgery. So within 1 month of this cataract surgery, he developed a retinal detachment. The second case over here is of post clear lens extraction, and after 1 year or so, the patient presented with such a picture in which you can barely make out whether there is a retina or not. So this is the third case where post CLE there is a late onset retinal detachment. So we operated day 1 it attached, but still at 1 month the patient still had a lot of hypotony. So what do we learn from this? One is that we must screen these patients before taking them up for surgery. So maybe nowadays there is a lot of awareness of this fact, but I have seen patients myself who have not been screened for surgery before them being taken up for refractive surgery. So I think we must screen these patients. This is a point I just wanted to bring out. And the other fact is that the cataract, in presence of cataract, we cannot really see the fundus many times before. So post-operative screening has to be done. So you cannot forget, and you cannot say that the patient is 6/6, he is happy, go away. No, you have to have a post-operative detailed screening also. We should inform these patients that refractive surgery is taking away your myopic correction, but not myopia. Myopia will still be there. You still need to monitor for flashes, floaters, have a periodic evaluation at the nearby ophthalmologist. So we have taken care of the spectacles, but the long eye is still there. The complications will still occur. So this has to go to the ears of the patients. Now to cases 10 to 13. So now I'm presenting you 4 patients of high myopia where I was unprepared as a surgeon and I had an aftermath after surgery. So you look at the exit length of this patient, it is close to 4 centimeters. These cases can be very challenging for a surgeon. So he came with a retinal detachment. We put in 12 ml oil 2 times. We did lots of procedures and still we lost the eye to PVR. We could not save it, and this patient actually developed NVI, hyphema, and a painful blind eye. So this is the second case. Now this is a one-eyed patient, adrenal glaucoma with cataract. So we did a good surgery. She had good outcome the first day, but 6 weeks later, she developed this extensive PVR, a new or a missed break in the infranasal quadrant. Again, 2 surgeries had to be done to settle this retina. And actually it took 3 marathons for me to settle it. And we had to leave PFCL in the eye for 2 weeks for us to be able to achieve a stable attachment of the retina. So case 3 in this series is of a female who was operated in Philippines, and you can see that this is the oil meniscus. You can see that the break is open over here. There is a definite underfill of the oil. So when we operated, we put in a belt buckle also, and we put more oil than what was put before and we achieved success. So this is case 4 in the same series, and he was operated for a fresh GRT-RD, the myopic gentleman. And however, the oil was underfilled. This time I was the surgeon, and you can see that the oil was underfilled. He had CD also, which can be a reason for the oil underfill. After 3 surgeries, the RD still persisted, and I had to do extensive maneuvers, this time under general anesthesia, injecting dye subretinal, looking for breaks, membrane peeling, etc., etc. And it took me 4 surgeries to actually get the retina attached under oil. The gentleman is still under oil after 1 year, and still not removed it, considering the dicey situation. So what I learned from these experiences was that no fixed amount of oil is useful. Normally, you would put 4 ml of oil in cases of RD while doing vitrectomy, but in myopia, you saw that even minus 12 ml of oil can turn out to be underfill or may not work. So you have to be prepared mentally. You have to be prepared with extra oils of silicone oil also, and tell the patient also that this case is a possibility. So subretinal bands may not be removed in every case. They can be left, especially if not at the macula. We saw this in a previous case also. Positioning is very critical for these patients, as in any other patient also. However, here the RPE pump is also very poor. So subretinal fluid will migrate to the breaks and can open them up, leading on to surgical failures. So intraoperative depth access is a very pertinent point over here. You have to remove your cannulas, you have to open up the peritomies, you have to change the eye pressures, you have to rotate the eyeballs, do a lot of things, use long cannulas to be able to reach up, especially cases where you have to do ILM peeling of the macula. So this is a very challenging aspect of performing myopic surgeries, and we don't really have a very good answer to this also, in my opinion. Belt buckle is a very good option if done judiciously. Then nothing like counseling, and more counseling for these patients. The results can be very, very unpredictable. So the next aspect is more of a medical management. So I am discussing over here the cases where retinal dystrophies can come up as a surprise in myopic patients. So this story is of a 16-year-old gentleman who was referred as macular degeneration and moderate myopia, and how we became the Sherlock over here. So this is the fundus photo. We did a fundus autofluorescence, which we do very commonly for our patients, and we found this ring around the macular degeneration. We dived into the history. We found family history. His vision loss was out of tune to the macular findings. We did an OCT. We saw that the photoreceptors were kind of vanished throughout the OCT scans. In addition, there was a choroidal excavation also. We finally did an ERG, and we found that the photopic ERG was actually absent. So we arrived at the diagnosis of cone dystrophy, asked for genetic counseling. The point that I bring out of this case is that we need to have a high index of suspicion, especially in presence of symptoms which do not match the severity of signs. So in such cases, in juvenile and childhood age groups, you really must be careful. Electrophysiology and autofluorescence can be very helpful, and family history will also help. So in previous days, discussion whether high myopia should be considered and whether retinal dystrophy should be ruled out in each and every case of high myopia. However, I don't agree with that, but I do say that we have to pick our cases on the basis of suspicion and then move ahead with appropriate workup. So this section talks more about myopia and systemic syndromes. So this is the story of a 9-year-old female with progressive myopia. She had been seen at my training center for a long time, 2 years, 3 years, and how I became the Sherlock was because of a simple indirect examination which picked up this aura of lens. And we realized that we were actually dealing with a microspherical lens, and it was not actually only axial myopia, which was the culprit over here. So this is again the abnormal curvature. You can see the microspherical lens over here. So what I learned from this case and what I published also was that childhood myopia, think twice before labeling only as high myopia, especially in absence of pertinent fundus findings. I mean, you should look at the tessellations, the tigroid fundus, the lattice degeneration, the tilted disc, the peripapillary chorioretinal atrophy, etc., and the staphyloма also, and say that actually there is axial myopia, not in each and every case of childhood high myopia. And if it is not present, we should have an eye open and look out for other causes of myopia. So many of these children will have systemic syndromes like Marfan syndrome and Stickler syndrome. I have been a culprit myself. I have missed cases of leprosy and Marfan syndrome only because the mask was there on the face. And after those cases, I have started asking these patients, because in these days we don't know till when the masks will be on. So go back at a safe distance, ask these patients to get the mask down, have a look at the face for syndromic features. So this is the point that I wanted to bring out as a clinical pointer. So the last section of my management, which was suggested by Dr. Sujit, and which was also discussed a while ago by Dr. Pradeep and Dr. Leela Mohan. So I'm discussing two cases where preterm children were managed for retinopathy of prematurity. So this is a case of a spontaneously regressed retinopathy of prematurity. The child went on to develop -16 diopter of myopia. That's a very high myopia to deal with. This is another case. You can see the signs of self-regressed ROP, the avascular retina, the pigmentary changes, the ridge-like structure, the macular drag, which was alluded to Dr. Pradeep in the last presentation. So this child also went on to develop -7 diopters of myopia. While we stay in controversy and the world remains divided as on so many other issues as to why these children develop myopia, we need to be wary of the fact that preterm children will develop myopia, whether or not they have ROP, they can develop myopia. In the setting of ROP, perhaps they have a higher chance. In the setting of laser for ROP, especially in cases like AP ROP, maybe the risk is higher and they're at a higher risk for axial elongation. We need to do repeated evaluation as also on the aspects of squint. I mean, retinal surgeons often just dilate the patients and have a look. I think we should see these patients before dilatation also. And we should also consider anti-VEGF for prevention of myopia in cases of hybrid ROP, AP ROP, or zone 1 ROP, or half zone ROPs. So I remember seeing a presentation in 2018 on this aspect where biometry of children was evaluated. We still don't know what happens to biometry of preterm children in terms of axial length, and hence we need to be careful with that aspect. So my only summary statement is that prevention is better than cure, whether it is prevention of myopia or whether it is prevention of complications of myopia. These lines are by the famed singer Mukesh and his song Main Pal Do Pal Ka Shair Hoon. I just want to say that the world will change for the good to be better than what we are today. We need to have our open eyes and to accept these changes also. I will thank KOS, KSOS. I'll thank my patients and teachers more. I'll thank my colleagues and friends also. Thank you so much.
Awesome talk, Dr. Brigesh. Fantastic for sharing us your journey as a hero and a villain. I think there's no villain there. It's only a big, real superstar hero we see today. Thank you so much for sharing all your pearls. So I'll quickly invite Dr. Gopal Pillai to share his thoughts.
Thank you very much. I thank the Calicut Ophthalmic Society and KSOS for bringing this myopia into one day. Actually, Brijesh not only presented just pearls, he presented a string of pearls. Actually, he presented a necklace of, as you said, a hero as well as villain. And there is no better way to learn than cases, and especially our own mistakes or other people's mistakes that we see. So the first pearl that he was talking about was about a choroidal neovascular membrane. I just want to reiterate that sometimes on an OCT, you can miss a choroidal neovascular membrane in a myope. And so one may require to do a fluorescent angiography to clearly get the choroidal neovascular membrane. Because sometimes people may come with unexplained loss of vision, and OCT may be, if you look at a, not the newer version of OCTs, like the spectral domain OCT may not actually pick up a choroidal neovascular membrane. A fluorescent can definitely do that. Then the second thing was about, enhancing your personality, removing your spectacles, improving your confidence and convenience by removing the glasses in myopia, as a lot of 18-year-olds come to our OPD asking for that. There's a bit of a problem here. There is a definite chance of enhancement through LASIK or other refractive procedures. But as you saw Brijesh talk, there are a lot of other problems that can also come with it. So generally we do bilateral procedure, and PVD is a major problem. So there are some cases in myopia where PVD occurs. Almost all the cases of myopia, PVD occurs quite early. And Brijesh presented some cases in which after barrage, the retinal detachment was precipitate. Actually, I have over the years, what I have done is, if there are, like there is only a limited area of laser to be done, it is okay to do that, especially before PVD has developed. Because if you do extensive laser with multiple rows to lattices which are in which PVD is not yet there, you will actually induce an unnatural PVD, and probably after whatever refractive procedure you are doing, it may end up in a acute PVD and tear and a retinal detachment, which unnaturally occurs. So that is a problem. That is something that you have to always keep in mind. So if there are multiple large extensive lattices in the periphery and you're doing extensive laser to all the lattices before a refractive procedure, you may actually end up harming the patient a little bit. So that is something that you have to keep in mind. Then buckling, as Brijesh was telling very rightly, especially in these young people in which PVD is not yet there, and it is extremely difficult to peel the vitreous beyond the lattice. And in such cases, buckle is an extremely good option, especially in younger people who are phakics. So once you're going inside doing a vitrectomy, make sure that you remove the vitreous in toto, which is sometimes extremely difficult in myopes. Cataract surgery in myopia, again, there will be a nuclear sclerosis which may come in a little early, maybe by 40, 45 years, and one may be tempted because a clear lens extraction may actually reduces myopia a lot. But again, care has to be, the risk versus benefit analysis approach has to be taken to see whether these lattices, there are lots of lattices which may require extensive laser before the cataract surgery. All that is in mind. Then very high myopia can be very complex. Sometimes, as he said, you may require multiple surgeries, etc. Myopia with staphylomas and schisis is another ballgame altogether, which may require specialized surgery. And in pediatric neurology and pediatric genetics, he showed a lot of cases in which we will be the Sherlock Holmes to pick up the syndromes in question. Thank you. I think that covers a lot of complications of myopia. And whenever we are looking at cataract surgery or clear lens extraction or personality enhancement through refractive procedures, you should look at the other flip side of the retina in myopia and take a judicious decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Both of you highlighted the need for squirrel buckle sort of thing. I have a curiosity question. Will the squirrel buckle trigger for axial elongation because of some sort of pressure, mechanical tension? Any comment on that, please?
Brijesh?
Yeah, so there was a study on this, Pawan, in 2016. And these have only retrospective studies. So where they actually showed that if buckles were put, it led on to elongation of the retina. So I mean, more senior colleagues are also over here. They will tell us that in ROP or in preterm children where buckles are put, no, we have to cut them and remove them to allow for a normal growth after a while. So this is an important aspect. I agree.
All right, great. Thank you so much. So we will move on to the next set of session. I will now invite Dr. Bindu Ajit to invite the next set of speakers, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Our next session is an attractive topic on pearls and cataract surgery in a myope. And for this, I invite the Doyen himself, Padma Shri Professor Mahipal Sachdev from the Center for Sight, New Delhi, for his pearls. And following which we'll have inputs from Dr. Minu Mathan from the the prolific phacosurgeon from the Chaitanya Eye Hospital, Trivandrum. Both of them are great innovators in surgical techniques, phaco, and it's really a visual treat to watch their surgical videos. Over to you, and we welcome you both, sir. And over to Pawan to moderate the session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bindu, and thank you very much, KOS, for having me here. I'll be talking about clinical pearls for cataract surgery, primarily restricting myself to phacoemulsification because that I think is the surgery for choice to most of us. Now, when we have actually had a great session so far on myopia, and a lot of things and pearls and wisdoms have been given to us. The important thing that I wish to share as regards cataract surgery is that high myopia is becoming more and more common worldwide. And for us, we are wanting to take it as greater than 26 millimeters of axial length or more than -6. And cataract in myopic eyes constitute about 5 to 20% of all cataract cases. And cataract and myopia can coexist in about 7.2 to 55% of the cases. Now, cataract surgery, apart from being restorative, is also a refractive surgery because we have adequate tools nowadays to get near to normal emetropia as regards the IOL power calculation. So cataract surgery will serve both the visual and refractive problems can be taken out. So a person who has not undergone refractive surgery till a date and has developed a cataract, with the newer generation of premium IOL lenses, the possibility of a person going in to have emetropia, as also use of the trifocal lenses, can have him get the glasses removed. Now, why are we discussing cataract surgery in myopia to be different? We are discussing this because there are certain things right from the pre-operative management right up to the post-operative period which are going to be different than the normal cataract surgery. Now, the first and the foremost important thing when you are looking at the pre-operative considerations is whether there was a unilateral or a bilateral myopia, and the axial length is going to give you a great tool to tell you whether it was unilateral or bilateral. Sometimes the patient denies unilaterality, denies amblyopia, because that can make you end up in problems where because of amblyopia, the visual recovery may not be there. So you do not want any refractive surprises. That is something very, very important. So the IOL power calculation, because that's in itself is a big topic, but I'll just talk about it in due course of time. The third and the most important thing which Brijesh, Dr. Thakkar talked about and the earlier speakers talked about is that myopic degeneration, chorioretinal degeneration, central scar, Foster-Fuchs, ERM, CNVM, posterior staphyloма, all these can be coexisting, and this would be a problem as regards the visual outcome. And people are becoming litigious, and there is a possibility, if you have not done an OCT, as a rule, I am doing an OCT in all my cataract patients pre-operatively, specifically more so in patients who have diabetic retinopathy, any comorbidity like diabetic retinopathy or age-related macular degeneration is there, or the person is suffering from high myopia. So you need to rule these out, that is there. So pre-operatively, a person needs to therefore get an indirect ophthalmoscopy, a full dilated examination, and an attempt to look at retroillumination to see whether there are any areas of zonular weakness, because myopia, as we all know, axial length is larger and the possibility of zonular weakness is there. And biometry needs to be done to look at the axial length, whether there is a posterior staphylomas. So what would you prefer as regards an optical biometer or a sonographic biometry, and the formulas that you are going to do. Now, the other important thing apart from the retinal involvement is that myopic eyes are having a higher morbidity of glaucoma. So this is 2 to 3 times more prevalent than that of the general population. So you must also look at the optic disc with great emphasis as to what it is. Now, more often than not, the patients as a symptom would come to you that they have gone to an optical shop and there is an increase in the power of the myopia or the prescription that they are having. And that is because you have the nuclear sclerosis which has happened, and quite a lot of these patients let the cataract sit in their eyes and they come with hard cataracts, brown cataracts, which is there with a significant increase in the myopia. Now, as we have to see is that the second thing that I talked to you was that we need to look at the biometry, and this biometry, what is very, very important is that the biometer, even if you are using an A scan or if you are using an optical biometer, I would always prefer to use an optical biometer. The standard deviation of the error tends to increase as the eyeball becomes larger. So if you have a bigger axial length of an eye, the chances of the reliability being very, very accurate becomes slightly lesser. The optical biometry, basically the axial length is from the corneal vertex to the fovea, and this is what you want. And the formulas that you normally use for not having these surprises are the Barrett Universal 2 formula. You can load it down from the Ascaris, Holiday 2 and Olsen, of which Barrett 2 Universal has the best value of refractive prediction in myopic eyes, and the powers of IOL which are below 6 diopters. The Hill RBF version 200 is also a good formula. So Barrett Universal 2 is easy to remember. Holiday, Olsen and Hill, these are the formulas that you should use and get the outcomes. Now, what is important, why I've been talking about an optical biometry is that if you look at the patient and there is the possibility of a staphyloma, there would be challenges, and the anatomical and the visual axis may not correlate. So that is why when you are doing ultrasonic A scan, an immersion biometry at that, it may not give you the correct finding, but an optical biometer would be much better to be used, especially in high myopic cases. Now, one important thing is that when you are looking at the intraocular lens power calculation, there are these errors which can happen in the axial length measurement, posterior pole staphyloma, and the IOL geometry as to where you are putting the IOL. Typically, these errors give rise to a post-operative hyperopic correction which is there. So you should always target moderate myopia, because these patients are always used to myopic, and if you make them end up with hyperopia, they will be more miserable. You need to also look at what is called the WK axial length adjustment, which what it means is that if the eyeball is long, the vitreous cavity is big, and this makes an overestimation of the axial length with increasing myopia, because the vitreous has a higher volume and a larger vitreous cavity, and it's the refractive index that contributes to giving you an exaggeration in the axial length. So the axial length is overestimated. Therefore, be wary of the fact that whatever are the formulas that you're using, there could be post-operative hyperopia. So don't use a, see if you're having a plus 0.12 or you are having a minus 0.37, go towards a minus, and I would say that you could overcorrect it further so that you are ending up with a moderate post-operative refraction. Now, one important thing that the biometer, the optometrists, etc., should be told, and even your fellows, etc., that there could be blunders. Now, typically, whenever you look at an IOL master sheet, if you get a power which is here, it just says 11.5. So what the person can order is a plus 11.5, because the person is not used to minus, but you have to be very careful that this is saying a minus 11.5, and these are odd power lenses which are not fully available with a lot of companies, and you need to pre-order these lenses. Now, as I told you, the next question would be, some people say that should we not, if it's a minus power lens or you have a -1 or a 0, should we not leave the patient aphakic? No. In today's day and in today's era, you would always be wanting to place an IOL rather than leave a highly myopic patient aphakic, because the IOL acts as a barrier to the vitreous movement and subsequent PVD and retinal traction. The second important thing is that a good acrylic lens, if you have a square edge, the incidence of having a PCO goes down, and you can also have custom made IOLs for any power. So it's not that if I want a -11, I can't. So you can order to, if you want an international company, Zeiss makes it for you, and the Indian companies, whatever, they would make it for you. So it's better to get the IOL put into the eye. Now let's come to the question of toric intraocular lenses. When you are coming to toric intraocular lenses, the higher chamber depth, as we all know, myopic eyes have large axial lens, they are larger. So the higher chamber depth in the surgery increases the vertical distance for operation and leakage from the corneal incision. So final placement of the lens is less likely to be accurate to the extent that you want. There can be visco which can be collected below because it's a large bag, you may not have taken it out, so there could be rotation. The zonular weakness could be there could be loose capsular bag, and this all allows for some amount of rotation that may happen even after the surgery. So we don't have custom-made lenses which are of a larger size, because the myopia is higher. So there were these lenses which came, I think, in the Acryos variety or whatever, where the lens size used to increase. If you are looking at lower power IOs, that means putting it in the myopic eye. So I think that should be there, that if you can have a lens size slightly bigger, looking at the capsular bag, that could give you better rotational stability in a toric IOL. Now let's come to the intraoperative considerations that are there. I would prefer to do my case under topical anesthesia with a supplementation of intracameral Xylocard or today Phenocaine that is available, which also has Xylocaine, because the eye is large and the risk of perforation is much higher. However, if the cataract is hard, then you have to just see that you don't perforate, and you would go ahead and do a cataract surgery under a block which is there. Now, clear corneal incisions heal better. The scleral rigidity is low, and that is going to be a problem throughout the surgery, where you could have the opening of the wound and you might have to put a suture right at the end. There are various studies which have shown that topical plus intracameral anesthesia, there is the pain factor which is there because of the fluid coming in and more movement which is there in the eye because of deflation and inflation. That can be reduced by using an intracameral if you are not using a block. Now, there is one thing that I just want to discuss briefly, and that is called as the lens iris diaphragm retropulsion syndrome. That is when you are doing the surgery, there is a deepening of the anterior chamber because of a lot of fluid coming in. The pupil tends to dilate, and there is a reverse pupillary block because the iris goes and sticks onto the lens, and there is the ballooning and the bowing of the peripheral iris. So all you have to do is, maybe if you can have like a spatula or a Y, where you can keep the iris a little up so that the fluid keeps on going below the iris rather than pushing it down. That can take care. And you have multiple times this lens iris diaphragm retropulsion syndrome, the iris tends to come out and there is a pupillary meiosis that can happen. This has been shown that in pseudo X eyes, high myopic eyes, and post vitrectomy, you get this lens iris diaphragm retropulsion syndrome, and you can remove that. Now let's come to the surgical technique that we are talking. The movements can be slow. You should avoid abrupt collapse of the anterior chamber because A, it causes pain to the patient, and B, it can cause vitreous-based traction, which can later on lead to PVD and on to retinal detachment. And you should always inject visco, otherwise the deflation of the chamber can be there and there could be problem before you are removing the instruments. Inject visco that is there, and the bottle height can be reduced. Now, complicating factors which could be there during the surgery is the chorioretinal dystrophies, liquefaction of the vitreous body, which Gopal was also talking about, and this can be PVD. The incidence of PVD after a cataract surgery is significantly high, and the weak zonules and ligaments, unstable capsular bag can lead on to dislocation. Now I am coming on to videos to show what all are the different things. The first thing is, supposing you are doing a femto surgery, all that I'm trying to show is that the AC depth is larger, and this is a post RKI. So you can see that the cornea is flat in the center, and you can see that this AC depth is pretty large. It will come here in a while. This is 3.7 millimeters. You will see in this particular case. And you can see that we can identify a post RKI. You can have a good laser onto this, and this is a laser. The capsulotomy is coming, and then you can see that Despite the RK, you can have little skip areas. These are the RK lines. If you are seeing all these are RK lines, just be careful at the capsulotomy that the capsulotomy, you inject trypan blue and you can take care of it. Now let's come to the actual surgical procedure. This is a patient where we have a myopia. All that I'm going to show you is that your capsular axis should be good. This is on a femto. You can see that the capsular axis is good. In this particular case, I'll just show you the deepening. So what has to be done is that you are actually going down. You have to get a purchase of the nucleus, you have to go down, and you can see the wrinkles on the capsule and on the cortex and the capsule. Look at the ballooning of the capsule. So you have to avoid these forceful movements that is there, and you are able to do the cataract well. Now, weak zonules in this case, the earlier one didn't have weak zonules. So you can see these are weak zonules, which can be part and parcel. This is again a post-RKI. And you can see that when a capsular axis is being done, you can see, you saw the movement of the capsular bag and a capsular tension ring. Because you saw zonular weakness right at the beginning, you can see it here also. A capsular tension ring in these particular cases would be in order for you to get a good outcome in high myopic eyes. So you can see this is the irrigation aspiration, a bimanual may be preferred, and you can see a toric IOL being implanted in this particular case. Now let us see a dense cataract in high myopia. This is the type of cataracts that you can, which are intumescent. And this is the important thing here is this is a bubble. This is a marker to get a good capsular axis size. You should start with a small axis and be very careful and gentle while doing a capsular axis. A slightly larger capsular axis may be in order, but if you have too large, it will sit across the IOL and can cause capsular contracture, which you don't want. Now just be gentle in your hydro dissection, and you can see that there is the free movement of the lens after the hydro procedure. And you can see the density of the cataract is pretty significant. So here we are doing a direct chop, which is the preferred technique that a lot of us have. And you can see that there is a separation which is not gone past the midline, but again, after a slight swirl, we are trying to do the separation. Now, in this particular case, again, the depth of the needle needs to be taken care of, that you have to go deep enough to be able to split the nucleus right in the center. And this is a sharp chopper that we use, which has a cutting inner edge. Now, again, there is this has not broken in the center, so we are using two instruments to break it in the center. Now, just watch this step. As we do this, can you see this? There is a pull on the zonules. And this is something that needs to be avoided, and you need to watch out for this zonular weakness, because the myopic eyes tend to be weak, having weak zonules. And you can see in this particular case, again, an endocapsular ring is being put, and then once the endocapsular ring is being put, you can actually take out the nuclear fragments and do the emulsification, and that is the end of the procedure. Now, another final two more videos. One is on the Marfan's. You can have Marfan's with the myopia. More often than not, the Marfan's is with myopia. We have reported case with hypermetropia also, but here you can see that there is a zonular subluxation. Now, doing a capsular axis is pretty difficult, because you can see that the capsule does not have hold of the zonule here. So you would necessarily need to use a capsular axis and Utrada's forceps. Maybe two of them can be used, and you can see that because of the low scleral rigidity, there is the non-maintenance of the chamber, and the iris is tending to keep coming out. So we can here use this again. You can see you need to be gentle and careful. And once you have done this, you can go ahead and put a tension ring, which you can suture in this particular case. Otherwise, you will possibly, because Marfan's is a progressive disease, it can go on and cause further subluxation to increase over time. Now, let us look at post-operatively. Post-operatively, refraction takes longer to stabilize. Therefore, you need to be a little patient. Post-operatively, always high myopes, I would refer them for an indirect ophthalmoscopy to check whether there is any retinal break that has happened, and more close and more frequent follow-ups are there, and the patient should be told of the warning signs of PVD or retinal detachment where that should be there. And to get a better balance, I would wish to operate the other eye earlier if there is a high anisometropia. So if we finally look at the characteristics of cataract surgery in myopic eyes, there are anatomical changes which happen after cataract surgery. Anterior movement of the PC and the vitreous body will happen over time. This causes a volume increase of the vitreous body and increase in the height of the PVD that can happen, and high risk factors for retinal detachment are there and CME are there. So you have to look out for retinal detachment and CME in these particular cases. Also, one more thing that you need to know is that these myopes having a greater chance of having even a glaucoma, more patients are prone to steroid response, and you need to be on lookout in the post-operative period. Now, cataract surgery, specifically a complicated cataract surgery where you have zonular dehiscence or you have retinal or you have a PCR, they increase the risk of retinal detachment in high myopic eyes. And RD after cataract surgery, pre-existing retinal weakness may be there, which you have not noticed. So because of the cataract, you need to recheck the patient. Young age and long axial length were both significantly associated with RD after cataract surgery. And cataract surgery itself, even if it is not complicated, has been reported to be a risk factor for retinal detachments in high myopic patients. What I will wish to say is this is another study which clearly shows that the degree of myopia, higher the myopia, longer the eye, intraoperative PCR, vitreous loss, and postoperative ND YAG. These all increase the chances of retinal detachment in high myopic cases. So finally, what I'll just wish to show is that if you have a case of high myopia, this is a case of high myopia who had undergone retinal detachment surgery. All that I will wish to say is that a thorough cleaning. So you can see a posterior plaque, you could leave it in a normal patient that we can do a YAG later. But in case of a high myope, even if it takes me effort to kind of remove this posterior plaque, I would want to remove this posterior plaque rather than refer this patient for a post-operative YAG capsulotomy that can cause chances, that can increase the chances of retinal detachment. And in a high myope, if I am doing a YAG capsulotomy, some people say they want to do it with a cystotome, but what I will do is use least power and refer them for an indirect ophthalmoscopy 1 week, 1 month, and 3 months after the YAG procedure. This is equally important so that there isn't any RD which is there. So to sum up, I will say in high myopes, cataract surgery poses specific set of problems which you have to take care of. Careful pre-operative assessment, a vigilant surgical technique where you do not want a lot of pressurization, lot of fluid up and down. You do not want iris retrobulgence syndrome. You do not want pain for the patient. You want to avoid breaking out the zonules which are weak. You want to put an endocapsular ring if it is required, and maybe even want to put an AC maintainer, fill up the chamber with viscoelastic, and you need to go down to get a good purchase onto the lens that is required. And what is also important is the patients with high myopia and cataract, phacoemulsification implantation with posterior chamber lens is safe and effective, and always put a posterior chamber lens in these particular cases. And today we can help solve visual problems and refractive errors for these patients if they end up with a cataract and high myopia, and give them great vision which they have never had during their early lifehood and the middle ages that is there. So this is all that I'll wish to say. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for sharing your wealth of experience, Dr. Mahipal. I know 20 minutes was too less to cover all your experience, but fantastic. I now invite Dr. Meenu Martin to give a short commentary on this, please.
Thank you, KOS and Dr. Sujit for this opportunity. And as always, Dr. Mahipal has almost gone through all aspects of cataract surgery in myopia, so I am left with nothing to tell. So I knew this before itself that I will not have much to tell. So I took a risk and I have brought one of my cases which actually did not appear in any of the videos which he showed. So let me try to show that and then discuss. Shall I share screen?
Yes, sir. Please also optimize it for video.
I will try that. There are some. I think. Okay. So am I seen?
Yes, sir.
So this young myope, 36 years old, he was on with us for some time, and he has high myope with high astigmatism. And 1.5 years back, he came with minimal posterior subcapsular in one eye. So we did scans repeatedly. We got repeatedly the same values, and it was a 28 millimeter axial length with a corneal thickness of 410 and an AC depth of 5 millimeters. And interestingly, if you notice here, 14.5 is the white to white. So he has a megalocornea and a huge anterior chamber depth and a moderately high axial length. And his IOL power was 7.5. So he has other eye clear lens and almost similar refraction, 4 and some 3 cylinder. So after we told him that you are getting cataract, you will need cataract surgery. He disappeared for 2-3 months, and after 3 months he came back with this. So here he was total cataract, intermittent cataract, and so we can't do an optical biometry. Luckily we had done all that before itself and we got all the values correctly. So here one point I would like to say is that we have smaller powered, lesser powered IOLs which we place for myopes, and so I would always get a multi-piece and a standby lens with me, because anything happens to the lens, suddenly if you tell them to get a replacement IOL, you will not have it in your library. So that is one thing which I will keep ready. So here again, a megalocornea, everything looks very huge. And see, if we put the Varion on, you can notice the 5 millimeter, sorry about that. If you notice the 5 millimeter, 5.2 actually, the rhexis margin, which is marked there on the Varion, you see it as so small, and the limbus is so wide. And so this is a huge eye. And here the problems is that we are going to face a very deep, so this is a 14.5, I am measuring and confirming again. And so here I make a small pleural incision. See, I didn't want to take any risk. At any point of time, if I have to convert to SICS, I should have a scleral incision rather than having a corneal, to extend a corneal incision. So after that, the things we have to notice is that we first have to stain. And the chamber we have to fill well. See, we may think that the chamber is full, but here again I am filling up with more sodium hyaluronate and making the chamber quite deep, because some of these cases will have zonular weakness and they may be loose zonules. And also chamber depth is not formed well. This kind of intumescent lenses can have a rhexis running to the periphery. And here again 5.2 is seemingly being seen on the cornea, but what we are doing is very far behind. So I didn't want to have a rhexis run away or get a large rhexis and you cannot do anything at the end. So I was aiming for a small rhexis initially, but nothing leaked out. So started with the needle and then finish it off with the forceps. And here it is definitely 4 millimeters. It is much smaller than the 5 millimeter. And I aspirated just an aspirable cataract, although it looks intumescent. I used a little bit of phaco in the center, but then continued with the IA probe to aspirate the epinucleus and the cortex, and it's all done. But then we noticed that subincisionally there is cortex left, and so I change over to bimanual, and here again, before taking out any instrument, fill up the chamber and then only take out to avoid shallowing. And then again I find that it is much smaller than what we thought. And again I tend to increase the size of the rhexis. So this has come close to between 4.75 and 5 millimeters. And now I am implanting a 3-piece IOL. See, most of these IOLs now come with 13 millimeter size. So you can notice that in the sulcus, it is very, very decentered. Any side you push, it goes to one side. The other side, it goes to the other side. And in the bag also, you're going to expect this only. It will get, definitely it won't be centered. And the cylindrical power, we discussed with the patient and we told them that we are not going to correct your cylinder, because the toric IOLs in such huge bags, they tend to rotate and you will get under correction, you will get a different correction if it rotates bad. And he was agreeable to the cylinder because he has other eye clear lens and he is wearing glasses. So here my plan was to place it in the sulcus and to optic capture. But here still, after placing the IOL, we find that the rhexis is still smaller. So I had to extend the rhexis the third time. So the rhexis is made close to just less than 5 millimeters, and this is how it looks after that. And I slowly capture the optic within the rexus margin, and that makes the lens stable. And after that, you aspirate off the visco and then make sure that the IOL is well centered now, and close this. And after 1 year, now he has ended up with a minus 0.5 and a 2.5 cylinder, 618 correcting to 6.6, and he's wearing glasses only for distance, and near he is able to read without glasses, and he doesn't have diplopia even though he has a higher power in that time. And CTRs, if we need to place, I would always get a larger sized CTR. There are 3 sizes commonly available: 10, 11, 10, 12, 11, 13 and 12, 14 also. So I would take a larger one so that the ends overlap each other and they cover all of the equator. And all the rest has been clearly covered, and thank you very much. Yes, Rishi is raising hand there. Please unmute Rishi. Yeah.
Lovely video, Dr. Meenu. This case is a case of megalophthalmos actually, and I've also operated one patient like this, and I think you managed it beautifully. One more thing you could have done was put it in the bag and run a reverse optic capture. Basically, optic capture has to be done because otherwise the lens will keep moving.
So we have had some cases of reverse optic capture of single piece, especially this Technis lenses. In this myopic guy, it's fine. But in other ones, they come very close to the iris, and we have had a lot of iris chafing in that kind of cases. Not seen in IQs, but then some of these lenses which have this peculiar shape in the periphery, they can have that. Thank you.
We can take 2 quick questions if we have. Vijay, madam, anything in the chat box?
So far, no queries.
Any other questions in the chat box or from the participants? We are already running late. If there are no other questions, we can go to the next section. Okay, so let us move to the next section. Thank you, Mahipal sir and Dr. Meenu Martin. Pawan, you are there, Dr. Pawan? I think Dr. Pawan had to leave. Thank you, Dr. Pawan, for moderating the first 2 sessions. Now I request Dr. Sandhya to introduce our refractive surgery panel.
Okay, now we have an interesting panel discussion on refractive surgery options in myopia. First of all, I would like to introduce Dr. Shreyas Ramamurthy. He is currently working as a consultant in cornea, cataract, and refractive services at the Eye Foundation, Coimbatore. He did his fellowship in cornea and anterior segment from the prestigious L.V. Prasad Eye Institute, Hyderabad. He has so many awards to his credit, very few to mention. He was awarded gold medal for outstanding contribution in subspecialty at IIRSI 2017, gold medal for corneal refractive surgery at NIO Meet 2018, Shiv Prasad Hardiya Best Paper Award in Refractive Surgery 2020, and the list goes on. He also has more than 32 major publications in various peer-reviewed journals. We are very grateful to have you here with us, Dr. Shreyas, as moderator for this session. We also have a very eminent and experienced team of panelists with us today. First of all, I would like to introduce Dr. Sujata Mohan. Dr. Sujata Mohan is presently the Associate Medical Director of Rajan Eye Care Hospital, Chennai. Madam has a unique achievement of having adjudged one of the top women ophthalmologists in the country, 2009. She was also awarded the Agarwal Gold Medal for the Best Woman Refractive Surgeon 2010, then Best Video in Refractive Surgery category APA-CRS 2012, and many more to mention. You are truly an inspiration to all of us, Madam. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Rishi Swaroop, who is the Medical Director and Chief Surgeon of Swaroop Eye Center, Hyderabad. He did his corneal fellowship from Shankara Netralaya. He received Achievement Award from American Academy of Ophthalmology 2013, IIRSI Gold Medal 2015, Joshi Oration in Goa 2017, and the list goes endless. He is an amateur photographer too. Next, we have our own KSOS member, Dr. Swapna Nair. She is currently the Senior Consultant Cornea and Refractive Services, Trivandrum. She has received IARSI Gold Medal, ISC KRS Young Achievers Award, Best Paper in ASCRS 2015, and the list goes on. Next is Dr. Vardhaman, who is currently the Director, Asian Eye Hospital, Pune. He is an alumni of Shankara Netralaya and Bascom Palmer Eye Institute, USA. He has received Best Paper awards at various international meetings, APAO, ASCRS, and ESCRS. Professor Yasuo Tano Grant from Asia Pacific Academy of Ophthalmology. Grant from World Ophthalmologic Society. He has a very unique accomplishment of entering into the Limca Book of World Records for LASIK surgeries. And finally to Dr. Shreyas for moderating the session.
Thank you so much, Madam, for the very kind introduction. I hope I'm audible. So once again, I would like to thank KOS for the very kind invitation and Dr. Sujit Nainar for coordinating with all of us and inviting us here. Thank you so much. So over the next half an hour to 40 minutes, I know we are running late. We'll try to keep it brief. We'll try to, through some slides and as well as some cases, try to bring out the salient aspects of case selection, choice of procedures, as well as what are our preferred practice guidelines when it comes to refractive surgical options in myopia. So we have a very wonderful and very experienced panel here with us today, and I really look forward to a very interactive and nice session. So let us straight away get into it. And the first and foremost thing when we start talking about refractive surgical options in myopia is essentially the residual stromal bed, because whenever we are treating a patient with high myopia, there is a very good chance that you could end up with a lower RSB. So my first question to the panel, and I'll open with Sujata Madam. What is your preferred residual stromal bed for LASIK in your regular clinical practice, Madam?
See, I look at three things. One is I'd like to have a residual stromal bed of at least 300 microns, and the depth of ablation should not exceed 100 microns. And the other thing I'm looking at, I started looking at now, is a little bit is that percentage of alteration of tissue. Which
I'll come to PTA in a few slides in the next slide, Madam.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam.
So now my cutoff is 300 microns for LASIK. Maybe for PRK, I can be a little bit more relaxed. I'll go up to 350, 400. Beyond that, I will not do for PRK. I will not ablate beyond 8 or 10 diopters for PRK.
So with the epithelium on in PRK, you would go up to 350 or would you be at 400, Madam?
It again depends on the depth of ablation. No, if I'm not going to ablate any cornea more than 100 microns, that I'm very sure. And PRK, I prefer to keep it around 6 diopters. I don't like to exceed 6 diopters because of the increased chance of phase and regression. So I would definitely jump over to other procedures like phakic IOL.
Yes, Madam. Any difference of opinion, Dr. Rishi or Dr. Swapna?
Yeah, by and large, similar. My cutoff for residual stromal bed is 300 for LASIK and SMILE and 350 for surface ablation. But of course, I look at a lot of other things as well.
Definitely. So
I think pachymetry matters a lot. So the pachymetry you start with, I think that would be the first sign for me. So I have this rule, otherwise you can go with any pachy. So I have this rule that I don't touch anything beyond 470. I don't know why I kept that rule, but I mean, that is just an absolute rule, provided the cornea is completely healthy.
So the minimal pachymetry where you start with for a keratoablative procedure would be 470.
Yeah.
You're right, Madam. Absolutely.
Yeah, same here. Even I use 470.
470 as the cutoff. Right, Madam. Just a point to the audience and maybe newcomers in refractive surgery, while commonly 250 is the alluded refractive stromal, residual stromal bed in many papers, I think most refractive surgeons nowadays have moved on to 300 as the residual stromal bed for LASIK procedure and between 350 to 400 from PRK. Dr. Vardhaman, anything different for SMILE? Yes.
I just want to say that there were the Government of India guidelines which came when there was a big roar about LASIK, and that time we were in the committee, and at that time the cutoff has been put as 250 microns. but it's gone up. And just for my personal thing, if I will go to 275, but I do most of my patients as smile, so I would link that with a cross-linking. So I prefer to do a smile extra.
Extra
So
in
like
these
that
patients.
was the government regulation of 250. So if you go to a court or anywhere, you can easily quote that 250 is there. But for the safety of the patient, we have all moved on to nearer to 300. And my cutoff is 490, not
Absolutely.
470.
480.
Right, sir.
480 is Sujata. So anyway, it doesn't matter. These are all.
Quite arbitrary. I completely understand, sir. So, Dr. Vardhaman, anything different you do for smile? I mean, is it the same as LASIK? Do you go for a slightly lower residual bed in smile?
So, Dr. Shreyas, basically, initially, I think there was a lot of discussion and hue and cry about the biomechanics being better in smile, but I think it is still unproven. So I think for benefit of our patients, it's always better that we stick to the same guidelines in smile as we do in LASIK. So my cutoff for LASIK as well as for smile remains as 300 microns.
300 microns. Yeah. Absolutely. So just moving on to with a quick case example. So this is a patient, as you can see, a fairly high myope, -9 with 2.25 cylinder, very regular corneas. The elevation maps are fine. Pachymetry is around 520 in both eyes, symmetric corneas, not very high pachymetry, but moderate. And when you look at the bad maps, they're all quite okay. There's nothing abnormal as far as the cornea is concerned. But when it comes to a choice of procedure, now with a 90 micron flap thickness in femtoLASIK, the calculated ablation in the excimer laser was 128 microns, which left a calculated residual bed thickness of 306 micron. So with this -9 and 2.25 cylinder, like most of us said, residual bed thickness of 300 would be fine. So would you go ahead with a femtoLASIK procedure in such an eye? Dr. Swapna, your opinion?
I would also check the K readings basically, because I don't want to just have a minimal residual stromal bed. I also want to make sure that you're not changing the shape of the cornea completely.
Right.
So you can see that I think it's around
44.6 is the K max.
So yeah, I expect it would be somewhere around 35 maybe, what I get at the end. So which I think is a bit too flat. So I would prefer a phakic IOL as my first option.
Very important point brought up by Dr. Swapna, that is not just the pachymetry, but it's the final K reading. And anything lower than 35 definitely does compromise the quality of vision, and therefore would prefer a phakic IOL.
And the patient also has a good ACD there, so 3.24. So
3.24.
I think, yeah, that makes a good point. And I have also noted that sometimes, whatever your calculation may be, 306 might not be actually what he's left with at the end of the day. So it may be ±20, which makes a huge difference.
So just this, I particularly brought in this presentation or this particular case example, because while the residual stromal bed was very, very good, just to introduce the concept of PTA, which Dr. Sujata just started talking about, that within this patient, even with a 90 micron flap and 128 ablation thickness, the PTA was 43%. So just for the uninitiated, just a couple of quick slides about PTA itself. PTA is essentially the ratio of the flap thickness plus ablation depth to the central corneal thickness. And therefore, we are not just looking at this residual bed alone, but the amount of tissue altered in the patient. And it has been shown that a PTA of greater than 40 has a higher prevalence in post-LASIK ectasia patients than even age less than 30 or residual stromal bed less than 300. But a contrarian view is that there are a large number of patients who, despite a PTA of greater than 40%, do not actually go on to develop ectasia. And there are a couple of other papers also in quoting the same thing. So right now, my question to the panel, yes, I do agree that many of us would go in for a phakic IOL. But if all other parameters are normal and PTA alone is high, do you all still take it as a contraindication for a refractive surgical procedure? Or would you still go ahead and do it if the PTA is high?
With such high refractive errors, like the spherical equivalent about 11.5, and a good anterior chamber depth, it's a better, phakic IOL will be a better procedure only because regression will be less. Chances of ectasia is definitely less. So all these things concerned for the safety of the patient, I would definitely advise a phakic IOL. Also, I mean, even if you don't look at even if the PTA is normal, 40%, ablating 120 microns from a 520 cornea is a little bit, it's not very sensible thing to do.
Absolutely. Agreed, madam. I think even if we find PTA is not necessarily going to be the only factor we take into account for ectasia, the incidence of regression is certainly going to be high, and that would definitely lean us towards phakic IOL. Dr. Rishi, what would be your cutoff for any high power for keratoablative procedures in the cornea?
I was just going to say that this particular case, particularly, I would not do because of the higher spherical equivalent. My general cutoff is around 10, actually. The moment we cross 10, the optics get a little bad. Even the quality of vision that you'll get with the phakic IOL will be far superior.
Far superior.
So, because we have this option, I think we should move towards a phakic IOL. Of course, we could push the limits in a thicker cornea, and if your PTA is allowing it. So 10 is generally my cutoff for any keratoablative procedure.
I
will not cross 10. Yeah.
Certainly agree, sir.
And in this case, if the refractive error was slightly lesser, I would probably play around with the optic zone or a little bit of undercorrection, which most patients accept quite well.
Quite well. Dr. Vardhaman, anything which do you consider PTA when you look at SMILE? Do you even consider reducing your cap thickness, or do you normally keep it only around 120?
Yeah. So I think a quick comment, about the previous case. I think my cutoff for the ICL or the phakic lenses is -9. So even if somebody has a 600 micron thickness or a 580 micron thickness, I would still not go ahead and do a corneal ablative procedure for that patient if the spherical equivalent is more than -9. And coming to SMILE, I think as we discussed, it is better to keep SMILE in terms of its, let's say, biomechanical issues similar to LASIK till the time it is really proven. So I think even in terms of SMILE, I will consider PTA to be similar as in LASIK, which is 40%. And my cap thickness usually is 120 microns. But let's say that we are having slightly thinner corneas where the PTA is less, but still I would like to leave behind more than 300 microns of residual bed thickness as well. So I go to 110 microns, sometimes to even 100 microns. And even I think in SMILE, you can play around with the optical zone slightly better than in LASIK because your effective optical zone is slightly larger. So there you have a slightly more chance of reducing your optical zones without inducing a lot of halos.
So you don't buy into the concept that the anterior cornea is preserved. So you would rather not reduce the cap thickness, and compromise the residual stromal bed.
Not yet.
Perfectly.
I'll just add one point here, Shreyas.
Yes,
I think in keratorefractive procedures, more than spherical equivalent, we have to add the sphere in the cylinder.
Absolutely.
Spherical equivalent can be misleading in higher
because
cylinders.
nowadays, earlier I think that used to be the trend. You take the spherical equivalent. Nowadays, the cylinder ablates as much as the sphere. So that is how they place the spot. So you have to take.
Absolutely, madam. Usually slightly higher than sphere, the tissue required for a cylindrical correction. So absolutely that we should add the sphere and the cylinder rather than only looking at the spherical point. Well taken. So moving on to the other spectrum, which is low myopia, but also low pachymetry. So we did see that both Dr. Swapna and Dr. Rishi did mention that 470 is there, or 475 is their cutoff, which is what most of us follow. And this is a patient, and there are quite a few patients like this, 460 micron cornea, very low myopia, 1.5 diopters, adequate AC depth. But again, symmetric corneas, absolutely normal scans, apart from the fact that it is low pachymetry, very symmetric cornea, elevations are fine. So in these patients, would you perform any keratoablative procedure, or would you say no? Or would you combine it with an extra procedure? Do you believe in an extra procedure at all?
When I say 470, that is just for me to, keep a limit, come what may at 470. So that is the only reason that I use that term. So I wouldn't touch that patient with a laser. But yeah, it's very tempting, actually.
And with minus 1.5, would you still convince the patient for a phakic IOL?
Yes, yes.
Because that's what I did in this patient, but still, I just wanted to find out if that would be the common consensus. Anyone for a PRK extra procedure or a smile extra or only PRK?
So I think there are, I mean, now what we see is that we have a 460 micron cornea. Otherwise, the cornea parameters, they all seem to be very good. And of course, your cutoff has to be a certain number beyond which you should not really venture. So even for me, that cutoff is about 475 microns. 460 is actually too thin. But for example, if this was very close to 470, 469, 465 microns, maybe there is a chance for 1.5 number that you can do PRK extra also, where you can basically combine a surface ablation with half fluence cross-linking. And I think we have a decent size now data. And I think a lot of work in this factor also has been done by Dr. Quinones. And in fact, he has a very interesting paper that he has published in which they have treated corneas from 450 microns, who are 450 to 480 microns, which are generally thought about as thin corneas with surface ablations. And they have a series which has a follow-up of more than 5 years. And they have seen if all the other parameters are excellent, actually you can still go ahead and perform either surface ablation or surface ablation with extra procedure to do this in this patient, because this is very, very small refractive error that we are dealing with. But of course, if somebody is beyond 2.5 or 3 diopters, of course, you should go ahead.
Shreyas, I have a hypothetical question.
Yes, madam.
And you actually have a cutoff about 480 microns. I am minus 5, 480. But if the 480 with minus 5, we are going to bring down the total corneal thickness to beyond what we are going to correct for this patient. Why not go ahead for a 460 cornea when all the other parameters, and then probably very closely observe the patient? I wouldn't even do an extra. So 460 cornea with minus 1.5 correction, we are bringing it down to probably to 440, and then probably very closely observe the cornea. So same thing, if you have 480 and you do minus 5, that's where you're going to land up somewhere around that.
You took the words out of my mouth, madam.
Panelists think about it. So I'm just...
No, that is because thinner corneas by themselves are a risk factor for ectasia.
Yeah, so 470 is not
just
a number
residual
for...
stromal bed.
Yeah, 470 is not a number with which you can do anything. 470 is a number beyond which you won't do LASIK. That is all. Doesn't mean if it's 475, you can go for a minus 10 correction. All other factors apply, but 470 is a number beyond which you wouldn't do anything.
Okay, that is 470 minus 5. This is where you will land up.
So
why not for such a small power? Why do you want to take the risk of putting an IOL inside that? It's a surgical procedure, all said and done. So why not try this? Inform the patient for a close follow-up. No PRK extra, nothing. And I'm sure we can get away with it.
Yes, ma'am. We'll definitely, most probably will get away with it. The patient will be absolutely happy. There won't be any ectasia, and that will happen in 90% of the patients.
Yeah.
But there is a point where you have to say no, because it's very tempting at the end of the day, especially for novice surgeons.
So let me just, this is a slightly old scan before we had the Pentacam. This was a patient operated in 2010. With a 480, 475 corneal thickness, fairly symmetric corneas, and a preoperative error of 3.5 diopter. This patient underwent a PRK procedure, and this presented with ectasia 5 years later. The fellow eye of this same patient, though has a much higher degree of ISC symmetry, did not go on to develop ectasia. So obviously there are multiple factors, not just residual stromal bed thickness, the preoperative power alone, but possibly eye rubbing and multiple factors which come into play. Subsequent to this, we went on to start doing PRK extra procedures over the last 8 years. And our cutoff, like madam was saying, if you are comfortable doing a 4.5, 5 diopter for 480, the query was that we were leaving behind a cornea with 400 micron thickness. So what we went on to do, and we now have a case series of 180 eyes between 450 to 480 microns, but where the final residual stromal bed thickness was not less than 400. And we have a 7-year follow-up for many patients. The mean follow-up duration is 4.5 years. And so far, nobody has developed ectasia after PRK extra procedure. Now, how much the extra procedure adds is extremely controversial. over just a plain PRK. Whether these same cohort would have gotten away only with a PRK is very difficult to tell. But is there a consensus on anyone doing an extra procedure? Would it even be worthwhile considering an extra procedure?
So, Shreyas, if I can add, if we have to consider extra, I think it has to be only in the context of PRK extra. I don't believe in basic extra or smile extra, because there is no point in cutting a lamellar cut and then doing an extra procedure on them. But I think in terms of PRK extra, now you have a huge series, and I think whatever patients that we have done so far and the series that we have been following also from Greece, I think people have been doing pretty well. I think if somebody has a thinner cornea, about 460 micron, as we saw in the last case, my choice currently will be a PRK extra with half fluence in those patients, and they have been typically doing very well. But it's very crucial that we actually talk to the patient and take a special consent from them, because we are actually going towards the off-label nature of a treatment here.
Yes, I missed it. Did you do a surface ablation in this case or a LASIK?
This was a surface ablation, sir. This was a PRK. So we have looked at our series of now what about 1.1 lakh LASIK procedures from 2001, which is where we have the data available, not the ones before that. And within that, we have about 42 cases of ectasia, and 3 of them are post PRK. And this was just one such example where I have shown. As just to say that ectasia can happen after PRK also. But having said that, whether so far we don't have after PRK extra, and whether that is adding some value over a regular PRK, only time would tell. But maybe there is some value attached to it, is the simple point that I was trying to make with that.
You'll have to do another 1 lakh PRK extras to really know.
Extra to really know that, because of the incidence of ectasia is so extremely rare.
Shreyas, the case you showed had that anterior BFS to posterior BFS ratio was high. Beyond
1.21, madam. Yes, madam. It's borderline.
The important thing was the thinnest cornea was 465. So I think probably it was leaning towards an keratoconus already, a form first ticket.
Form first patient already, possibly. Absolutely, madam. I completely agree.
Can I ask something, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, previous case which you showed, like I would also go with Sujata madam, like doing only PRK. I have done only very few cases of PRK extra, but I'm more comfortable doing PRK in such cases. Or rather, if I feel like it is too risky, then probably avoid any particular refractive surgery, laser refractive surgery.
I just put that only as a contrarian view, sir. I completely agree with you. I'm not even trying to say that OBSCAN was perfect. I'm just trying to say that a similar corneal thickness in the previous case, where I did not do a PRK, but I'm just retrospectively highlighting a case which was done, where PRK was done for a similar pachymetry and low myopia of only 3 diopters, went on to develop ectasia in one eye. Like I said,
I was mentioning the case before that.
Before that, yes.
So in my question to the panel is, in a case like that, the one that 1.5 myopia, the case which you showed. Yeah. So in similar case, when you have only the only contraindication is probably a borderline pachymetry, does it really matter? Or you look at, as in Pentacam, you have got a lot of other parameters to look into and to decide whether you can actually go ahead safely or not? Or is just a borderline pachymetry is something that we are really worried about in such cases?
The pachymetry is just one of the indicators. We look at all the other factors, like all of us do.
That's what I see.
Yeah, we look at all the other factors, but there has to be, one place where you say that, I'm not going to go beyond this pachymetry for any sort of LASIK. Like in all logical possibility, nothing is going to happen and the patient will get away with it, and most patients would. But then then you go to 460. Then what is the logic behind a pachymetry that you won't do beyond 460? Why not 450? Why not 400? If you're ablating just 0.5 diopters, why not 400? So there has to be a point where you.
So I'm just asking you for what is your arbitrary pachy for PRK, for saying no to PRK? Just PRK.
Any laser procedure.
I don't do. Less than 480, I don't do. But I'm just looking at hypothetically what the others will do in this situation, because I would definitely not have gone ahead and done even the 460. But I mean, if you look at it that way, it makes sense to do it than doing a PRK extra. And always, tell the patient to have come for a close follow-up. Maybe I wouldn't do it on a female, but a male patient, yes, I would.
So, I mean, just like almost all cutoffs in refractive surgery are to some extent arbitrary, to some extent post hoc analysis of large number of cases. So it's difficult to pinpoint a specific number. I think most of us go with 470 or 480 because these are kind of cutoffs which have been told to us over generations. And pushing the limits, where do we draw the line is exactly the point which I wanted to ask at the end of the session. And that's what Dr. Swapna is also alluding to, that you have to draw a line somewhere and probably say no to a patient and either not do any procedure or go in for consider a phakic IOL. And as Dr. Madam said, as Dr. Sujata said, that there is absolutely no evidence to say that a patient with 480 is safe to ablate 5 diopters, but with 460, it is unsafe to do 2 diopters. So it is difficult. It is just that maybe in a, if the patient lands up with trouble, you could say that this was the problem and maybe to stay away from those cases. Just to go on to the completely opposite direction, high myopia, borderline ACD. So I think the simple question here is, this is a 39-year-old patient with a very high power, which most of us already said we would not do a keratoablative procedure for these patients. But the ACD is 2.68. And it's a clear lens, a central corneal thickness 570, good thickness, but very borderline AC depth. So the question here is, what is your cutoff for ACD? What is the lowest cutoff you would consider a phakic IOL? Would you at all consider a clear lens extraction in a high myope? And at what age? Dr. Rishi, please.
Yeah, so obviously there's no keratorefractive procedure for this and no phakic IOL also because the anterior chamber depth is too less. A clear lens extraction is certainly a possibility if the patient is extremely motivated not to wear glasses and contacts. Otherwise, I would push this patient towards a contact lens.
Right.
But of course, you have to have the retina looked at properly and you have to tell the risks to the patients. And if they're okay with it, you could certainly go ahead, especially because he's in the peripresbyopic age group. You can,
age, yes.
yeah, you can consider a refractive lens exchange also.
Yeah, you might be able to put in a multifocal with that 13.5, I guess. And so he might be much happier with a clear lens extraction with a multifocal compared to maybe a pure LASIK, which would leave him presbyopic.
Anyone who would not do a clear lens extraction?
I will not do it.
Right, madam.
Because initially when we started with these procedures, we've done quite a lot of clear lens extraction. And definitely the incidence of retinal detachment is very high in these patients. So we don't touch them.
So the risk of retinal detachment post cataract surgery, whether it's clear lens extraction or cataract surgery, increases by 8 to 10 times depending on the type of study that we are quoting. But again, phakic intraocular lenses, though initially people were saying that it is higher, it is comparable to a myopic cohort, and there are sufficient papers available for that. So AC depth is the other concept that we were talking about. So 2.8 is what most of us follow. But has anyone done lesser than 2.8? If so, what are the additional precautions that you take?
2.7, I mean, is what I usually keep as a limit. I mean, you have to know that the AC may be 2.7, but you have to have good open angles. There should be no possibility of an ocular hypertension in such a patient. I mean, you cannot have any patient who is borderline risk when the ACD is borderline. So if everything else is fine and you're not dealing with too thick a lens, like a too thick a phakic IOL, then I guess you can go with 2.7
as the
you
cutoff.
Obviously have to, everything else is the K values, the CCT, and your white to white, all these have to definitely come within the
with regard to sizing, is there anything you would do, madam?
Yeah, I mean, see, we all depend on the white to white. So usually they add one or a slightly higher length to the ICL. So instead, I would rather, be on the conservative side and maybe have a shorter one than what the company would suggest. So for a, let's say 12 or 11 white to white, instead of having a 12.1 ICL, I may stick with an 11.6 perhaps, something of that sort. Yeah.
I completely agree, madam. I think that was one of the points I was also trying to highlight through this example, that nowadays we do know that with the advent of centraflow, we don't really see cataracts, even if the patient has a slightly lower vault. And I mean, I think most of us have been doing it for the last 8 to 9 years, where since the advent of centraflow, we are not seeing cataracts. So we could get away with a lower vault. So for aiming for a lower vault, we are really talking about a slightly undersized lens. While ICL comes in 4 fixed sizes, one of the advantages, no financial interest here, but IPCL, we do get it in 0.25 millimeter variations. So instead of, like madam was saying, instead of a 1 millimeter discrepancy, you could go in for a 0.75, because you do get it in 0.25 millimeter incremental sizes, and slightly aim for a lower vault, which could be, in borderline AC depths, 2.7 could work extremely well. Any thoughts differing, Dr. Vardhaman, Dr. Rishi, anything which you would differ in?
So I will try to stick to 2.8, 2.75 is the maximum I would stretch. I won't go beyond that. Also from medical legal point of view, if you have a problem tomorrow, you really cross that border which is recommended.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with Rishi. I'll not go beyond 2.8. So in this case, as the case that you have showed, probably first I will speak to the patient about undercorrecting the patient and probably ablating 9 or 10 diopters maximum on the cornea, because you have a very good corneal thickness available there. And then probably leave patient with a very thin glass or an option of contact lenses that they are many times very happy with. I think phakic lenses in such cases definitely I will avoid. And I think to the extent possible, I would generally not go ahead and do a clear lens extraction in the patient who is high myopic.
And you did already mention this, that you don't believe in extra other than PRK. That's my practice as well. But in these cases, would you even consider a LASIK extra when you're because you're don't want to do a clear lens extraction or a phakic IOL?
So I think if we are still sticking to the limits that we have, like -9 or -10 diopters, I think probably I'll still go ahead and just do a smile for this patient or a femto LASIK for this patient rather than doing an extra procedure. Because extra procedure, I mean, having said, you are adding another aspect to the refractive procedure itself, which can change along with its predictability also can change. You have one more dimension to it. So maybe probably slightly higher chance of DLK or some other complications that you may land up with. So I think LASIK extra generally not very fond of. Yeah.
Not very fond of. Right, sir. Sujit sir, I know we are already a little late. I have a couple of cases on enhancement. Should I continue or should I stop?
Can we take 10 more minutes, I guess?
Right, sir. So I just
I think Dr. Vijay wants to ask some question.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So yes, do you check the AOD, ASOCT, AOD when you're checking with this borderline AC depth cases?
Certainly, madam. I mean, like Dr. Swapna was saying, that looking at ensuring that the angles are open, and I mean, the unfortunate thing is we don't have a ratio which is accepted as far as central anterior chamber depth and peripheral anterior chamber depth is concerned. So while an angle opening distance might be good and it might be open, we don't know what final effect that phakic IOL is going to have. And the mid-peripheral rise also changes from phakic IOL to phakic IOL. So even though, and how they use as a nomogram for their manufacturing is essentially only the central anterior chamber depth. So since we don't have a defined ratio of peripheral ACD, mid-peripheral ACD to central ACD, which is accepted for manufacturing of these lenses, we still are playing around with these fine margins.
The only thing that can happen is when you're putting in a shallow chamber, chances of chronic angle closure, the angle closing down like a zipper,
creeping angle
for a period of time, and patient can land in glaucoma. I have one patient like that, normal anterior chamber, but she developed this chronic glaucoma, and then we looked at the angle post-operatively and found that the angle is totally closed down. So when you're dealing with a very shallow chamber, I think it's better if you want to do it, you do a PI in addition to your center flow.
Yes, madam. And I think in some eyes, at least, depending on the iris configuration, a PI can also cause the ACD to become a little more, and that may also help. And this has been documented in ASOCT studies as well. The other quick point in that is, I think even in patients with normal AC depth, but we end up with a high vault, I think a serial gonioscopy is useful to ensure that any creeping angle closure does not develop in that patient. And if at all it starts developing, it's a good idea to exchange the lens with a smaller sized lens so that you don't have further worsening of the angle closure. So quickly taking all through enhancement post LASIK. This is a patient with a residual error post LASIK. Original power was -6 diopter sphere. 5 years later, came back with a regression of -1.75. So the first question is, what is your preferred approach, flap lift or PRK, considering it's a 5-year post-op patient? To the panel, any quick round of?
A flap lift can also be easily done 5 or 7 or 10 years later, because we know exactly how the flap adheres. Yes. I mean, whether it be it a femto or a regular one. But if it's for a -1.75 and I know what the flap thickness was initially, I think that would be very important if I go in for a PRK. Surface ablation is definitely a preferred option here, provided the flap thickness was good enough so that I don't get slivers, you know, and stuff like that.
The query is not pertaining to whether it is possible to lift a flap, madam. I completely agree that we can, even after 10 years, lift the flap. But do you feel that the risk of epithelial ingrowth increases as time goes on, or do you feel it's almost the same if the same adequate precautions are taken?
Not much. Even if it happens only, few tongues at the edges. I've rarely seen, it encroaching. I have done very few, repeats, but rarely does it encroach the visual axis. But again, as I said, if I'm doing a PRK, I should know the flap thickness, just to make sure that I have adequate tissue.
Can I qualify that answer?
Yes, madam. Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, so I used to do a lot of enhanced surface enhancement is my favorite actually, especially in low refractive areas. It works beautifully. And unlike our previous concept that we shouldn't do a surface ablation on LASIK, we know that it works very well if you use mitomycin. But I think now that we have access to OCTs that can give us epithelial thickness maps,
so let me just highlight this. This was the epithelial thickness of this patient.
It's very important to look at the epithelial thickness and see if that is the cause of your regression. In many cases, that is. So if it is the case, doing a surface ablation, you may actually end up with an undercorrection, unless you account for the epithelial thickness in your ablation planning, especially if you are planning a transepithelial ablation. And I have found that especially in some patients who've been very high refractive error corrected, the surface ablation doesn't work very well if you have a high epithelial thickness. So in such cases, it may even be prudent to just scrape the epithelium and let it grow back again, and you might actually get back your old result, or you lift the flap and do it. If it is a microkeratom flap, I don't like to lift actually. I like to do a surface ablation. Maybe I'll account for the epithelium and adjust the treatment accordingly. But if it is a femto flap, yeah, I don't hesitate to relift. That's the way I look at it.
So, yes, Dr. Vardhaman. And
right. So, Dr. Shreyas, I think coming to your first thing is about the years for flap lift. As you correctly said, although the flap can be lifted anytime, we did a small study back in Boston Palmer when I was a fellow, and we saw that after 3 years, if you actually lift the flap, the chances of epithelial growth are substantially higher even in the best of the hands. So we don't prefer to lift the flap if it is more than 3 years of flap creation with femto. Coming to the second thing about, basically, if let us say that between the surface ablation versus the flap lift, if we have to do a flap lift after 3 years, what we would like to do is called as a side cut only approach. So what we tried to do there was that we actually created only a side cut, which was about 0.5 to 1 millimeter within your previous cut, without a lamellar cut, knowing on OCT what is the thickness of your flap. And so that gave us access to the same lamellar flap. So we lifted the flap with the same lamellar cut, but a new side cut. And what we have seen is that the chances of epithelial ingrowth in these cases was next to negligible. So this is our preferred approach if we have to lift the flap after 3 years. And basically, in this case, only one case that we had published, in which what happened, unfortunately, was because there was slight issue about the centration of this side cut. So there was a small sliver which came off, and actually that induced a bit of irregular astigmatism. So one has to be very, very careful when they planned this procedure.
So beautifully summarized by all the panelists. It is exceedingly important to look at the epithelial thickness when you do get a late onset regression, because very often the epithelial hyperplasia itself could be contributing. And to a patient like this who has 68, 70 microns, obviously, if we just do a standard trans PRK, we would end up with undercorrection because we would only be ablating the epithelium. But if we also removed just the epithelium, like how Dr. Rishi said, we are not very sure how the epithelium is going to grow back. If it grows back to a normal around 50 micron thickness, then yes, that would take care of the power. But if it does continue to become thickness, because the reason for compensatory epithelial hyperplasia is essentially an alteration in the curvature itself from mid-periphery to center. And that's possibly one of the hypotheses. And whether it will become thicker is the other question. A flap side cut only approach, like Dr. Vardhaman mentioned, is an extremely elegant option, extremely good approach in long-term regressions, where you don't eliminate the risk of epithelial ingrowth because it's almost like creating a fresh flap. So I'll just quickly end with this a quick example where we are talking about treating the epithelium or the stroma. This was a patient with 6.25 with minus 0.5 cylinder, and you can see absolutely normal corneas. The patient then 1 year later came back with a regression in their cylinder. Now you can see it's really difficult to even call it a regression because the pre-op cylinder was only 0.5. The patient is now presenting with a post-op cylinder of 1.5. The topography is normal. Very, you can see is very nicely centered ablation. K readings are absolutely perfect. But when you look at the epithelium, you have this kind of heaped up epithelium, which is thicker along one axis. And this was essentially contributing to the cylindrical power. So this was a situation where, I just wanted to ask the opinion of the panel on what you would do, points to ponder, how would you treat this patient?
If the epithelium was the cause of the cylinder, it should have shown up on your topography. Why is it not showing up on your topography?
It wasn't, sir. So I was essentially searching for answers for this patient. Even the astigmatism on the topography was quite less, but the patient repeatedly was accepting this particular power. And the only thing abnormal I could find was this thickness in the epithelium.
Did you think about lenticular astigmatism? What was the age of the patient?
If you'd have done eye trace, probably would have got somewhere.
Eye trace, I'm sorry, I don't have it here, madam. Eye trace was done for this patient. We didn't have increase in internal astigmatism, which corroborated with this. It was the same as preoperative.
Shreyans, to me, this looks to me like there is some artifact in the epithelial thickness measurement, because if the topography is not showing it, then this is not the cause of your cylinder, in my opinion.
That's I was also not very convinced about this, sir. So what I just did was, of course, I treated for dry eye, ensured that there was no dry eye, ensured I had a repeatable epithelial thickness map. And this was a patient where I just went ahead and debrided. And I didn't do anything else, no ablation, nothing, just debrided. And this was how the patient's epithelium became after debridement 4 months later. I had a more uniform epithelium, and the patient's cylindrical power at least reduced to 0.25, 0.5, which he was happier with. So whether there is a role for just removing the epithelium in patients who have irregular epithelium postoperatively is a question which probably whatever happened during the early phases when it was healing, it caused a little heaping up and in a particular region. So if we are saying a uniform increase in epithelium can cause a myopia, can an irregular increase in epithelium along one region cause an irregular astigmatism or a cylinder is the question.
Very
Any
interesting.
thoughts, Dr. Vardhaman?
Was there any dryness or any surface issue?
So just though he did not have dry eye on examination, I did treat him with lubricants and treated him with this thing for a month. and repeated it to ensure that I have this repeatable increase in epithelial thickness. And there was no ingrowth or no other pathology in the cornea. Even though the patient didn't have apparent dry eye symptoms, I just wanted to make sure, I gave him a brief course of topical steroids and lubricants. And this is what happened. So epithelium can play tricks with our refractive error at times, and maybe a closer look, that's just the take-home message, that maybe a closer look at the epithelium is also important when it can't be explained by just the topography. Yes, Dr. Vardhaman, any other point? Anything else?
No, I think it was a very interesting case. And I think, as you have rightly said, and what Dr. Rishi has also been mentioning in the past, looking at the epithelial thickness pre-operatively as well as post-operatively is very crucial to even plan your treatment if you have surprises. And in this case, as you had clearly shown that the epithelial hypertrophy was seen in one area, I was just curious whether it was a surface ablation, or it was a LASIK surgery, it was microkeratome, or it was a femto. Where was the hinge?
The primary procedure was a femto-LASIK. It was a superior hinge.
Superior hinge. Okay, of course.
So it wasn't decentered as such, but yes, in the sense the flap was central. The patient had only other thing was it was a slightly lower white to white. So I don't know if that has anything to do with this outcome.
You should go back and look at the map in a normalized mode, normalized scale, and also in axial. I think that was a tangential map. You'll get a little more information of the central cornea.
You mean the topography, sir?
Okay, it's axial only.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe you just see it in a normalized scale. Is it a normalized scale?
Was this patient?
This was the normalized scale, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have the epithelial maps before the surgery by any chance, Dr.
I do, but I've not uploaded in the presentation.
How was it?
Pre-operatively, it was a normal epithelium. I mean, it's just because it's a part of our normal screening protocol. Pre-operative patients, we do it for all patients.
Was the patient contact lens wearer?
He wasn't a contact lens wearer. He wasn't a contact lens wearer.
All the usual suspecting scenarios are not there.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I think that those are actually the important points. I think all of you have brought out that contact lens wearers, patient with a preoperatively irregular epithelium, patient with dry eye symptoms can all have these kind of postoperative findings and small postoperative surprises. So I think the learning is to essentially look at those factors and to see if they can be eliminated before we take up the patient for a refractive procedure.
So what was the method you used for removing the epithelium? What method did you use? Because
I usually use either a alcohol assisted or like a paracaine assisted removal of the epithelium.
Okay. If the epithelium is normal and you're doing a retreatment, would you still use the same method, or you would like to use a laser itself?
If the epithelial thickness is uniform and normal, I go ahead with the trans PRK, madam. But if the epithelial thickness is irregular, of course, now with Streamlight, you're able to counter that increase in epithelial thickness and ensure it doesn't induce a refractive error. Even in a patient with, let's say, a first-time primary treatment, but has a thicker epithelium like 60, 62, or 65 microns. But having said that, in a patient with regression, I would be a little more cautious because I'm not very sure how the epithelium is going to behave postoperatively when I do a trans PRK. So I think we've probably exceeded our time, and I thank the panelists for a wonderful discussion, and I hope the audience also found it useful. I think all the important pertinent points pertaining to refractive surgery have been highlighted. Any other points which anyone would like to share?
It was a very comprehensive discussion, Shreyas, and I think we touched nearly all the major aspects that anyone who is going to start refractive surgery.
I just want to ask one question to the panel if I have time for one. What is the thoughts of the panel on isotretinoin? Are we still giving a 6-month cap for people who have been lately my clinic has been flooded with people who are taking this, and I know the evidence is not very strong. So are all of us waiting 6 months before they stop the drug? Or
acne, LASIK, and marriage go hand in hand, sir. So I think
Exactly.
you'll have a lot of patience with this. I've stopped doing anything for these patients, in the sense, I mean, I just, they continue the medication. Even if we ask them to stop, they're not willing to stop. So I treat these patients with refractive surgery. I generally avoid PRK. I do a LASIK procedure or a smile procedure, and the results have not been abnormal.
I think you can stop for 2 weeks. Beyond 2 weeks, it really doesn't make sense. That's what I normally
In fact,
do.
there have been many patients in whom I've done the laser with masks. You can't even see if they have pimples. And afterwards, they told me that they are taking this tablet. So, you know.
I think, Rishi, when, I mean, as important it is to know the history, but if they don't have any dry eye symptoms which are induced because of histretinoin, I think it is, we can still go ahead and do like smile procedure for them, for example.
We have done on pregnant women, lactating women, so it's not.
Many times the patients don't know they are pregnant. So
all the contraindications are getting diluted day by day.
That's why you have to have a cutoff, like Swapna said. You have to decide that this is it. One line.
Thank you, Shreyas, and thanks.
So can we conclude the session, Shreyas?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So it's my duty now to present the official vote of thanks. It's a long list from the morning. So actually, when we conceived this idea of everything on myopia, I myself actually asked, like, is there anything to be told so much to cover a half day on myopia? But now I feel like it should have been a one-day CME. So we couldn't complete many of the discussions just for the shortage of time. So in the order of vote of thanks, let me first of all thank on behalf of Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society, respected President AIOS, Dr. Barun Naik, who took his time to be with us in the morning at 9 a.m. sharp, and he inaugurated with the lamp lighting, and he, as he wished, the session went on very well and happened to be a grand success. So on behalf of Kozhikode Ophthalmic Society, very heartfelt thank you to Dr. Barun Naik. Our president, Dr. Babu Krishnamurthy sir, he was sitting all the while till this last session. Special thanks to Babu sir. He has always been very supportive to all the activities of KOS as well as the KSOS. So thank you, sir, for your kind presence throughout the meeting. I especially thank Dr. Mahipal sir, who was there in the morning session for the inauguration, as well as he chaired this second session, and as well as a very good talk. Thank you for, we all know that he's a very busy person, and every day, I mean, he's having at least 2 or 3 meetings. So he took time and be with us for a half day. Thank you so much, sir. And my special thanks to the vibrant secretary and scientific committee chairman, Dr. Mahesh and Dr. Rajiv from KSOS for being with us in the inaugural session. Our special thanks to Dr. Audrey Shea, who was actually, I had to chase her a lot to get her for this meeting. I was at one point of time, I even thought that we would have to change the date of this meeting. She was extremely busy for the last 2 months, but somehow she gave us this date, and we are extremely thankful. We actually could learn many things from the real person who was the principal investigator in the ATOM study. And many of our pediatric ophthalmologists who joined the panel discussion couldn't actually complete the questions just for the shortage of time. So thank you so much. She's not present at this time. And I will not name every faculty, but a special thanks to Mahadevan sir, Pradeep Sharma sir, Dr. Rohit, Monica madam, Andrew sir, Laila madam, Dr. Brijesh, Dr. Gopal, Dr. Minu, the refractive panel, Dr. Sujata madam, Dr. Rishi, Dr. Swapna, Dr. Vardhaman, and Dr. Lakshmi, Dr. Nirmal, who joined. All the faculty were excellent, and your contribution is so much appreciated. My special thanks to Dr. Shreyas and Dr. Pawan, who moderated the session exceptionally well. I know you wanted to discuss more things, Dr. Shreyas, but probably we can have one session separately on this later. My special thanks to Dr. Vinod and Dr. Padmaja, who presented the tribute to Dr. P.V. Menon. And I think I've not missed anyone. Sorry if I've missed. So all my thanks to my scientific committee members and my dear President, Dr. Vijayalakshmi Madam, for the support for conducting this meeting. And a special thanks to all the delegates who joined and sat with us throughout the day, almost till 2:30, 3 o'clock, skipping your lunch. Thank you so much for making this CMA a success. Thank you. Any concluding remarks, Vijayalakshmi Madam?
Special thanks to Shreyas. After 2 o'clock, he conducted this panel discussion so beautifully without no hurry and beautiful case presentations. Thank you, the whole panel team also. Dr.
Thank you. It was a lovely meeting.
Sujata ma'am, Vardhaman is there. Yes. Thank you all.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijayalakshmi.
Ma'am, nice to see
Thanks,
you
Dr.
after a long
Sujit.
time.
Yeah. How are you keeping?
Jada madam, glowing as ever.
Hello, Laila. So you're missing Calicut.
Yeah, missing everything actually, but nice to see at least like this.
Yeah. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Shreyas.